Chapter 1723. Just as Xiaohua escaped from the ground far away, he did not dare to hesitate and called Sun Shu and the other two to flee. However, after a wave of divine sense swept over, the four of them simultaneously stopped in midair. Their Naiwen palace felt as if it was pierced by a sharp, excruciating pain. Xiaohua was slightly better. His divine sense was not in his Naiwen palace, but in the Buddha Sarira's Naiwen palace. A burst of golden light flowed from the Buddha Sarira, blocking the pain by quite a bit. However, it still caused Xiaohua to fall by more than a foot. Qian Diheng and the other two were in an even more sorry state. Each of them fell by more than 3 to 4 zhang. Furthermore, the four of them were all pale. It was obvious that their divine sense was heavily injured. Qian Diheng naturally could not help but cry out. However, the four of them did not dare to stay any longer. Each of them endured the pain of their divine sense and activated their magic power. Only after flying a few hundred li in one breath did Qian Diheng dare to speak. "Big brother, do you think I wanted to?" Xiaohua took a deep breath and tried his best to operate the exquisite leaf scripture, wanting to reduce the pain of his divine sense. He bitterly smiled and said, "Little brother only wanted to attract a few green pythons. Who would have thought that it would actually attract 3 green pythons of Foundation Establishment Cultivation?" Foundation Establishment Cultivation? Sun Shu's face was also pale. However, this paleness had a few traces of redness, adding a few points to her beauty. That's not too possible, right? Green pythons are only first-rank spiritual beasts. What is there to be suspicious about, Senior Sun? Xiaohua said. Little brother's cloud-suppressing seal was almost unable to smash it down. Furthermore, from the green python's bodies, there was an aura similar to that of Foundation Establishment cultivators. The thing that damaged our divine sense shouldn't be these 3 green pythons of Foundation Establishment cultivation, right? Kun Fian bit his lips and said, "It shouldn't be. However, little brother doesn't know if it's the green pythons." Xiaohua nodded and said, "Little brother even wanted to kill a Foundation Establishment green python. Who would have thought that before I even made a move, this divine sense appeared? Little brother knew that I was not its opponent and hurriedly escaped. Now I feel that I was really lucky. If not for little brother's alertness, or if the divine sense attack came too late, little brother is afraid that little brother would not be able to escape." Could it be that the green python in the Liqian mountain range has mutated? Qian Diheng asked curiously. Even if it's the green python king, it's said that its cultivation base is only at the early stage of Foundation Establishment. How could it possibly have the means to attack with divine sense? That must be the case. Little brother only saw a dozen or so green pythons at the early Foundation Establishment stage. Could it be that they are all green python kings? Xiaohua said fiercely. "Junior brother Xiao, you've worked hard." Sun Shu looked at Xiaohua with watery eyes. "Our miscalculation put junior martial brother Xiao in a dangerous situation. If it weren't for junior martial brother's incredible speed, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to return to the mountain and answer to martial uncle helplessness." With that, he slapped his hand and took out his bag of holding. "This azure python. I'll give junior brother another 20%. Senior sister Sun said it very well. This brother will also let junior brother Xiao have a few." Qian Diheng grinned and said, Don't. Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand. Looking at the 3 people, he felt warm in his heart. Little brother took a lot just now. If I take too much of this thing, it won't be of much use. Little brother is inexperienced. Coming out with you all, I'm happy to be able to help senior brother and senior sister a little. If senior sisters and senior brothers feel that you owe little brother anything, just think of little brother first if there's any good things in the future." All right. Qian Diheng smiled. "We could have returned the favor by taking some stinky snakes, but you suddenly raised it so high. Forget it. Who asked junior martial brother Xiao to be so benevolent? If there's any good things in the future, this brother will think of you first." Many thanks, senior brother Qian." Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "Forget it, we also agree." Sun Shu glanced at Kun Fian and said at the same time, "Right, little brother has a question now." Xiaohua smiled. "This divine sense attack method, does our Imperial Thunder Sect have it?" "My Heavenly Thunder Palace has it," Qian Diheng replied. However, it's said that it's a technique used by Golden Core stage seniors. Moreover, only seniors with exceptionally strong divine senses can use it. Yes, my heavenly thunder palace also seems to have it. Kun Fian continued. However, it doesn't seem to be as strong as that divine sense just now. If that divine sense was the green python king's, it should be a spiritual beast's innate ability. Naturally, it's stronger than us cultivators who forcibly cultivate it. Sun Shu explained. If junior martial brother Shao is interested in this, you can look for it in the Dawn Rain continent. This kind of technique is extremely rare. Just relying on the Imperial Thunder Sect, I'm afraid it's hard to get it. Isn't that enough? Senior brothers and sisters, if you come across this kind of technique, the first person you think of is little brother? Xiaohua smiled. AI, you're thinking too much. Qian Diheng said without any trace of politeness. This brother still wants to cultivate it. Can't you just let little brother take a look? Xiaohua said pitifully. No, of course not. Oh. Qian Diheng laughed loudly. His body suddenly swayed and he hugged his head with both hands, almost falling from midair again. Sun Shu smiled bitterly. This divine sense isn't easy to recover. Let's hurry ahead and find a secluded place to rest for a few days first. 10 days later, Xiaohua and the other three flew out from the hidden place. They found a new direction and passed through the edge of the Liqian mountain range, rushing to Jiangqing City. This time, even the most curious and least afraid Qian Diheng was a lot more well-behaved. He didn't want to stir up trouble and get any benefits. Qian Diheng originally thought that his cultivation was the worst, but after all he had a magic treasure to protect himself. Moreover, he had a new halberd. Even if he couldn't attack, he could at least protect himself, right? However, the spiritual beast's innate ability was so powerful that it could directly attack divine senses, making it impossible to guard against. If a first-grade spiritual beast was already like this, then what about second- and third-grade spiritual beasts? Keeping one's tail between one's legs and honestly protecting one's life, then looking for an opportunity to build a foundation was the right way. Of course, the Liqian mountain range was definitely not a good place. Although Xiaohua and the others were more careful, they still bumped into a few second-grade spiritual beasts. For example, the three-winged frost ladybug, a fist-sized second-grade spiritual beast that looked no different from an ordinary ladybug. Xiaohua and the others threw out a lot of fireball talismans to escape. Fortunately, there was only one three-winged frost ladybug. If there was a group of them like the green python, the four of them would cry to the heavens and the earth. When the four of them flew out of the range of the Liqian mountain range, they were already in a sorry state. When their divine senses swept over and saw that there were already people in front of them, they were greatly relieved. Senior Sister Sun, if I remember correctly, we should be at Mingtue Mountain in 10 days. Jiangqing City is about 1,000 miles to the west of Mingtue Mountain. Qian Diheng said with a smile. Sun Shu pursed her lips and smiled. Exactly. There is no teleportation formation from here to Jiangqing City. We still have to fly for 10 days. Calculating the time, it should be about time. Let's rest while we fly. That's the way it should be. Kun Fian also said. Along the way there are signs of human habitation. Other than the people of the secular world, there are also some small cultivation families. It's not worth mentioning. Only Mingtue Mountain's Ling Pei mountain range has some fame. It's a side courtyard of the Lan Li sect. By the time we get there we'll have already recovered. Mingtue Mountain? Xiaohua frowned slightly. He seemed to have heard this name from somewhere before, but when he thought about it carefully he couldn't remember. When Kun Fian mentioned the Lan Li sect, Xiaohua suddenly realized that this Lan Li sect's name should be something he heard people mention in Jingbua City. It was when he entered Jingbua City that a cultivator directly flew over his head. Some people said that it was the Lan Li sect's third elder, called Reverend Zhua Ming, who was said to be a mid-Yuanying stage cultivator. And since he thought of this, Xiaohua thought of the origin of Mingtue Mountain. Of course, it was Shi Wuming who half-gifted and half-sold him the Devil's Spear Point. Shi Wuming claimed to be a cultivator from Mingtue Mountain. When he took Xiaohua's storage pouch, he even said that Xiaohua could use his name to do something for him. Although it wasn't that long ago, Xiaohua was now a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect, and his cultivation level was comparable to the early stage of the Foundation establishment stage. He had long cast this matter aside. If it weren't for Mingtue Mountain and Jingbua City, Xiaohua wouldn't have remembered it. Could it be that we'll meet Senior Shi again? Xiaohua thought of that strange cultivator and felt a trace of gratitude in his heart. That Devil's Spear Point had saved Xiaohua's life many times in the past. It was only after he obtained the devil hammer that he stopped using it. Let's go. It's basically safe in front of us. We just need to pay attention to cover our tracks. Qian Diheng began to speak carelessly again. Thus Xiaohua and the other three put on their camouflage cloaks and flew southwest using their flying technique. They didn't speak a word along the way. On the 9th day they saw a vast expanse of green in front of them. It was actually a boundless grassland. On the grassland there were many shepherds riding horses of various colors, herding flocks of sheep that looked like white clouds. Occasionally there would be a few columns of smoke rising into the sky. It was quite the scenery outside the Great Wall. Looking into the distance in the depths of the grassland, there was an extremely tall emerald green mountain, like a piece of jade growing in the water. Needless to say, that should be Mingsue Mountain. After flying into the grassland and seeing Mingsue Mountain, Xiaohua and the others flew slightly to the west. On the evening of the 10th day in the depths of the grassland, a small town with a radius of dozens of miles appeared. This small town looked somewhat dilapidated. It was surrounded by dilapidated mud walls as if it was built as a city wall. However, after a long time, it was inevitable that some of it would collapse and some of it would be broken down. The inside and outside of the mud walls were a little spacious. There were some tent-like buildings piled up in the surroundings. These tents were seen many times in the grassland. They should have been built by the residents of the small town. Looking further into the small town, there were some commonly seen buildings, some small courtyards and some continuous ordinary houses. Moreover, the styles of these buildings were clearly different. It seemed that people from all over the place had gathered here. We'll go down. Sun Shu's divine sense swept over and waved his hand. The four of them landed not far from Jiangqing town. Chapter 1724. Junior brothers, please wait a moment. Xiaohua and the others landed on the ground. Kun Fian smiled and clapped his hands, taking out a sound transmission talisman and said, "It's close to the appointed time. That fellow must have arrived. Wait for I to call him out." But where Kun Fian's spiritual power was activated, that yellow talisman turned into a red light and flew into the air. It only circled in the air for a moment, then fell back down. Seeing that the sound transmission talisman didn't fly out, Kun Fian's face changed slightly, and said curiously, "Could it be that fellow hasn't arrived yet?" Then Kun Fian kept the sound transmission talisman, and took out a thunder sound transmission talisman. He muttered something and then activated his spiritual power. That thunder sound transmission talisman flew into the air, and let out a faint thunder roar. That's right, this thunder sound transmission talisman was the same as the sound transmission talisman, spinning in the air and falling down, turning into a yellow talisman and floating in front of Kun Fian's eyes. Strange. Sun Shu also said curiously, "Could it be that this fellow didn't come at all?" Xiaohua knew that this thunder sound transmission talisman was more powerful than the usual 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman. Any cultivator within 2,000 to 3,000 miles could receive it with the secret technique of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Since Kun Fian's thunder sound transmission talisman couldn't be sent out, that meant that the cultivator who sent the message to Kun Fian wasn't nearby at all. Yes, could it be that there's a cat in this world that doesn't eat fish? Qian Diheng smacked his lips, looking at the distant Jiangqing town and said curiously. Xiaohua's heart moved and he said warily, "Senior Kun, could it be that there's a trap here?" Kun Fian thought for a moment and shook his head slightly. "We're just cultivators of the qi refining stage and we don't have any treasures on us. Moreover, we're just here to travel what other people can do to us. Moreover, we're disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect. It's not like that fellow doesn't know. He wouldn't dare to have any evil intentions towards us." Seeing that Kun Fian had such a good feeling, Xiaohua didn't say anything. He had been a loose cultivator before. Although he wasn't as vicious and merciless as other loose cultivators, but if there was really something at stake, he definitely wouldn't put the name of the Imperial Thunder Sect or Shanghua Sect in his eyes. Of course, Xiaohua didn't feel any fear in his heart when he arrived here. He knew that there wouldn't be any danger, so he didn't say anything else. Perhaps this fellow Taoist has encountered something and is unable to come? Sun Shu smiled and said, "This condensed knowledge treasure is so precious. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If there's nothing big, I'll definitely come." Do you still need to say it? He must have died." Qian Diheng said while blinking his eyes. "Junior brothers, please wait for a moment. I will go with junior sister Sun to take a look. Kun Fian pulled on Sun Shu's sleeve and said to Xiao Hua and Qian Diheng. And senior sisters, please be careful. Xiao Hua nodded. When Kun Fian and Sun Shu's figures disappeared, Qian Diheng said in a low voice, Junior brother Xiao, I thought you brought the cloud-suppressing seal to the workshop to refine it again. I didn't expect that it wasn't the case. That, the thing you sent to the workshop, is it also a magic treasure? From the time they met the green python to Jiangqing City along the way, Xiao Hua saw Qian Diheng several times and wanted to ask him. But every time he wanted to say something but stopped. He didn't know what he wanted to say. Now that he heard it, he smiled bitterly in his heart and asked, Senior brother Qian, what's the difference if it's a magic treasure or not? About a year later, I'll return the crafting workshop's token to you. Qian Diheng smiled and said, Actually, I don't want to know anything about you. It's just that, you see, I only have one halberd that I can take out. It really doesn't match the magic treasure on me. If junior brother has any extra magic treasure, do you think you can let me take advantage of it first? Oh junior brother, don't worry. I won't shortchange you of spirit stones. Even if it's some cultivation method. Only I can find it, I'll definitely give it to you. So it's like that. Xiao Hua smiled and said, Senior brother Qian, you're lacking. How rare are magic treasures? It's already a great fortune for me to get one magic treasure. How can I have more? Junior brother, I know you used to be a loose cultivator. You must have some connections. If you have any good things in the future, don't forget me. Qian Diheng was a little disappointed but still said in a low voice. Looking at Qian Diheng's I know expression, Xiao Hua could only rub his nose and smile apologetically. Senior brother Qian should also know how this little brother's cloud-suppressing seal came about. Forget it, there's no need to say more. If I have any good things in the future, I'll think of you first. Good junior brother. Qian Diheng patted Xiao Hua's shoulder and laughed happily. This cultivation sect's disciples' communication method is really extraordinary. Xiao Hua sighed secretly, but he also laughed secretly. If he had a good magic treasure, the first one he would think of would be Qian Diheng, but the first one he would give would be his senior brother Xiangyang. After that, Qian Diheng didn't say anything more. The two of them sat cross-legged on a hill in the grassland and adjusted their breathing. Unexpectedly, they waited for more than 2 hours. When the sun above the grassland was in the west and a cold wind blew, Kun Fian and Sun Shu returned. Seeing their different expressions, Xiao Hua felt strange. Qian Diheng asked, What's wrong? Is there any news? Kun Fian's face was full of indifference. He raised his head and said, There's good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Naturally the good news. Qian Diheng laughed. And the good news is that the small trade gathering will be held in 3 days. We've come just in time. Then what's the bad news? Xiao Hua asked curiously, could it be that they want some token? Junior brother Xiao is really experienced and knowledgeable. That's exactly it. Sun Shu frowned and said, it's the same as what senior sister Kun got. There's a Lingpei mountain villa in Jiangqing City. If you don't have a token from the villa, you can't enter the trade gathering. Isn't that simple? Qian Diheng laughed and said, we just need to see who's participating in the trade gathering. Then we can ask nicely. If not, that token has a mark. It belongs to whoever it's given to. Others can't replace it. Sun Shu said angrily. So cautious? Qian Diheng was speechless. There's a treasure inside. Sun Shu smiled bitterly. If we're not cautious, can we succeed? Just the 3 words treasure is enough to attract all the cultivators below the gold core stage in the auction in Chiuye City. Just Lingpei Mountain Villa. Can it bear it? Kun Fian laughed coldly. It doesn't matter if you don't have a token. When I get there, I'll directly take out the name of the Imperial Thunder Sect. I don't believe that a small Lingpei Mountain Villa won't give my Imperial Thunder Sect face. Chapter 1725. 3 days later, a bright moon hung in the night sky. The grassland's night sky was unusually clear, and the stars scattered around the moon. It's time, let's go. Kun Fian floated up from the ground, his face expressionless. Waiting for Sun Shu and the others to get up, Xiao Hua waved his hand and dozens of shiny talismans flew from the ground. It was the array that Xiao Hua had set up. During this period of time, although Xiao Hua didn't stop studying the rabbit talisman, he also had some gains. But because Sun Shu and the others were by his side, he didn't make any new talismans, so the array was still the original array. But Xiaohua's method of setting up the array was getting more and more skillful, and he even faintly felt that there were other arrays in his memory that were about to be recovered. Xiaohua kept the talismans and put on the camouflage, and followed the three of them to fly towards Jiangqing City. Although Jiangqing City was on the grassland because the buildings were relatively simple, the area was huge and it was actually half the size of Weeping Moon City. In the northeast of Jiangqing City, there was a place with bright lights. It was a manor that occupied a large area. Under the night sky, under the moonlight, there was an archway with the words Ling Pei Mountain Villa written on it. Under the archway there were dozens of boys in Taoist robes. They were all about the 4th or 5th level of qi refining. All of them had bright eyes and stood with their hands behind their backs. Xiaohua and the others landed on the ground. Looking at the deserted decorated archway, they walked over. When the servants saw the cultivators coming, 2 of them hurriedly came forward to greet them. They bowed and said, "Greetings to the 4 seniors. May I know why the 4 seniors have come to my Ling Pei Mountain Villa?" "We are here to participate in the spirit gathering, please lead us." Kun Fian walked in front and said in a deep voice, "We welcome the 4 seniors to participate in the spirit gathering, please show us your tokens." The slightly taller boy said respectfully, "We are the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect. We came in a hurry and didn't have any tokens." Kun Fian clapped his hands and took out the token of the Imperial Thunder Sect, and handed it over. "This is the token of the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples. Show it to your master." "The Imperial Thunder Sect?" The boy was obviously surprised. He looked at the other boy and was at a loss. Although the other boy was short, he had an extraordinary bearing. After being stunned for a moment, he immediately bowed and said, "So it's a senior from the Imperial Thunder Sect. This junior really admires the reputation of your sect. To be able to meet a senior from the Imperial Thunder Sect is truly a blessing for this junior." He, Kun Fei Yen smiled. However, the boy immediately changed the topic and said, "However, the order I received was to check the tokens of the Lingji gathering. The 4 of you don't have the tokens of my Lingpei Mountain Manor, so I don't dare to let you in. Seniors, please wait here for a moment. Junior will take senior's token and go in. Let's see what the Manor Lord decides." Go. Kun Fian's face was a little unhappy as he threw his command medallion to the boy and said impatiently, "Senior, please wait a moment." The boy took the command medallion, turned around and left quickly. Not long after, a cultivator around 40 years old hurried over. The messenger boy wasn't behind him, and this cultivator's expression was very busy. It was obvious that he left the boy behind and rushed over himself. Seeing the expression of this cultivator, who was also at the 12th level of qi refining, Kun Fian was secretly pleased. That cultivator went forward and handed over Kun Fian's command medallion. He said respectfully, "I am Ming Chui Mountain Manor's disciple, Chu Ming. Since you know that there is a condensed knowledge treasure, you naturally know the stakes. My Lonely sect didn't invite many of our own disciples. How can outer sect disciples casually enter? It's just a small Ling Pei Mountain Manor." Qian Diheng at the side was also a little angry. Could it be that it's even harder to enter than Lonely sect's Limo Ridge? I don't know if it's hard or not, I have always walked through the door. Chu Ming also sneered. If you want to know, you can try to enter. However, if there are any mishaps, don't blame I for not warning you first. Seeing that things had turned bad and seeing Chu Ming's fearless look, Kun Fian was a little dumbfounded. Although they didn't take off the fog, but not only did the Imperial Thunder Sect lose face, even her own heart was extremely tangled. Just as both sides were in a deadlock and Kun Fian was riding a tiger and couldn't get off, Xiaohua, who was standing at the back, walked up and cupped his hands. "Fellow Chu, how should I address Ming Chui Mountain Senior Shi Wuming?" "Senior, she is I's martial uncle." Chu Ming's face softened and nodded. "However, even if you are acquainted with martial uncle Shi, I'm afraid that today's matter won't work." It's like this." Xiaohua smiled and said, "Senior, she once owed Junior a favor. That day he once said that this poor Taoist can use his name to do something. Of course, this matter cannot be against reason and nature. This poor Taoist feels that this is the right time, right?" Chu Ming thought for a moment and nodded slightly. "Martial Uncle Shi's disciple. I have also given him a token. If what you say is true, I can help Martial Uncle Shi return the favor. However, where is Martial Uncle Shi's token? Fellow can use Martial Uncle Shi's token as a token for this matter. I can also use Martial Uncle Shi's token to report back. Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said without hesitation, Senior, she only said one sentence, he didn't give I a token. Fellow says it so easily. Since you don't have a token, then aren't you just saying it for nothing? I's Martial Uncle Shi is also not in Ling Pei Mountain Villa. There's no proof. Chu Ming laughed. There's no other way. Xiaohua sighed. That day, Senior, she said so. If Ming Chui Mountain doesn't care about there's nothing I can do. Then Xiaohua turned to Chu Ming and was about to speak when Chu Ming's smile deepened. Fellow, just now I was just testing. Martial Uncle Shi cough often like this. May I know where you saw Martial Uncle Shi? What was his appearance like? This time Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought that Shi Wuming was just talking nonsense. Now it seems that Senior, she really has this habit. Xiaohua took a step forward and described Shi Wuming's appearance to Chu Ming. He then transmitted a message to Chu Ming about what happened that day. Naturally, Chu Ming wanted to examine the demonic spear tip. Xiaohua took it out from his space and handed it over. No need. Chu Ming saw that the magic spear tip didn't even take it. He waved his hand and said, I have seen this thing before. And this matter I also know about it. So it was the fellow from the Imperial Thunder Sect who bought this thing. Chu Ming looked at the magic spear tip with a strange expression. Even his words were strange. Since it was you who took this thing, Martial Uncle Shi's favor is understandable. Fellow Taoist, please keep it well. Xiaohua was confused. However, since Chu Ming admitted it, his goal was achieved. Sure enough, after Xiaohua kept the magic spear tip, Chu Ming clapped his hands and smiled. Since Martial Uncle Shi has done us a favor, the four of you can participate in the Spirit Chi gathering. However, I would like to ask the four of you to take down the mystic insect. Xiaohua and the others kept the mystic insect and greeted Chu Ming again. Chu Ming saw that the four of them were at Qi refining stage level 12 and knew that they were here for the foundation establishment stage. He didn't ask any more questions and personally led the four of them into Ling Pei Mountain Villa. For fellow cultivators, please. Chu Ming led the four of them into a hall. Inside the hall there was already a good number of cultivators. Without exception, all of them were energy refining stage cultivators. Additionally, it was clear that many of them were familiar with each other. Whispers could be heard within the hall as many of them were discussing something. When these cultivators saw Chu Ming leading the four Qi refining stage cultivators in, they stopped and looked at the four of them in surprise. Chu Ming didn't explain and led Xiaohua and the others to a table near the center. He raised his hand and said, For fellow cultivators, please sit. The Spirit Qi gathering will begin in half an hour. I hope the four of you are fated to be here. Thank you, fellow cultivator Chu. Xiaohua smiled and cupped his hands. No need to thank me. If you want to calculate, I have taken advantage of you. Chu Ming cupped his hands and quickly left. After Chu Ming left, the hall was silent for a moment. Then it gradually became louder. A cultivator not far from Xiaohua looked at the four of them and walked forward. He cupped his hands and said, I am Meng Yang. Which branch of my Lonely sector you from? Forgive me for my poor eyesight, but I have never seen it before. Chapter 1726. Seeing that Meng Yang was also at Qi refining stage 12, Xiaohua smiled and said, I and the other three are disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect and were just passing by Jiangqing City. Since Ling Pei Mountain Villa has such a grand event, I also came to try my luck. When Meng Yang heard Xiaohua's words of trying his luck, his expression changed and he said in shock, How is this possible? The Spirit Qi meeting is a strictly guarded secret of the Blue Li sect. How did you Imperial Thunder Sect disciples know about it? Meng Yang's voice was quite loud and the people around heard it too. They immediately stopped talking. Many people in the hall were already paying attention. Now that they saw the commotion, they became silent again. How did the four of you get the news? Meng Yang's eyes narrowed as he looked around and said, We haven't found the opportunity for the Blue Li sect disciples, so we didn't ask the outer sect disciples to come and find it. That's right. The disciples of the various branches of the Blue Li sect all shouted. How could Kun Fian explain this to them? His eyes were full of disdain and he didn't say a word. The arrogance of the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples was obvious. Fellow cultivator, there are some things that I still have to say. Otherwise it will be very disadvantageous for you. Meng Yang seemed to have some grudges with the Imperial Thunder Sect. Seeing that no one spoke, he sneered. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and smiled. We are here to participate in the Spirit Qi meeting. We don't have any intention of snatching the opportunity from your sect's disciples. And this opportunity to condense the treasure can only be unique. If it is your sect's disciples' opportunity, we can only clap and congratulate him. Do you think we will snatch it? You actually know about the treasure? Another disciple was even more shocked. Not only that, I came with the permission of Senior Shi Wuming to participate. Xiaohua said coldly. Hearing that Xiaohua was Shi Wuming in advance, everyone shrunk their necks and looked at each other. Meng Yang was also quite embarrassed and forced a smile. Since you are Marshal Uncle Shi's guest, just say it directly. Why hide it? Xiaohua glanced at him and closed his eyes to rest. The Blue Li sect disciples around them started to whisper again. After a while, a few more disciples gradually entered the hall. They were all around the 11th layer of qi condensation. At the head of the hall, there was a table that had been empty all this time. No cultivators sat there. Almost an hour later, they heard the sound of footsteps followed by the sound of rustling clothes. Xiaohua and the others looked up and saw an early-stage foundation building cultivator leading several disciples around the 11th layer of the aura refining realm into the hall. Greetings, Senior Hu. Greetings, Manor Lord Hu. The group of cultivators stood up. Xiaohua and the others looked at each other and also stood up. Disciples, please have a seat. Manor Master Hu walked to the table at the head of the table. His gaze turned and paused on Xiaohua and the others. Then he said, This humble manor is fortunate enough to hold this gathering for the future of my Lonely sect. Perhaps some disciple will have this opportunity. If this disciple can come out of my Ling Pei Mountain Villa, I hope that you will take care of my Ling Pei Mountain Villa in the future. Of course, the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples are lucky enough to have this opportunity. I welcome the arrival of the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples. Thank you, Manor Lord Hu. Xiaohua and the others didn't dare to neglect and said in unison. Alright, I won't say any more. This condensed treasure has already been tried. I have no fate with it. I's disciples haven't tried it yet. They will try it with everyone. Hearing that the Ling Pei Mountain Villa's disciples haven't tried it, the group of disciples showed respect on their faces. They smiled and said, Manor Lord Hu is truly righteous. You are a capable disciple of my Lonely sect. Junior and the others admire you. Disciples think too highly of I. Manor Master Hu laughed and waved his hand. The disciples behind him all sat at the head table. He then said, I'll invite fellow Taoist fan over. Let's see who among the disciples here has the opportunity. Thank you, Manor Lord Hu. Everyone bowed again. Manor Head, who had only been gone for half the time it took to brew a cup of tea when he returned with a cultivator who was also in the early stage of foundation establishment. The cultivator was not tall and looked very simple and honest. He had thick eyebrows and a dark face. He looked just like a farmer. Manor Lord Hu led Fan Qingmu to the main hall and said with a smile, Disciples, this is Senior Fan Qingmu. He's a good friend of I. This time he came to my Ling Pei Mountain Villa because of I. Juniors greet Senior Fan. The disciples naturally respectfully saluted. Fan Qingmu's tone was very cold. He waved his hand and said, Since you are all Manor Lord Hu's juniors and Manor Lord Hu has gathered all of you here, then Manor Lord Hu has already considered you all as his own nephews. Since we have such a relationship, I won't be polite. There's no need for any of the so-called etiquette. Today's matter was facilitated by Manor Lord Hu and gave all of you this opportunity. In I's opinion, no matter who has the opportunity or not, they must remember Manor Lord Hu's intentions and remember them in their hearts. We understand. It is because of Manor Lord Hu's righteousness that we have this opportunity. The disciples all said in unison. Xiaohua slightly frowned and glanced at Sun Shu and the others. Sure enough, the three of them had a strange expression. Of course, from the current situation, this wasn't a spirit gathering, it was more like a loyalty gathering. Haha, I's intention was to give all of you a chance, I didn't think too much about it. Manor Lord Hu said with a red face. At this moment a red light flew over. It was a voice transmission talisman. When Manor Lord whose divine sense swept over it, his heart thumped. He thought to himself, this guy. Why did he rush over at this time? However, Manor Lord whose expression didn't change. He said, all right, I won't say any more. I'm sure all of you are already anxious, right? As he said that, he patted his hand and took out a disc array from his storage bag. I will open the seal in the hall. For such an important matter, it's better to keep it a secret. Manor Master who tapped the disc array with his hand and several orange-red threads of light flew out from the disc array. The threads of light drew an arc in the air and landed at the four corners of the hall. The moment the threads of light landed, it was as though something had been ignited. Surging flames roared and engulfed the entire hall. Io. Xiaohua was slightly shocked. However, when he looked at the calm Lonely sect disciples around him, he narrowed his eyes and released his divine sense. The surging flames quickly covered the entire hall. Just as the flames were about to close, a soft cheat sound rang out and the flames in the hall disappeared without a trace. At this moment, Xiaohua's divine sense was immediately repelled by the restrictions on the four walls of the hall and could no longer penetrate through. Chapter 1727. Alright, I'll leave for a moment. Manor Head who scanned the area with his divine sense in satisfaction. As he spoke, he pointed at the disc array and a similar thread of light shot out. Manor Head who followed the thread of light out of the hall. Xiaohua looked at Manor Head who's back thoughtfully. But all the other disciples, including Kun Fian and the other two, had their eyes focused on Fan Qingmu. Disciples. Fan Qingmu naturally understood what everyone was thinking. He clapped his hands and a strange-looking magic tool appeared in his hands. That magic tool was like a turtle shell. Except for an opening in one place, everything else was tightly sealed. There was nothing special about it. Everyone scanned it with their divine sense but couldn't penetrate it. I know what everyone is thinking. I will get straight to the point. The condensed knowledge treasure is in this Qing Wu. Which disciple has the opportunity to become the owner of the condensed knowledge treasure? You only need to reach your hand in and you will know. Fan Qingmu's voice sounded in the hall. However, before everyone tries, I have two requests. Xiaohua retracted his gaze from where Manor Head who disappeared. Looking at the eagerness in Sun Shu's eyes, he transmitted his voice. Senior Sun, is what Senior Fan said correct? Just reach out and touch it, can you be sure? Sun Shu's eyes flashed with excitement. She transmitted her voice with a smile. Exactly. That year, that senior from the Imperial Thunder Sect also coincidentally came to the Sun Thunder Palace for business and accidentally damaged the magic tool that contained the condensed knowledge treasure. When he touched the condensed knowledge treasure with his hand, the condensed knowledge treasure immediately seeped into his skin and all the realms were absorbed by him. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Senior Sun, are you sure you're not telling a story? How can the condensed knowledge treasure be placed in a magic tool? Don't you know how to use a magic tool to protect it? Junior Xiao is different. The condensed knowledge treasure is important, but the problem is that the reincarnated disciple's cultivation is so high. If we use a magic tool to protect it, Golden Dan cultivators can't touch it. What's the use of the condensed knowledge treasure? Sun Shu smiled. As for all these coincidences, maybe it's heaven's will. Heaven's will? Xiaohua shook his head. If the heavens have feelings, the heavens will grow old. If the earth has no hatred, the earth will be peaceful. Loser. Xiaohua said casually, but as soon as his words reached Sun Shu, Xiaohua's heart trembled. The karma hand in the air flickered slightly. Karma. 2 of the 3,000 great gas. Perhaps karma doesn't just apply to one life. Even if it's 3 lives, the karma heavenly Tao will still work. After Xiaohua comprehended this point, the hand of karma became a little clearer. On the other hand, Sun Shu's eyes flashed with a trace of confusion and a trace of tenderness. He looked at Xiaohua and unconsciously muttered in his heart, that's right, if the heavens have feelings, the heavens will also grow old. Why is there so much love in this world? In the hall, Fan Qingmu's voice sounded. My first condition is that every disciple must pay a piece of top-level spiritual stone before they try. This. Xiaohua was stunned. Then the corners of his mouth curled up as he thought to himself, this senior is really good at making money. But thinking about it, that was indeed the case. She had no reason to let him try anything. How could there be no benefit? This piece of top-grade spirit stone was probably because it was in Ling Pei Mountain Villa. If it was somewhere else, it would be even more. Senior Fan has worked so hard, we should be filial to you. At the head table, a disciple of Manor Master who stood up and said, "This junior is not talented, but I will help Senior collect these spirit stones." Hee hee, thank you for your trouble. Fan Qingmu squeezed out a smile from his face. Obviously he knew this disciple and the other disciples also knew him. Someone even handed over the spirit stones to him and said with a smile, "Thank you, Senior Brother Ling." Xiao Hua and the others didn't say anything. When Senior Brother Ling came over, they all handed over the spirit stones to him. After Senior Brother Ling collected the spirit stones from everyone in the hall and handed them to Fan Qingmu accepted them without even looking and said, "My second condition is also very simple. Before you put your hand into the Qing Wu, you must make a blood oath that if any disciple is the owner of this treasure, you must do your best to help I step into the gold core stage." What? The Lon Li sect disciples didn't know what they were thinking, but Xiao Hua and the others couldn't help but frown. Do your best to help him step into the gold core stage? Brothers and sisters. Senior Brother Ling, who just received the spirit stones, stood up and said, "Senior Brother Fan was lucky to be able to obtain this treasure. Naturally he has some luck with the owner of this treasure. For him to take out the treasure for us to try is in itself a very righteous thing to do. Think about it, if one of your fellow disciples is the owner of this treasure, and Senior Brother Fan doesn't come at all, will this fellow disciple have the luck to reach the realm of his previous life? If this fellow disciple doesn't return Senior Brother Fan's favor, will he be able to break through the realm of his previous life and go further? Senior Brother Fan's condition is also to help this fellow disciple. Moreover, Senior Brother Fan also said that he will do his best. If this fellow disciple doesn't have the ability, then Senior Brother Fan's words are in vain. Senior Brother Fan is also leaving a lot of leeway for everyone." Xiao Hua and the others looked at each other, and there seemed to be some realization in each other's eyes. The matter of a meat pie falling from the sky has never happened before. If you want to get something, you must give something. Fan Qingmu's condition was inevitable. The Blue Li sect disciples in the hall pondered for a moment, and then someone shouted, "Senior Brother Fan is right. We only need to pay the price of one spirit stone to obtain the treasure. It is really easy. To help Senior Brother Fan step into the gold core stage is the obligation and price of the treasure's owner. I agree to make a blood oath." "Good, this fellow disciple, come over and try first." Fan Qingmu was overjoyed and pointed with a smile. "Yes, thank you, Senior Brother Fan." The disciple stepped forward and bowed. "Fellow disciple doesn't need to be like this. If you are the owner of the treasure, I will have to call you Senior Brother." Fan Qingmu patted the disciple's shoulder and forced a smile on his face. "I don't dare. If this disciple is fated, I will never forget Senior's grace." That disciple was very flattered and hurriedly discovered the blood oath. Then with a trembling arm he slowly extended a hand into the Qing Wu. Evidently, Fan Qingmu was also extremely concerned, his eyes fixed on that disciple's reaction. Unfortunately, after the disciple reached his hand in, he was first stunned, then at a loss. The previous anxiety had long disappeared. "Forget it. Fellow disciple, please take out your hand." Fan Qingmu was not surprised. He smiled naturally and said, "It seems that you are not the owner of the treasure." But the disciple helplessly took out his hand. 3 of his fingers seemed to be still moving as if he wanted to continue. The disciple also had something to say and wanted to argue. However, he looked at Fan Qingmu's appearance and then looked at the other disciples who had already walked behind him. He did not say the rest of his words. He turned around and walked back to his seat, sitting there in a daze. The disciple next to him naturally wanted to ask, but looking at the disciple's appearance and thinking that he would be able to touch the treasure soon, he did not ask any more. Although there were many disciples in the hall, it was easy to reach into the treasure. In just half an hour, except for Xiao Hua and the other 3, all the disciples in the hall had tried. The entire hall was silent. No one spoke. If a needle fell to the ground, one could probably hear the sound. It was as if the air in the entire hall had condensed. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Xiao Hua sighed. He stood up and walked in front of Fan Qingmu. He cupped his hands and said, "Junior Xiao Hua of the Imperial Thunder Sect greets Senior Fan." And Manor Master who just told I that the four of you are Senior Chu's favor. Senior Chu also has a favor for I, so I cannot refuse. Please. Fan Qingmu nodded slightly and said. Xiaohua casually swore a blood oath, extending his hand into Qingwu. Why is it so soft? Xiaohua only felt that there was something slippery and soft at the place where his fingers touched. Very naturally, two of his fingers slightly pinched. And at the place where he pinched, that slippery thing was like liquid sliding out from his fingers. A kind of coolness was produced. Seems that there is no reaction? Xiaohua's eyes turned and thought very strangely. Hee little friend Xiao, you don't seem to be the owner of this treasure. Fan Qingmu smiled and said, please take out your finger. Yes, Junior understands. Xiaohua did not have much hope. Hearing Fan Qingmu's reminder, he took out his hand and looked between his fingers. There was no wet place. Immediately after, Kun Fian, Qian Diheng and Sun Shu each went forward to try. Without exception, there was no change. The disappointment on the faces of the three was needless to say. The faces of the Lanli sect disciples were also filled with joy. Forget it, Fan Qingmu clapped his hand and the treasure flew into the air. As he kept it in his storage bag, he raised his head and shouted, Manor Master Hu, please open the enchantment. Among the disciples of Ling Pei Mountain Villa, except for a disciple at the 12th level of Qi refining who did not move, the others also stood up and walked towards the entrance of the hall. However, at this moment a sudden change occurred. At the entrance, a ball of orange flame was produced. The flame condensed into the shape of a rocket. With a whoosh, it shot towards Fan Qingmu. Fan Qingmu was in the middle of putting away his storage bag, so he wasn't on guard at all. It was only when the fire arrow was about a foot in front of him that he realized it was coming. Fan Qingmu didn't have time to say anything. He formed a seal with his hand and waved it forward. A thunder palm appeared from his palm and struck the fire arrow. With a light kacha sound, the half-foot-long thunder palm hit the rocket. The orange flame was completely shattered and fell to the ground. Manor Lord Hu, what do you mean by this? Fan Qingmu's expression changed as he said coldly, do you want to leave this Ningji treasure behind? Chapter 1728. Manor Master Hu, don't you want the lives of your Lanli sect disciples? Fan Qingmu clapped his hand and a magic weapon that looked like a crutch appeared in his hand. He sneered, moreover, I have made it clear that if you don't have eyes spell, no one can open this Qingwu. The condensed knowledge treasure inside. You can't get it. Who knew that it would have been better if Fan Qingmu didn't say that? As soon as his voice fell, more than a dozen orange-red brilliants flashed from around him. Each brilliance formed a fire arrow and shot towards Fan Qingmu's body at the same time. Go! Fan Qingmu's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. He released his pressure and filled the entire hall. Then he waved his magic weapon again and several rotating brilliances came out from the crutch. They shot in different trajectories towards the Ling Pei Mountain Villa disciples who had walked to the entrance of the hall and were already alert. They took out their yellow talismans and prepared to defend themselves. Puff puff puff, there were a series of muffled sounds. How could the Ling Pei Mountain Villa disciples' yellow talismans be a match for Fan Qingmu's magic weapon? They were easily broken by the brilliance. Moreover, the brilliance that pierced through the yellow talismans was like a sharp sword. It didn't lose its momentum and pierced towards every disciple's body. Kacha kacha, just as the brilliance pierced the disciples' bodies, the brilliance on their bodies flickered and disappeared. Then there was the sound of the brilliance shattering. The yellow talismans on their bodies couldn't withstand a single blow and were all pierced by the brilliance. The disciples without the yellow talismans were like chickens waiting to be slaughtered under the pressure of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Their bodies were easily pierced by the brilliance and they didn't have any power to fight back. They all fell into a pool of blood. The disciple who was at the peak of the 12th level of Qi refining realm who was sitting at the head table just now didn't get up. Although there was some panic on his face, he wasn't as frightened as the surrounding disciples. When he collapsed to the ground, he clapped his hands and a small triangular flag was pinched in his hand. Fan Qingmu killed several disciples of Ling Pei Mountain Villa. He glanced around and saw the situation in the hall clearly. However, the dozens of fire arrows that were shot out from the array in the hall had already flown in front of him. He didn't have time to chase after the other Lanli sect disciples. Humph! Fan Qingmu sneered. He really didn't understand what Manor Head Who meant. However, since he dared to come to Ling Pei Mountain Villa, he naturally had a plan to deal with it. He clapped his hand again and a ruler-like celestial artifact appeared from his storage bag. As he activated his spiritual power, it quickly flew above his head. Immediately, a yellow brilliance emitted from the ruler. In the blink of an eye, it protected Fan Qingmu's body. At this moment, the fire arrow that was flying towards him had only flown half a foot forward. Fan Qingmu's eyes narrowed as he saw his magic item protecting him. He waved the magic item in his hand once more, and several dozen rays of light spun out to meet the fire arrows. Pa 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 pa, a series of crisp sounds could be heard. Flames flashed around Fan Qingmu like fireworks, but they were also annihilated. Ha Manor Head Who, if you don't show up, how can you be Ai's opponent with just the array in this hall? Fan Qingmu laughed heartily. He cast his gaze towards the many disciples in the hall. Under his pressure, everyone, including the 4 disciples from the Imperial Lightning Sect, had collapsed to the ground. They looked at him with pale faces, their eyes filled with horror and fear. Although Fan Qingmu's magic item produced a lot of brilliance, it was only an attack after all. In addition to 70% of the fire arrows being destroyed, 30% of the fire arrows leaped out from the gaps in the brilliance and shot straight at his protective light curtain. Pop pop pot, just as Fan Qingmu's gaze was wandering, several fire arrows shot at the light curtain. Without exception, they couldn't break through the protection of the light curtain and turned into fireworks that fell to the ground. Therefore, Fan Qingmu threw away his last bit of vigilance and sneered, "Since Manor Head Who is so heartless, don't blame I for being unrighteous. I will kill all of your descendants in Ling Pei Mountain Villa." As he spoke, he waved the magic item in his hand again and again. Many rays of brilliance flashed like sharp swords and shot at the many disciples who collapsed in the hall. Suddenly, screams sounded in the hall. One by one, the lives of the Lanli sect disciples were easily taken by Fan Qingmu. The 4 disciples of Imperial Thunder sect naturally collapsed to the ground and couldn't move. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and calmly observed. Not only was the cloud-suppressing seal eager to try, but the mighty Vajra celestial body hidden in his body could come out at any time to resist Fan Qingmu's pressure. Fortunately, Fan Qingmu knew the origin of Xiaohua and the others. He seemed to have a lingering fear, or perhaps he had other plans. When he waved his magic item, he missed the 4 of them. Since that was the case, Xiaohua didn't want to create more trouble and didn't want to get involved in the grudge between the Lanli sect and Fan Qingmu. He only allowed Fan Qingmu to kill the disciples of the Lanli sect while he carefully took precautions. However, just when Fan Qingmu took control of the entire hall, another change suddenly occurred. Most of the fire arrows that were shot at Fan Qingmu's protective light curtain fell to the ground. It was obvious that their power was not enough to break through the defense of the light curtain. However, just when Fan Qingmu shifted his attention away and focused on killing the disciples of the Lanli sect, the moment one of the fire arrows touched the light curtain, the flame on the fire arrow disappeared and revealed its original form. It was actually a slender magic item in the shape of a rhombus. The sharp tip of the rhombus magic item had a faint blue light flickering. Moreover, there were also faint runes flowing around the magic item. Puff! The moment the flames disappeared, the rhombus-shaped celestial artifact suddenly raised its head like an awakened green python and rushed towards the light screen. The light screen that had blocked the numerous fire arrows only lasted for a moment before the rhombus-shaped celestial artifact's blue tip corroded a hole in it. The rhombus-shaped celestial artifact easily flew through the hole and pierced straight towards Fan Qingmu's heart. Ah! Fan Qingmu was alarmed when he sensed that the light screen of his Dharma artifact had been broken. He quickly formed a seal with his free hand and sent a thunder palm toward the rhombus-shaped Dharma artifact. Crack! The thunder palm struck, but the rhombus-shaped Dharma artifact seemed to have a mind of its own. With a slight twist, it bypassed the thunder palm. This is bad. Only then did Fan Qingmu realize that something was wrong. He hurriedly slapped his shoulder and a light green brilliance rapidly spread from his shoulder to his entire body. Unfortunately, although the brilliance was fast, it was not as fast as the rhombus-shaped artifact. As soon as the light green brilliance reached Fan Qingmu's shoulder, the artifact's sharp point pierced his heart. In an instant, the brilliance from his heart shone brightly. It seemed to be Fan Qingmu's protective defense. Unfortunately, this defense was still no match for the strong poison of the magic item. It was quickly corroded and flaws appeared. Chapter 1729. Fan Qingmu only had time to let out a blood-curdling scream before a pitch-black qi emerged from his heart and rapidly spread to every part of his body. Following the emergence of this black qi, pieces of rotten flesh accompanied by a nauseating smell fell from Fan Qingmu's body. Fan Qingmu's corpse was still in a standing posture. When the pieces of flesh fell to the ground in a very strange manner, it did not take long for the pale white bones to be revealed. Highly toxic. Xiao Hua in the distance immediately narrowed his eyes and thought with a chill in his heart. He then looked at the door of the hall. Fan Qingmu is dead. His oppressive aura immediately disappeared. The group of Blue Li sect disciples immediately became lively. Their faces were filled with surprise. Many of them shouted, "Manor Master!" who quickly opened the array. In the hall, the only remaining disciple of Ling Pei Mountain Villa quietly put away the triangular flag. He stood up coldly and looked at the door of the hall. He was about to speak. At this moment there was a schwack sound and the door of the hall opened. A black object was thrown in and landed on the table with a muffled dang. In the hall the disciples were all cultivators. How could they not understand? That black object was none other than the head of Ling Pei Mountain Villa's Manor Master Hu. Manor Master Hu? Many disciples cried out in alarm. Their faces were filled with fear. Unlike the other disciples, the Ling Pei Mountain Villa's disciple had a cruel smile on his face. However, when he heard the voice outside the hall, an extremely shocked expression appeared on his face. Let me see how much effort Hu Ming has put in the past 10 years and how many disciples of the Lanli sect he has won over. A sharp voice sounded. Although it sounded like a man's voice, there was a hint of femininity in the voice. Here, Senior Uncle Ian. The voice was obviously very special. The disciples could immediately recognize it even when they were frightened. Following the shouts of the disciples, a dozen or so cultivators slowly walked in from the entrance of the hall. The one in front was an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. He wasn't very tall, but his body was short and his face was thin. However, his pale face was very strange. He didn't look like a normal cultivator who was full of vitality. Behind Martial Uncle Ian, there were a dozen or so disciples in the 11th layer of Qi refining. However, apart from the few in front who were acting normally, the rest of the disciples looked dispirited. They were obviously injured. Moreover, judging by their dejected expressions, they should be the disciples of Master Hu of Ling Pei Mountain Village. As expected, the disciple who had just stood up had a look of surprise on his face. He placed his hand in his bosom and stood there quietly, looking at Martial Uncle Ian. Martial Uncle Ian walked to the top of the hall and swept his gaze across the hall. After his gaze swept past the faces of Xiao Hua and the others, it stopped at a few disciples among the crowd. You all are really bold. You all know that I have a grudge with Hu Ming, yet you dared to hide it from me and join him. As soon as Martial Uncle Ian spoke, the disciples with pale faces and trembling bodies quickly stepped forward. With a plop they knelt on the ground and shouted, "Martial Uncle Ian, we didn't join Hu Ming. It was Hu Ming who said that there was a treasure today and invited us to come and try it out. We have absolutely no intention of betraying Martial Uncle Ian." Martial Uncle Ian sneered and said, if it was so simple, would I have scolded you all? If you all only had such selfish motives, why didn't you inform me? Why didn't you inform my direct disciple?" Senior Uncle Ian sneered. A disciple boldly said, reporting to Martial Uncle, Hu Ming only said to keep it a secret. He didn't want us to tell anyone else. Senior Uncle Yin's expression didn't change. He waved his hand and a beam of light shot out. It seemed to be an enchanted item, but it also seemed to be a yellow talisman. The disciple sensed it and his body twitched as if he wanted to resist. But Senior Uncle Yin's pressure completely suppressed him, making it impossible for him to move. A dark green light flashed and a miserable scream rang out. The disciple's body also began to turn black, and pieces of rotting flesh began to fall from his body. The other disciples immediately shouted, "Martial Uncle, please spare us. If you think you're the only one who knows. Since there are so many disciples gathered in the hall, how could you be the only one who knows?" Martial Uncle Ian sneered at the skeleton that gradually appeared. Then he looked at the disciples who were kneeling on the ground with blood on their foreheads and said, "Since you knew, why did you do it in the first place? Back then, if any of you knew, you could have just sent me a message. Martial uncle, please spare us." The disciples immediately turned pale with fright. Knowing that there was no hope, they unconsciously began to resist. "Go kill them." Martial Uncle Ian waved his hand and ordered. At the same time, the pressure of the Foundation establishment stage pressed down. "Yes, we understand." Several disciples behind Senior Uncle Ian replied. Then they clapped their hands and took out several yellow talismans. "What about Qingyu? What about the other disciples? Master, please give us your orders." When a few disciples walked a few steps forward, the fireball talismans in their hands shot out and landed on the bodies of those disciples. Several heart-wrenching screams sounded in everyone's ears, causing everyone's hearts to tremble in fear. A skinny disciple beside Martial Uncle Ian asked in a low voice. In an instant, everyone pricked up their ears and looked at Martial Uncle Ian with pitiful eyes. "The other disciples?" Martial Uncle Ian glanced at them coldly and said in a sharp voice, "They didn't swear a blood oath to be loyal to me. We'll make a blood oath right now." All the disciples shouted when they heard this. It seemed like they had found an opportunity to live. "Qingyu, there's no need for him to live." Martial Uncle Ian looked at the disciple who had been standing in front of the table and sneered, "How can I not know what he's thinking?" With that, Martial Uncle Ian raised his hand and flicked his middle finger. Seeing a green dot of light shoot out from Martial Uncle Ian's hand, Qingyu's expression changed greatly. He didn't dare to hesitate and immediately took out the scarlet triangular flag from before. Martial Uncle Ian was stunned when he saw the flag. An indescribable expression flashed through his eyes and his finger that was about to shoot out a second light unconsciously paused. Qingyu took out the small flag and didn't stop. He activated his magic power and a few strands of black light shot out from the small flag, shooting straight towards the walls of the hall. Uncle Yin's eyes were filled with interest as he watched the strands of black light land on the walls of the hall. He didn't raise his hand to stop them. As the black light landed on the walls of the hall, the black light flashed from the walls. As the light flickered, the restrictions in the hall weakened. Strands of black gas gradually squeezed out from the restrictions and quickly spread to cover the entire hall. "Quick now." In the distance, Xiaohua shouted and slapped his hand. A strand of Samadhi True Fire appeared in his hand. Xiaohua waved his hand and the Samadhi True Fire appeared in his hand. With a palm strike he slapped the nearest wall. The restriction on the wall had already been diluted by the black gas. After being burned by the Samadhi True Fire, a small hole had already appeared in the restriction. At this moment the restrictions on the four walls were replaced by the old ones. Xiaohua's plan was indeed effective. "Go." At this time Qian Diheng also shouted. With a wave of his hand, his halberd immediately flew into the air. A tricolored brilliance emerged from the tip of the halberd, turning into 3 balls of light the size of a duck egg. They rushed towards the place where the Samadhi True Fire was burning. Rumble. With 3 loud explosions, a hole the size of a person was blasted out of the restriction on the wall. "I'll go first." Qian Diheng urged his spiritual power and didn't dare to hesitate. He flew towards the human-sized hole. Ming Hao was the first to fly out. Although Xiaohua was the closest to the wall, he didn't move. He just stared at Qingyu while his heart churned endlessly. Although he hadn't seen this scarlet triangular flag before, he wasn't unfamiliar with the black cheese restriction. It was very similar to the demonic formation he'd seen on the Thousand Zhang Peak. Moreover, he could also see the difference within the churning black qi. This was clearly demonic qi. Demonic cultivator. Xiaohua immediately judged it. However, looking at Qingyu, he didn't seem to be possessed by the blood shadow. He was no different from an ordinary human cultivator. Suddenly, Xiaohua frowned and thought of what Xiao Xinrui said that day. Heavenly Demon Sect? Is this disciple the Heavenly Demon Sect that Senior Sister mentioned? At the same time, Xiaohua also diverted some attention to look at Martial Uncle Ian. The cloud-suppressing seal in his body was ready to attack at any time. However, Martial Uncle Ian didn't seem to see what Xiaohua and the others were doing. He only looked at Qingyu as if Qingyu, a disciple of Lingpei Mountain Villa at the 12th level of Qi refining, was more important than Xiaohua and the other 4 disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect. "Watch me." Seeing that after Qian Diheng had escaped, the black qi on the wall had become denser and denser, gradually covering up the hole, Kun Fian coldly shouted. The thunder-trapping bead in his hand also left his hand. Before the thunder-trapping bead flew to the wall, it had already enlarged to the size of a bowl. Countless tiny lightning bolts were released from the thunder-trapping bead, striking the black qi with a crackling sound. That lightning glow was indeed the nemesis of the black qi. Countless black qi was annihilated by the lightning glow. Instantly, another hole that was twice the size of the previous one appeared. "I'm going," Kun Fian said coquettishly and flew into the hole. Ouch! At this moment, Qing Yu's attention was diverted from martial Uncle Yin. Seeing that 2 of the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples had already escaped, he became anxious and spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto the small triangular flag. The small triangular flag flashed with black light, and even more black light with traces of blood flew out from the flag. It repeatedly shot into the 4 walls of the hall. Thus, even more dense black qi crazily surged out from the walls. In the blink of an eye, the hole that Kun Fian had escaped from was filled up. Chapter 1730. Go. The remaining Sun Shu's expression changed slightly. He glanced at Xiao Hua, and the thunder lock in his hand flew into the air like Kun Fian's thunder-trapping bead. Dozens of tiny lightning bolts also shot towards the hole. With the same crackling sounds, the thick black smoke was hit by the lightning bolts, and the hole appeared again, once again expanding to the size of a person. I'll go first? Sun Shu's voice was clearly different from the previous 2. It seemed to carry a questioning tone, and he looked at Xiao Hua with concern. When Xiao Hua nodded, Sun Shu's figure flew into the air about to enter the hole. Unfortunately, at this moment, a low voice rang out, "Useless things, 2 of you have already escaped." As the voice spoke, a human figure appeared at the entrance of the hall. This person wore an ordinary Taoist robe and held a small triangular flag in his hand. However, this flag was twice as big as Qing Yu's. Moreover, the scarlet color was even deeper, as if it had been smeared with a thick layer of blood. Go. That person waved the small flag in his hand, and a few rays of black and red light shot towards the wall. Those rays of light were like water droplets that were thrown into a pot of oil. With a series of crackling sounds, more black gas gushed out from the wall at an extremely fast speed, firmly blocking the hole that Sun Shu had just created. This is bad. He thought to himself, this is bad. He slapped his forehead, wanting to take out the cloud-suppressing seal. However, just as he raised his hand into the air, his heart skipped a beat and he immediately stopped. He turned his head to look at Sun Shu's thunder lock, and saw that it couldn't break through the black smoke. He then looked at martial Uncle Yin and the person who came later. Chong Huan? Xiao Hua recognized that person's face. His eyes unconsciously narrowed, and the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile. This senior martial brother Chong was actually the Chong Huan that Xiao Hua had met in 100 Herb Gate when he was still an apprentice disciple of Shang Huaming. Thus Xiao Hua felt even more certain that he had made the right choice. This guy, how could he also have this kind of flag? And it looks even more powerful than Qing Yu's flag. This guy, isn't he a loose cultivator? Could it be that he also joined some heavenly demon sect? Xiao Hua thought to himself. He turned around to look at Sun Shu, who had landed beside him, and nodded slightly. And Sun Shu was vexed in his heart, but when he saw Xiao Hua's calm gaze, his heart relaxed for no reason. That's right, this junior brother of his still hasn't taken out his most powerful cloud-suppressing seal. What is there to be afraid of? Moreover, the martial Uncle Yin who came first and the cultivator who came later were obviously not from the same group. If the sandpiper and the clam fought, the fisherman would benefit from it. Xiao Hua and I definitely have a chance. Therefore Sun Shu placed the lightning lock on top of her head. A misty brilliance sprinkled down from the lightning lock, protecting her and Xiao Hua. When Chong Huan saw that Sun Shu was blocked, he no longer paid attention to him. His gaze swept past Xiao Hua as if he didn't recognize him at all. He turned his head to look at martial Uncle Yin. Yin Meng, why did you come to Ling Pei Mountain Villa instead of staying in Limo Ridge? Then he looked at the black head of Hu Ming on the table and laughed. So you are after the foundation of Pei Mountain Villa. What a coincidence, it's actually the same as my heavenly demon sect's plan. Meng raised his head and laughed loudly. This old man has long heard of the heavenly demon sect's reputation, but I didn't expect to meet it today. However, your heavenly demon sect really disappoints this old man. Your disciples' cultivation isn't very high, but your tone isn't small. You, a junior in the 12th layer of Qi refining, actually dares to criticize this old man, a foundation establishment cultivator? Could it be, this old man can't kill you? It's no wonder. You seem to be that extremely notorious loose cultivator, Changhuan. Meng looked as if he suddenly realized something and sneered. Before, you were just a minor character in the 9th layer of Qi refining. Now that you have cultivated to the late stage of the 12th layer of Qi refining, you think you are amazing? You really don't know that there is always someone better than you. Alas, criticizing this old man in front of this old man, you are simply a jumping clown. Fine, I'll let you see the power of a foundation establishment cultivator. As soon as Meng's voice fell, he didn't take out any magic tool. He only flicked his right hand, his 5 fingers like playing a pipa, drawing a few afterimages in the air. In an instant, more than 10 sparks of fire, emitting a bewitching light, enveloped Changhuan from top to bottom. You are just a foundation establishment cultivator. What is there to be proud of? Although Changhuan's mouth spoke arrogantly, he didn't dare to be negligent. He waved the triangular formation flag, and a thick blood-black fog gushed out from the roof above his head, blocking the 10 sparks of fire. Pa 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 pa, more than 10 consecutive sounds rang out. The sound was very dull, and the originally thick blood fog was instantly blown apart. However, even though the blood fog was stretched out very long and was blown away by the explosions, there wasn't a single spark of blood fog. A foundation establishment cultivator is only SS. Changhuan's originally somewhat apprehensive mood immediately became excited, and his eyes flashed with a greedy light. His gaze was on the storage pouch at Meng's waist. Should I go up and help? In the distance, Xiaohua saw Changhuan's gaze and felt annoyed. He couldn't help but think. As he thought this, he turned his head to look at Sun Shu. At this time, Sun Shu was very calm and narrowed his eyes. Feeling Xiaohua's gaze, Sun Shu glanced at Xiaohua and whispered, "These 2 cultivators aren't anything good. No matter who wins, both of our lives won't be guaranteed. Let's wait for both of them to be injured, then you and I will attack together." As senior sister says. Xiaohua nodded. Looking again, Meng's face also revealed shock. He clapped his hand and a 3-inch-long rhombus-shaped magic tool like a flying sword floated in his palm. It was precisely the magic tool he used to kill Fan Qingmu just now, the Jade Rise shuttle. How can you measure the divine abilities of a foundation establishment cultivator? A trace of a smile appeared on Meng's face. Under the urging of his magic power, the Jade Rise shuttle suddenly expanded, and the green at the tip became even more dazzling. In my heavenly demon sect's blood formation, even a foundation establishment cultivator will be trampled under my feet, Changhuan arrogantly said. Then he looked at Qin Yu and cursed, 2 Imperial Thunder Sect disciples have already escaped, yet you still want to let the other disciples go? Quickly kill all of Meng's disciples. Yes, disciple understands. Qin Yu's expression had already changed a few times as he stood there. He clearly understood the stakes involved. When he heard Changhuan's instructions, a ferocious expression appeared on his face. He waved the small flag in his hand. Immediately, the blood fog that surged out from the walls split apart and aggressively charged towards the disciples beside Meng. When Meng's disciples saw this, they didn't dare to be negligent. Several of them clapped their hands and several fireball talismans, ice talismans and other talismans shot out in succession. Unexpectedly, these powerful yellow talismans had already entered the blood mist and immediately lost their power. If they weren't corroded by the blood mist and turned into talismans, then they would explode and be covered by the blood mist. They couldn't harm anyone at all. Quick magical artifacts. The disciples immediately came to their senses and cried out in alarm, each of them taking out their magical artifacts. However, they were only Qi condensation disciples, so how many of them had magic tools? Even more disciples panicked and took out defensive yellow talismans such as Vajra talismans and Iron Cloak talismans, and hurriedly used them on themselves. Chapter 1731. Who would have thought that the defensive light barriers that usually looked extremely sturdy, which couldn't even be broken by ordinary fireball talismans, would be so fragile in the face of the blood-black mist. As soon as the mist came into contact with the light barriers, it immediately emitted a faint zhi-zhi sound. The light barriers were corroded to form an extremely small flaw, and as the mist surged in, the flaw became even larger. In just a few blinks of an eye, the defensive light barriers of the numerous disciples were completely corroded, and the mist was about to corrode their bodies. So powerful. The numerous disciples were greatly shocked. The yellow talismans in their hands continuously shot out, thickening the defensive light barriers again and again, wanting to stop the mist's corrosion. However, although there were many yellow talismans, they couldn't delay the mist's corrosion in the slightest. The brilliance of the numerous disciples flickered. In the end, when the yellow talismans were used up, it was time for them to die. Meanwhile, Yin Meng summoned the Jade Hive shuttle, and a trace of coldness flashed through his eyes. He formed a seal with his hand and pointed his finger. Go! The Jade Hive shuttle drew a faint arc in the air and pierced towards Chang Huan. Chang Huan didn't panic, nor did he take out a magic tool. He only shook the formation flag in his hand again, and the already thin mist from before thickened again, once again blocking the Jade Hive shuttle. This is a bit troublesome. Xiao Hua watched from afar, his brows tightly knitted. When he first saw Chang Huan had just reached the 9th layer of the Qi refinement realm. In these past few years, Chang Huan had actually advanced to the 12th layer of the Qi refinement realm. It was very obvious that his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds after he joined the Heavenly Demon Sect. The Heavenly Demon Sect was clearly a devil cultivator. Xiao Hua had never heard of it before, so it was very likely that it had only appeared in recent years. If it hadn't just been established, then it had always been secretly developing. Looking at Chang Huan's technique again, aside from using formation flags and borrowing the power of the Hall's formation to attack Yin Meng, he didn't reveal any devil cultivator techniques. Moreover, just this devil formation alone could trap a foundation establishment cultivator, which truly shocked Xiao Hua. Just as Xiao Hua was pondering, the Jade Hive shuttle had already rushed into the mist. At the very beginning, Xiao Hua could still see the Jade Hive shuttle flickering with blue light and the mist churning like boiling water. However, in a few breaths of time, everything became tranquil again, and the Jade Hive had already condensed into the mist. Yin Meng turned pale with fright. She conjured a Dharma seal and hurriedly tried to retrieve the Jade Tower shuttle. However, when the Dharma seal struck the fog, it was like a stone falling into water. She could only feel the Dharma artifact's response, but she was unable to retrieve it. Go! Chang Huan sneered. This time he no longer waved the flag. Instead he chanted and his hands began to form seals. As the seals formed, Chang Huan's face gradually turned black and his eyes became bloodshot. When the seals formed, Chang Huan shouted and hit the fog in front of him. Dozens of black gas condensed into the shape of sharp swords and flew toward Yin Meng. As the black gas flew, there was a faint ghostly howl. Not good. Seeing this, Yin Meng's expression also changed. She hurriedly clapped her hands and a ring-shaped ball flew into the air. It seemed to be a defensive artifact. The defensive green brilliance poured down from the top of her head, protecting Yin Meng's body. Chang Huan saw that the black gas condensed into black swords were about to pierce Yin Meng's body. How could he let Yin Meng cast the spell successfully? A ruthless look flashed in his eyes. He opened his mouth and spat a mouthful of blood essence into the black gas in front of him. The black gas rapidly surged a few times, and the dozens of black gas moved twice as fast as before. Go! Yin Meng loosened his hand. Like the previous aura refining disciples, he shot out many defensive yellow talismans. Yin Meng's yellow talismans were naturally high level. Although the ice and other brilliances they produced couldn't last long in front of the black gas, they could still block the black gas for a moment. Just this moment alone, the brilliance of the ring-shaped artifact could protect Yin Meng. Unfortunately, just as a hint of joy flashed in Yin Meng's eyes, the two black gas between his two sides suddenly became thicker. There were several faint bloodshot threads swimming in it. In the blink of an eye, the black gas pierced through the defensive brilliance that had just been produced and pierced into Yin Meng's Taoist robe. A resentful voice appeared in Yin Meng's eyes. It was only now that he realized that Chong Huan's blood essence had only stimulated these two black gas. The other streams were just a cover. The black gas was also very powerful. As soon as it pierced into Yin Meng's body, it immediately turned into black threads like swimming snakes. They followed Yin Meng's blood vessels and spread towards his vital points. Moreover, wherever the black threads passed, his skin would turn pitch black. Yin Meng clenched his teeth. Without making any hand seals, he waved his hand and took out a jade bottle from his storage pouch. He crushed the jade bottle and swallowed the medicinal pill inside without even looking at it. At the same time Yin Meng swallowed the medicinal pill, the dozens of black gas that had been blocked by the defensive yellow talismans also pierced his body. In an instant Yin Meng's entire body was shrouded in black gas. With a thump, Yin Meng's body unexpectedly fell to the ground, no longer moving. A foundation-building cultivator was killed just like that? Xiaohua looked on with a dumbfounded expression. Chong Huan also seemed to not dare to believe it. However, Chong Huan immediately laughed. A foundation-building cultivator is nothing more than this. As he spoke, he coldly looked at the Lanli sect disciples who were struggling in the black gas. His gaze fell on Xiaohua and Sun Shu. When he saw Xiaohua, he was slightly taken aback, but he immediately ignored him and said to Sun Shu with a smile, "The disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect are indeed worthy of their reputation." This poor Taoist was only a moment late and two people escaped. However, fortunately fellow Sun is not among them. Otherwise, wouldn't I's arrangements be in vain? Me? Sun Shu looked at Chong Huan in a daze and asked curiously, "This poor Taoist has never had any dealings with the Heavenly Devil sect, nor do I know any devil cultivators. May I know why fellow Taoist Chong is making such a big fuss?" Fellow Sun doesn't need to know about this. Chong Huan smiled and said, "When I capture fellow Sun and see that person, you will know for yourself. You're courting death." How could Sun Shu ask again? He pointed his finger. The lightning lock that had been protecting him and Xiaohua just now emitted a gorgeous brilliance. A flash of lightning flashed and struck towards Chong Huan. Kacha few sounds. The lightning split the black gas in front of Chong Huan into several strands. However, after the lightning disappeared, the black gas gathered together again. It was just that the color was a little lighter. Even a foundation establishment cultivator is not the opponent of this blood array. You, a chi refining cultivator, can turn the sky upside down? Chong Huan laughed and waved the small flag in his hand again. A lot of black gas surged out from the four walls of the hall. Not only did it protect Chong Huan, but it also drowned the entire hall. Although this devil chi isn't as powerful as the formation set up by the devil cultivator on the Thousand Zhang Peak, I'm afraid ordinary chi refining cultivators are also powerless against it. Xiaohua inwardly thought. Even Li Zongbao, who is at the great circle of chi refining, can't break it. It seems that I can only use the cloud suppressing seal or the devil spear tip. Moreover, this Chong Huan. If he had a grudge with this young master before. Since we met today, how can I let him escape? Xiaohua's current cultivation was close to the middle stage of foundation establishment. Although he was trapped in the blood array because he had already seen an even more powerful blood array before, he did not have the slightest trace of panic in his heart. When he saw that Sun Shu's lightning lock attack was ineffective, he clapped his hand and the white dust flew out from the space. It flew into the air and sprinkled a layer of yellow light that covered him and Sun Shu. Then he shouted, "Chong Huan, do you know this young master?" "You." At this moment Chong Huan was waving the small flag to attack the black gas. Hearing Xiaohua's words, he glanced at Xiaohua, narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "I don't care who you are. You're just a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Even if I've seen you before and have some grudges with you, I will absolutely not let you live. Don't try to worm your way into being friends with me." However, a trace of doubt flashed through his eyes. "Remember this well. This young master's name is Xiaohua. Don't go to the netherworld without knowing this young master's name." Xiaohua sneered and said loudly. "Xiaohua." Chong Huan was slightly stunned, but then the appearance of the first layer of chi refinement from several years ago merged with the appearance of the 12th layer of chi refinement in front of him. It's you?" Chong Huan was shocked. At this moment the corner of Xiaohua's mouth rose. He slapped his forehead and the cloud-suppressing seal flew out from his mouth. This cloud-suppressing seal was, after all, a magical treasure. As soon as it flew out, its aura was terrifying. Streams of heaven and earth spirit chi were attracted by the cloud-suppressing seal, and the bronze brilliance pushed away the black gas around 10 feet around it, creating a large empty space. Ah! Magic treasure? Chang Huan was shocked and at the same time his eyes flashed with greed. His somewhat red eyes swept over Xiaohua and said with a smile, "I didn't expect you to enter the Imperial Thunder Sect and be able to obtain this magic treasure. What a pity you didn't die in my hands last time. Today you still can't escape the fate of that day." Then he waved the small flag left and right. Clouds like black lotuses formed around the small flag. Under the urging of Chang Huan's magic power, they surged towards the cloud-suppressing seal. "This young master wants to see who will take whose life," Xiaohua sneered. He urged the magic power in his hand and poured it into the cloud-suppressing seal. Under Xiaohua's urging, the cloud-suppressing seal had already become 3 feet in size. Then it slowly flipped over. The red and yellow brilliance at the bottom of the cloud-suppressing seal was aimed at Chang Huan. "Go!" Xiaohua pointed his finger. The cloud-suppressing seal emitted a deafening buzzing sound and smashed towards Chang Huan. Ah! The boundless power of karma appeared on the cloud-suppressing seal, making Chang Huan feel like he couldn't dodge or even do anything. After all, when Chang Huan was a rogue cultivator, he did countless outrageous things and had a lot of karma on him. This kind of karma was his nemesis. What kind of magic treasure is this? In his panic, Chang Huan waved the small flag again and again. In the end, he opened his mouth again without hesitation and spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood essence onto the small flag. Instantly, tens of small black lotuses with faint red threads on all sides flew out from where the small flag was waved and circled below the cloud-suppressing seal, wanting to hold it up. Chapter 1732. Below the cloud-suppressing seal, there were dozens of small black lotuses spiraling around, trying their best to stop the cloud-suppressing seal. However, the cloud-suppressing seal was still descending at a seemingly slow speed. Under the pressure of the magic treasure, the numerous black lotuses were shattered one by one, dissipating into wisps of black gas and then disappearing. Run, seeing that the small flag couldn't stop the cloud-suppressing seal's descent and that the cloud-suppressing seal had locked onto him, Chang Huan immediately made a decision. He clenched his teeth and tried his best to suppress the fear in his heart. He waved the small flag in his hand again. While the black gas was surrounding him, dozens of flying swords condensed from the black gas stabbed towards Xiaohua and Sun Shu just like before. "Senior Sister Sun, be careful," Xiaohua shouted loudly. The black dust above his head shone brightly, thickening the light barrier a bit. Sun Shu did the same. Several bolts of lightning flashed from the thunderlock, scattering to her left and right, blocking the black gas outside. "Go!" Xiaohua waved his hand. The black iron needles had already flown out while the black gas was churning. While dodging the black gas, they pierced towards Chang Huan through the gaps. Chang Huan's hands struggled to form a strange seal. A layer of black gas entrenched under his feet, lifting him up and flying towards the entrance of the hull. "Still want to run?" Xiaohua sneered. His figure flew up and quickly chased after him. At the same time, the cloud-suppressing seal swayed slightly, chasing after him as it descended. As a magic treasure, the cloud-suppressing seal's power was incomparable. However, it also had a shortcoming, and that was that it consumed a lot of magic power. Moreover, when controlling it, it was like a young man wielding a weapon that didn't match his strength. His movements were very slow. Although Xiaohua saw Chang Huan escape, the cloud-suppressing seal couldn't completely descend. Fortunately, although Chang Huan released a lot of black qi which were like sharp swords, they were all suppressed and dissipated under the might of the cloud-suppressing seal. Not many of the flying sword-like black qi were able to reach Xiaohua. Even the black qi in the hall was completely washed away when Xiaohua flew up. This black gas can actually restrict divine sense. Xiaohua's vision was blocked by the black gas. He unconsciously released his divine sense and shockingly discovered something strange. Oh no, this black iron needle doesn't seem to be of much use. Just as he discovered that his spiritual sense was blocked by the black qi, Xiaohua discovered that the black iron needles he secretly released also seemed to have sunk into sticky water within the black qi. Their flight was greatly restricted, and they were far from being able to display their unfathomable speed. I'm afraid we'll have to use a magic weapon. Xiaohua watched as Changhuan was shrouded in black qi and moved towards the wall of the hall. He couldn't help but think to himself, this Changhuan is actually harder to deal with than a Foundation establishment cultivator with the help of the blood formation. This is the only way. Xiaohua's eyes flashed with a trace of sternness. His figure suddenly sped up as he shouted, "Where are you going? Have a taste of my needle." Then he used his divine telekinesis to activate the black iron needle and pierced it towards the black qi surrounding Changhuan. You dare to use this thing to embarrass yourself? It seemed that Changhuan was already close to the wall. Although the cloud-suppressing seal had fallen, he was still confident that he could escape in this short period of time. Only then did he seriously tremble in his heart and encourage himself. Sure enough, Xiaohua felt that when his black iron needle pierced into the black qi, it was like piercing into an extremely elastic silk. It couldn't penetrate even half an inch further. However, at this moment his figure had already closed in on Changhuan. He was only a few feet away. Then have another taste of my fist. As Xiaohua spoke, he once again raised his right hand and punched. Changhuan was very puzzled. He didn't understand why Xiaohua didn't use more strength to activate the cloud-suppressing seal and instead used his fist to attack. Although he knew that the black qi surrounding his body was extremely poisonous, he still activated even more black qi to block in front of Xiaohua's fist. Seeing that Xiaohua's fist was about to touch the black qi, Changhuan's eyes also lit up. He eagerly wanted to see Xiaohua's arm being corroded by the black qi. However, at this moment Xiaohua's figure suddenly twisted. His left hand streaked across the air, leaving behind an afterimage. A pitch-black stick appeared from his left hand and directly pierced into the black qi surrounding Changhuan's back. A heart-wrenching scream sounded. Black blood splashed into the black qi as Xiaohua retracted his hand. With a sizzling sound, the black blood immediately boiled and disappeared without a trace. The demonic spear in Xiaohua's hand actually ignored the corrosion of the black qi, ignored Changhuan's defense and directly pierced into his heart. Demonic weapon. Changhuan's dead fish-like eyes flashed with an inconceivable expression as he muttered. At the same time, the black qi quickly seeped into Changhuan's body as the demonic spear was pulled out. An incomparably fishy smell quickly spread out from Changhuan's body. Pieces of rotten flesh also began to fall. Xiaohua let out a cold snort from his nose. He pointed his finger and the cloud-suppressing seal that had already landed on top of Changhuan's head slightly tilted. It didn't stop and continued to fly forward. In front of the cloud-suppressing seal was a wall of the hall. With a loud ping sound, the entire hall seemed to shake. On the wall that was surging with black qi, a gap was smashed open by the cloud-suppressing seal. The black brilliance in this gap was annihilated, creating a hole the size of a person. The black qi around this hole rolled and slowly healed. "Senior Sun, quickly leave." Xiaohua didn't even turn his head. He grabbed with his hand and the cloud-suppressing seal once again flew out from the wall, preparing for a second impact. Sun Shu was originally behind Xiaohua. Seeing this scene, her heart was happy. She looked deeply at Xiaohua with her beautiful eyes and said, "Junior brother, be careful." Afterwards, without saying anything else, the Lei Suo flew in front of her. She herself used the flight technique to follow behind the Lei Suo and escaped from the gradually shrinking hole. Just as Sun Shu's figure disappeared, the hole had already healed. "Go." Xiaohua's expression didn't change. While urging his Fa Li, the cloud-suppressing seal once again shot out. It was still at the place where the hole was just now. Useless thing." An extremely magnetic voice suddenly resounded through the entire hall. At the same time, a tall cultivator appeared from the black qi in the hall. This cultivator's cultivation was at the middle foundation establishment stage. He didn't wear any camouflage robes and didn't hide his cultivation. On his incomparably handsome face, a pair of eye-catching eyes flashed with an indescribable divine light. He was looking at Xiaohua, who was casting his technique with astonishment. This person was the heavenly demon sex Zhang Qingshao. As soon as Zhang Qingshao appeared, he immediately grabbed with his hand. The small black flag in Chang Huan's hand suddenly flew into his hand. Following Zhang Qingxiao's wave of the formation flag, a black water-like liquid seeped into the wall. A middle foundation establishment stage cultivator. Seeing this, Xiaohua turned pale with fright. The Fa Li in his body urged, the cloud-suppressing seal hummed and smashed into the black qi in the wall even more quickly and violently. Chapter 1733. Seeing the cloud-suppressing seal smash into the wall of the hall and disperse the black qi, Xiaohua's heart fell to the bottom of the valley and became ice-cold. Under the black qi, the liquid that looked like black water had already covered the entire wall. The black brilliance that had been destroyed by the cloud-suppressing seal flashed again and again. Although it had dimmed a lot, it was not extinguished. Xiaohua's most powerful magic treasure, the cloud-suppressing seal, couldn't break Zhang Qingxiao's blood array. Seeing that the suppressing cloud seal's attack was ineffective, Xiaohua hurriedly grabbed with his hand. The suppressing cloud seal flipped a few times in the air and flew to the top of Xiaohua's head. A cluster of ancient bronze brilliance with red threads firmly protected Xiaohua. Zhang Qingxiao held the array flag in his hand and looked at Xiaohua with interest. He didn't have any intention of attacking. After the cloud-suppressing seal protected his body, Xiaohua was relieved. He looked at the unfamiliar cultivator in front of him and bowed. Junior is Xiaohua of the Imperial Thunder Sect. How should I address Senior? And I know you're called Xiaohua. Zhang Qingxiao said with a smile. It was hard to say whether it was a sneer or a smile. Senior knows Junior? Xiaohua was surprised. Zhang Qingxiao nodded. I know you, but you don't know me. Zhang Qingxiao spoke the words you and mean very smoothly, causing others to not feel that it was a senior speaking to a junior. It was precisely because of this that Xiaohua was greatly surprised, and he stared at Zhang Qingxiao for a long time before he shook his head and said, I'm sorry, Senior. Junior is still unable to recall. Zhang Qingxiao looked at the cautious Xiaohua and said, although you don't know this old man's name, you should know where this old man came from? Zhang Qingxiao obviously realized something was wrong and immediately changed his words. Is there a need to say? Senior must be a cultivator of the heavenly demon sect. Xiaohua's face was very calm. He looked at Zhang Qingxiao's eyes and said, today is the first time Junior has seen a disciple of your sect. Junior came to Ling Pei Mountain Villa today to participate in the Lingji meeting. I didn't think of fighting with your sect's disciples. Also, Junior doesn't want to participate in the grudge between your sect and Ling Pei Mountain Villa. If Senior is willing, Junior can make a blood oath to not speak of this matter. Hee, what blood oath? In this world, only the dead can truly keep a secret. Zhang Qingxiao seemed to have thought of something and said coldly. Then Senior definitely won't let Junior leave this place alive today? Xiaohua narrowed his eyes as he calculated with all his might. Perhaps. Zhang Qingxiao lazily stretched her waist and the small flag in her hand swayed slightly. Suddenly, a few blood-red brilliants separated from the small flag and flashed in the black gas. At the same time, in the black gas in the distance, a series of screams sounded. It was the disciples of the Lanli sect who were still struggling with all their might. I'm afraid I'll have to use that consumable magical artifact. Xiaohua's expression didn't change, but his hands were clenched into fists. But that magic tool can only be used in close quarters. If this guy dodges it, we'll be in trouble today. However, he immediately hesitated. This magic tool only said that it's useful for cultivators whose cultivation is one realm higher than mine. It didn't say anything about devil cultivators. I really don't know if it can be used. After a dozen screams, Zhang Qingxiao waved the small flag again. The four walls of the hall flashed with black light and the black gas was absorbed by the walls like a whale swallowing water, revealing a clear hull. Of course, in the hall, other than the cultivator named Qingyu who was holding the small flag in fear, the rest of the cultivators were lying on the ground and gradually turned into black blood. Qingyu greets Sect Master. Qingyu walked in front of Zhang Qingxiao and bowed respectfully. What's going on? Zhang Qingxiao grabbed the small flag in Qingyu's hand and asked with a frown, didn't you say that the Vice Sect Master has something to do? Why is it so messy? Why are there so many cultivators here? Vice Sect Master? Qingyu was stunned and said blankly, Disciple, doesn't know what vice sect master has to do. This blood array is senior brother Chang's. After Qing Yu finished speaking, Xiao Hua, who was on guard in the distance, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that Qing Yu was a disciple of Ling Pei Mountain Villa's Hu Ming. Although his cultivation was good, his status wasn't high. Thus, Qing Yu joined the Heavenly Demon Sect by chance. The Heavenly Demon Sect gave Qing Yu the position of Ling Pei Mountain Villa's master. Today was the day Qing Yu used Chonghuan's power to set up the blood array and kill Hu Ming and his subordinates. What about the dead Yin Meng? Zhang Qingxiao looked at Yin Meng's corpse and asked. Disciple doesn't know. Qing Yu smiled bitterly. Disciple only knows that Yin Meng and Hu Ming have always been enemies. However, because they were both disciples of the Lanli sect, they didn't dare to offend each other. Who knew that Yin Meng would come to Ling Pei Mountain Villa and kill Hu Ming? Then he probed. Perhaps Yin Meng knew about the condensed treasure and was angry that his subordinates were roped in by Hu Ming. Condensed treasure? Zhang Qingxiao sneered. You guys are really whimsical. How can there be such a cheap thing in the world? Disciple doesn't dare. Disciple doesn't believe it. I just used this so-called condensed treasure to lure Hu Ming's subordinates. Qing Yu immediately smiled. Zhang Qingxiao casually waved his hand and Fan Qingmu's storage bag flew into his hand. He then reached out and took Qing Wu into his hand. Then Zhang Qingxiao raised his left hand and a few rays of black light flashed in his hand. The flesh on his left hand gradually disappeared, revealing eerie white bones. I also want to see what your so-called condensed knowledge treasure looks like. When the white bones were inserted into Qing Wu, the entire Qing Wu emitted a violent brilliance. It suddenly became big and small as if it was about to explode. However, after Zhang Qingxiao spat out a mouthful of blood, Qing Wu was actually wrapped in blood and no longer moved. With its sea-eyed sound, Zhang Qingxiao's left hand, which had turned into white bones, was inserted into Qing Wu's mouth. At this moment, Zhang Qingxiao's slightly squinted eyes suddenly widened. He was confused, and then a divine light flashed in his eyes as if he had just woken up from a dream. However, it was only a flash. Then his face changed and he quickly pulled his hand out of Qing Wu. He waved the small flag in his hand and a black qi came down from the top of his head and tightly wrapped around Qing Wu. With a dhong sound, the black qi exploded and scattered in all directions. Zhang Qingxiao's Taoist robe was lifted up by the qi wave. Qing Wu, which contained the condensed treasure, was indeed destroyed by itself as Fan Qingmu said. Damn it, I haven't even touched the condensed treasure and it exploded. Zhang Qingxiao couldn't help but curse. This condensed treasure really has no fate with me. This tone is very similar to second senior brothers? A thought flashed in Xiao Hua's mind. Who knows if this condensed treasure is real or not? Beside him, Qing Yu smiled apologetically. Fan Qingmu probably just wanted to swindle some spirit stones. There's nothing left. What's the point of talking about it? Zhang Qingxiao glanced at everyone's corpses and looked at Xiao Hua. At this moment, Xiao Hua was also surprised. He couldn't understand why the Heavenly Demon Sect master didn't fight with him and instead went to deal with other things. In this period of time, Xiao Hua tried his best to recover his Fa Li. He had already recovered more than half of the Fa Li he used to control the suppressing cloud seal. Xiao Hua, this sect will ask you a few questions. If you can answer honestly, this sect can consider sparing your life under the condition that you make a blood oath. Zhang Qingxiao coldly looked at Xiao Hua. A few questions? Xiao Hua was stunned. Then he shook his head and said, Junior is a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. I will never join the Heavenly Demon Sect. He who told you to join the Heavenly Demon Sect? Zhang Qingxiao chuckled and said, if your answers satisfy this sect will let you go. Let you reunite with your senior martial brother and senior martial sister. At the mention of Sun Shu and the others, Xiao Hua's expression slightly changed. Needless to say, the person in front of him was a Foundation Establishment middle-stage cultivator. How could Sun Shu and the others escape from his hands? Presumably they had already been captured outside, right? Xiao Hua took a deep breath and said, Senior, please ask. Junior doesn't know if I can answer. Make a blood oath first. All your answers will be true. Zhang Qingxiao said indifferently. Xiao Hua nodded. Junior will make a blood oath. Whatever Junior says will be true. And Zhang Qingxiao nodded and said to Qing Yu, you can leave. Yes, this disciple will take his leave. Qing Yu bowed and walked to the entrance of the hall. He waved the small flag and a slit flashed in the black chi. Qing Yu walked out from the slit. Are you a descendant of the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples? Zhang Qingshao asked. No. And when did you join the Imperial Thunder Sect? Before joining the Imperial Thunder Sect, which family did you belong to? Junior joined the Imperial Thunder Sect 10 years ago. Xiao Hua hesitated and said, Junior was a loose cultivator before joining the Imperial Thunder Sect. Well, then where did you come from? Xiao Hua's expression slightly changed and he shook his head. Forgive me for not being able to answer this. Why? Are you afraid that this sect will look for your family? Since Senior knows, why are you still asking? Xiao Hua also sneered. Even if this junior dies here today, I will never bring disaster to my family. Humph. Zhang Qingshao coldly snorted and suddenly asked, what was your cultivation level before joining the Imperial Thunder Sect? 10th layer of Qi refining. Xiao Hua answered without hesitation. What about the 5 years before joining the Imperial Thunder Sect? Zhang Qingshao pressed. This. Xiao Hua's expression suddenly changed. He said, Senior, don't you think you're asking too much? Then he realized something and said, could it be that Senior saw this junior at that time? Right now this sect is the one asking you, not the other way around. Zhang Qingshao sneered. Moreover, this sect has just asked. If you want to live, you'd better obediently answer. What if this junior doesn't want to answer? Xiao Hua sneered and pointed his hand. The cloud-suppressing seal above his head immediately buzzed and its bronze brilliance flourished. Strands of spiritual energy were attracted to the cloud-suppressing seal, causing gusts of cold wind. It's nothing but a damaged magic treasure. In this old man's eyes, it's not worth mentioning. Zhang Qingshao also snorted and waved the small flag in his hand. This old man only needs to activate the blood formation to shield the surrounding spiritual energy. How much magic power do you, a mere Qi refining cultivator, have in your body for a magic treasure to use? When Xiao Hua heard this, his face immediately paled. Chapter 1734. What Zhang Qingshao said was extremely true. The cloud-suppressing seal was a magic treasure. Driving it required a lot of magic power, and the cloud-suppressing seal absorbed even more spiritual energy. This was also the foundation of magic treasures being more powerful than magic tools. If he really couldn't draw spiritual energy from the outside world inside this blood formation, Xiao Hua could only use his own magic power to pour it into the cloud-suppressing seal. Otherwise, this cloud-suppressing seal could only be seen but not used. It was simply inferior to magic tools. Although Xiao Hua's magic power wasn't as little as Zhang Qingshao said, how long could it last? Fine, since you don't want to say more, this old man will ask you one last question. Zhang Qingshao saw the change in Xiao Hua's expression and said with a smile, is your origin in the direction of Xiaoyu continent? For example, the east, south, west and north of the country of Xi, which place? Xiao Hua looked at Zhang Qingshao at this extremely unfamiliar face. His mind was filled with thoughts, but he really couldn't remember where he had seen this heavenly demon sect master. Senior, if Junior said he didn't know his origin, would you believe it? Xiao Hua bit his lips, stared at Zhang Qingxiao's eyes and said loudly. Zhang Qingxiao's eyes flashed with an indescribable expression. It seemed to be gratification, pity and anger. Seeing the change in Zhang Qingxiao's expression, Xiao Hua knew it wasn't good. He waved his hand and struck the cloud-suppressing seal. The magic power in his body flowed and poured into the cloud-suppressing seal. The cloud-suppressing seal hummed loudly, and a bronze brilliance flashed, gradually expanding. Sure enough, Zhang Qingshao sneered. How can this sect believe this kind of lie? Let this sect see what the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple is capable of. As Zhang Qingshao spoke, he clapped his hand. A golden light flew out from his storage bag and stopped above Zhang Qingxiao's head. It was his magic treasure, the bright scenic bell. As Zhang Qingshao struck the bright scenic bell, a dazzling brilliance sprinkled down, like Xiao Hua's cloud-suppressing seal protecting Zhang Qingshao. Also a magic treasure? It's actually not a magic treasure. Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. However, he didn't think too much about it. He pointed his hand and the cloud-suppressing seal rumbled as it smashed towards Zhang Qingshao. At the same time, Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. He waved his hand and his dust flew out to protect himself. I am quite surprised that a meditational level kid can control a treasure. Zhang Qingxiao's face showed a trace of excitement. Although he held the array flag in his hand, he did not wave it. It seemed that he really wanted to see the power of the suppressing cloud seal. Alright, I'll let you know the power of my Imperial Thunder sect. Xiaohua rejoiced in his heart. He did his best to urge the cloud-suppressing seal to smash it down at a speed that seemed slow but was actually fast. His eyes spun around as he looked around the hall, trying to find a flaw in the blood array. At this moment, the blood formation's black gas had already converged to the four walls of the hall. All the black gas was flowing within the walls, as if the four walls were a pool of black water with countless whirlpools inside. Xiaohua looked around and saw that the walls were all the same, so he released a strand of his divine sense. Who would have thought that just as his divine sense came into contact with the black gas actually entangled his divine sense, as if it wanted to corrode his divine sense. Ouch! Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. He hurriedly withdrew his divine sense and thought to himself, I didn't expect this blood array to be so miraculous. In the hands of this heavenly demon sect master, it's actually even more powerful than in Changhuan's hands. Zhang Qingxiao seemed to know that Xiaohua's divine sense was startled by the blood array, and the corner of his mouth actually revealed a trace of a smile. Buzz buzz. The cloud-suppressing seal finally flew in front of Zhang Qingxiao. Xiaohua slightly raised his hand, and the bottom of the cloud-suppressing seal gently tilted to the side, aiming at Zhang Qingxiao, who was under the bright scenic bell. Ouch! A burst of trembling that came from the bottom of his heart and seeped into his soul, causing Zhang Qingxiao's expression to instantly change. What kind of treasure is this? Why is it so strange? Zhang Qingxiao did not dare to be negligent. He waved the array flag in his hand and a faint black gas descended from the sky, wrapping around his entire body. Using the power of the blood array, Zhang Qingxiao was able to block the negative karma coming from the cloud-suppressing seal. Rumble. With a loud sound, the cloud-suppressing seal had already smashed down, smashing right on top of the golden brilliance of the bright scenic bell. Like a large stone falling on a brocade, the brilliance of the bright scenic bell was extremely depressed. Oh! Zhang Qingxiao was surprised again. He did not expect Xiaohua to actually have such magic power. He formed a seal with his left hand and the bright scenic bell made a dang sound. The golden brilliance greatly flourished, and an enormous rebounding force was born from the brilliance. All of a sudden the cloud-suppressing seal was bounced back. Hiss! Xiaohua took a deep breath, secretly shocked in his heart. A middle foundation establishment cultivator is indeed formidable. This golden bell's magic treasure. I'm afraid the cloud-suppressing seal won't be able to block it. Moreover, this devil cultivator uses a magic treasure to protect his body, so I can't get close. I only have one chance to use that consumable magic treasure. Before I can break through this defense, I definitely cannot use it. Immediately, Xiaohua slightly muttered to himself. He pointed his finger again and magic power poured into the cloud-suppressing seal. The cloud-suppressing seal received Xiaohua's magic power, and once again fiercely rumbled. However, the cloud-suppressing seal increasingly shrunk, shrinking to the size of a foot. Go! Xiaohua shouted loudly. Immediately after, he secretly released a trace of his Buddhist sense, probing towards his lower body. Rumble! Another sound rang out. This time the sound was much quieter than before, but the power was much greater. An extremely large amount of the bright scenic bell's brilliance was washed away. Damn it, I actually underestimated you. The smile on Zhang Qingxiao's face was very brilliant. He formed another seal, and this time the bright scenic bell also buzzed repeatedly. Unexpectedly, it swayed rapidly and several rays of brilliance sprinkled down. Only then was the cloud-suppressing seal blocked. I'll let you see the sect's methods. Zhang Qingxiao stabilized the bright scenic bell, and the formation flag in his right hand waved. From above the hall, several rays of black energy pierced towards Xiaohua like sharp swords. At this time Xiaohua's face was not alarmed but instead happy. He laughed brightly. Then I'll let you see this young master's methods. Seeing Xiaohua like this, Zhang Qingxiao was slightly stunned. He did not think that Xiao Hua, who had already taken out his magic treasure, would have some powerful methods. However, what happened next left him completely dumbfounded. Xiao Hua's figure swayed, and a mighty Vajra Dharma body of 2 feet tall was quickly born from his body. This Dharma body was golden all over. Although many parts of it were void, the edges of the figure's outline had gradually become clear. Especially the front part of the 2 arms, the 2 fists and the wrists had already solidified. This is... Zhang Qingxiao's mouth was half open, and the formation flag in his hand was slightly tilted. He seemed to know what this was, but he couldn't remember it for a while. Just when Zhang Qingxiao was surprised, Xiao Hua's figure suddenly flew up and flew towards Zhang Qingxiao, completely ignoring the several rays of black energy. Pa pa pa, a series of sounds. The extremely powerful black energy that could even kill the Foundation Establishment stage Yinmeng was actually scattered by the fist of the mighty Vajra Dharma body. Chapter 1735. Xiao Hua stealthily released a trace of his Buddhist sense and was actually able to detect the true situation of the blood array. The black gas of the blood array had a corrosive effect on divine sense but had no effect on Buddhist sense. Thus, Xiao Hua was overjoyed and used the magical ability of the mighty Vajra Dharma body. Sure enough, this Buddhist Dharma body was the nemesis of devil cultivators. Just now, the incomparably powerful black gas was actually scattered by the incomplete fist of the Vajra Dharma body. It simply couldn't get close to Xiao Hua. Zhang Qingxiao saw this situation that she had never encountered before and was even more shocked. She was stunned for a moment with her mouth wide open. It was also at this moment that Xiao Hua's figure swept across the space of the hall like lightning and arrived below Zhang Qingxiao and Xiao Jingming Bell. Although Zhang Qingxiao knew that Xiao Hua's flying talisman was extremely fast, she also didn't think that Xiao Hua's flying technique could be this fast. Almost without any movement, Xiao Hua very strangely took out a huge black object and without any explanation, continuously hit the defensive light barrier of the Jingming Bell. When Zhang Qingxiao saw the huge object in Xiao Hua's hand, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was a giant devil hammer. Ping ping ping, a series of sounds rang out. The giant devil hammer in Xiao Hua's hand was like paper. However, every time this paper-like object hit the light barrier of the Jingming Bell, the light barrier would violently shake. After a few times, the Jingming Bell actually let out a sorrowful cry and the light it scattered gradually dimmed. Good, this guy actually has a devil tool. Zhang Qingxiao couldn't help but groan. She knew how strong Xiao Hua was, and now it seemed that Xiao Hua's strength was much greater than what she remembered. Xiao Hua saw that the giant devil hammer was effective and was overjoyed. After all, the cloud-suppressing seal needed magic power and heaven and earth spirit chi to move, but this giant devil hammer only needed strength. He lacked everything but strength. Go! Xiao Hua then waved the giant devil hammer and at the same time used his divine sense to move the cloud-suppressing seal, smashing it at the place where the giant devil hammer was ravaging. Rumble! A loud sound rang out. The incomparably tough defensive light barrier of the Jingming Bell finally broke under the attack of the cloud-suppressing seal and the giant devil hammer. This large hole rapidly expanded in all directions. Motherfucker, you're really amazing. Zhang Qingxiao could not help but exclaim in admiration. With a wave of her hand, the array flag was activated, and a fishnet-like black gas fell from the top of her head. Just as she was waving the array flag, Zhang Qingxiao's expression suddenly changed. She shouted and turned her head to look in a certain direction. Xiao Hua, who was facing Zhang Qingxiao, was ecstatic when he saw Zhang Qingxiao's bright scenic bell being destroyed. He waved his sledgehammer and blocked in front of his body. He instantly used the awakening lightning escape and flew towards Zhang Qingxiao's chest. As he flew closer, the consumable magic tool was already stored in his mouth. Once he got close enough, he would use the giant demonic hammer's attack to shoot out the magic tool. In Xiao Hua's opinion, even if this magic tool couldn't kill the heavenly devil sect master whose name he didn't know, it could at least severely injure him. Relying on the giant devil hammer and the Dream Slayer flying sword, he might be able to break this blood formation. But just as Xiao Hua controlled the cloud-suppressing seal to fly above his head to block the black gas and was about to spit out the magic tool in his mouth, he heard Zhang Qingxiao's angry shout. Xiao Hua originally thought that this was Zhang Qingxiao's plan to lure the enemy, but his Buddhist sense naturally swept towards the direction Zhang Qingxiao was looking at. This sweep did not matter, but Xiaohua's mind was greatly shaken. He saw countless black gas gushing out from the corpse that was previously lying on the ground. This black gas was extremely similar to the black gas of the blood formation, but it was even denser. This black gas quickly wrapped around the black gas, and a doubtful and cold voice sounded, This is the Buddhist sect's Dharma body? Motherfucker, another heavenly devil sect disciple. This young master's life is in danger today. As this voice sounded, a powerful divine sense swept through the black gas, and a pressure comparable to the middle stage of Foundation establishment also came pressing down. Xiaohua could not help but secretly complain. He hesitated, not knowing whether to spit out the magic tool in his mouth. Who are you? Zhang Qingxiao sneered. The pressure that she had not released all this time was also released at this time, and in an instant, it blocked that pressure. The pressure of two middle-stage Foundation establishment cultivators collided with each other, causing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the hall to become chaotic. Even the black gas that was spilling down from the sky was scattered. Of course, the pressure that just pressed down on Xiaohua was also blocked by Zhang Qingxiao. But these two people don't know each other? Xiaohua was stunned and the magic tool in his mouth stopped. Soon after, Xiaohua's Buddhist sense swept out, and he saw the two people's pressure colliding with each other, causing the black gas of the blood formation to become chaotic. His eyes immediately lit up, and his figure suddenly turned, flying towards the place where the two people's pressure collided with each other at a speed several times faster than before. Is it important whether I am Yin Meng or not? Yin Meng said with a smile, and his voice was still sharp. I only know that you are a frog at the bottom of a well. You created a heavenly demonic sect in the country of Xi and you claim to be #1 in the world. Ah, truly laughable. Originally, I wanted to look for the sect master of this heavenly demonic sect to discuss the development of our demonic cultivators, but now it seems that there is no need for that. Zhang Qingxiao's expression changed slightly. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Yin Meng for a long time, then said coldly, Then tell me, what other demonic sects are there in the Dawn Rain continent? Aren't Extreme Yin sect, Coitus sect, and Six Levels sect all famous demonic sects? Not to mention the other small sects that are not even worth mentioning. Yin Meng said contemptuously with a faint smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. What? So many? Zhang Qingxiao was stunned, but then he thought of something and his eyes widened as he said anxiously, Fellow Taoist Yin, could it be that, outside the Million Meng Mountains? Hearing the hesitation and probing in Zhang Qingxiao's tone, Yin Meng laughed loudly and said, So fellow Taoist Yin is not completely ignorant. This old man thought that you had the same origin as me, but unexpectedly. Haha, fellow Taoist Yin was actually able to establish the heavenly demonic sect and do things that this old man and the others couldn't do. This old man really admires you. Wait. Zhang Qingxiao frowned slightly, then cupped his fists and said, This sect master is Qing Feng Min. How should I address you? This sect master is naturally Yin Meng. Yin Meng smiled, then looked around and said, Sect master Qing, why haven't you put away this blood formation? Could it be, as Yin Meng spoke, the demonic armor on his body flashed with brilliance. Hee fellow Taoist Yin, you're overthinking. Zhang Qingxiao pondered for a moment, then the formation flag in his hand swayed. Wisps of blood-black smoke rose from the walls of the hall and flew toward the formation flag. Zhang Qingxiao said, This blood formation was set up by my vice sect master to avenge his past enmity. This sect master is just here to take a look and I have no other intentions. I didn't expect to actually meet fellow Taoist Yin here. This is the great fortune of my heavenly demonic sect. As for Xiaohua, who had just escaped from the blood formation in the hall, he didn't dare to tarry in the slightest. Without even looking, he used the lightning escape to escape in a certain direction. However, two voices berated him at the same time. Where did this brat come from? Following that voice, a heavenly demon sect disciple under the starlight waved the long banner in his hand, and an incomparably fishy bloody light swept over. Next to this heavenly demon sect disciple, there was a slightly taller one. He held a thick black stick in his hand and he was also swinging it down. As the stick was swung, there was actually a heart-wrenching howl of the dead. It was clearly refined from the souls of living people. Following the berating of these two people, many figures appeared in the distance. Xiaohua swept with his Buddhist awareness but didn't find any trace of Sun Shu and the others. Therefore, a cold light flashed in his eyes and the giant devil hammer in his left hand that hadn't been put into the space smashed towards the stick in a thunderous manner. At the same time he opened his mouth and a green and red brilliance flashed. The Dream Slayer flying sword flew out and flew towards the bloody light. When the two heavenly demon sect disciples saw this, they were not alarmed but happy. Their magic tools were refined from the souls and blood of living people. As long as ordinary magic tools were contaminated, they would immediately be corroded and lose their effectiveness. This cultivator didn't know what was good for him and used his magic tool like this. Wasn't it falling into their hands? Who would have thought that with a loud ping, the turbid substance on the stick didn't corrode the giant devil hammer? Instead, under the heavy blow of the giant devil hammer, it was smashed into two pieces. Not only that, but the giant devil hammer's remaining power was not exhausted. Not only did the head of the hammer smash into the disciple's body, but the other half of the stick also stabbed into his body. The other disciple was even more miserable. Just as he heard the loud sound, the Dream Slayer flying sword pierced through the bloody light. An indescribable fear rose from the bottom of his heart. Before he could scream, the Dream Slayer flying sword pierced through his throat and flew into the night sky. As the Dream Slayer flying sword flew past the disciple's corpse, Xiaohua's figure was also holding the cloud-suppressing seal in his hand. Since he easily killed the two disciples, Xiaohua stretched out his hand and caught the long banner that fell from the sky. Afterwards he urged his remaining magic power to use the awakening lightning escape with all his strength. Like an afterimage he flashed under the starlight and disappeared. When the other heavenly demon sect disciples found him, how could they still see Xiaohua's trace? The heavenly demon sect master is very strange. How could he let me escape? Although Xiaohua escaped from Lingpei Mountain Manor, the fear and doubt in his heart didn't disappear at all. He still thought to himself, even if it was because of that Yin Meng's casual interference, he wouldn't have let me go so easily, right? Pei, what are you thinking about? Even if he didn't let me go, could it be that he could keep me here? Xiaohua spat out, the heavenly demon sect's blood array was personally broken by me. Only I didn't think that Yin Meng actually didn't die and is also a devil cultivator. Granny, I even gave my life to that heavenly demon sect master, but in the end I still don't know his name. How can I be so unlucky? This Lingpei Mountain Manor's blood array clearly wasn't aimed at me but at Sun Shu. How did I become the scapegoat? The sect leader of the heavenly demon sect. Will he issue a sect leader's order to arrest this young master? Chapter 1737. Also, Yin Meng is a cultivator of the Blue Li sect. Will he reveal the fact that I know the Buddhist sect's cultivation method? Then, where should I go from here? Xiaohua was very angry after thinking about it. If he dares to reveal it, I will tell him that he is a demonic cultivator. But, what if he doesn't reveal it? Will I still reveal the secret of him being a demonic cultivator? Xiaohua suddenly thought again. Unconsciously, Xiaohua was a little hesitant. Yin Meng was a cultivator of the foundation establishment stage. His status was much higher than his. If he really revealed it, would they believe him or him? Forget it, let's wait and see. Xiaohua shook his head gloomily. At this time he had already flown hundreds of miles away from Jiangqing City. Xiaohua didn't pay attention to the direction of escape at all. The moonlight sprinkled on the grassland like water and the cool wind blew. Countless light and darkness were reflected on the boundless ground. Xiaohua's shadow was cast on the light and darkness, passing by like a wisp of smoke. It should be safe. Xiaohua swept his Buddhist consciousness behind him with all his might, but he didn't find any signs of pursuit. Then he carefully looked around him for a long time, but he didn't find any signs of spiritual sense. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Senior Sister Sun and the others escaped before me. I don't know if they fell into the hands of the heavenly demon sect? Xiaohua thought to himself, we are just disciples of the qi refinement stage. We came out to gain experience. Even if we die for the sect, we won't care. It's just that this Ling Pei Mountain Villa is involved with the heavenly demon sect. If I send a message back to the sect, they might come to rescue us? Thinking of this, Xiaohua clapped his hand and took out a communication talisman. He thought to himself, let me see if senior sister and the others are captured first. The crimson communication talisman was sent out. It only paused in midair for a moment, and then flew quickly in a direction, and that direction wasn't where Ling Pei Mountain Villa was. How great! Seeing this, Xiaohua was overjoyed. He immediately flew in the direction where the communication talisman disappeared. In the time it took to finish a meal, 3 figures appeared in the air opposite him. A surprised voice sounded, Is it junior brother Xiao? Ah, senior sister Sun, you guys really escaped. Xiaohua laughed loudly and shouted. You also escaped. Sun Shu's voice was choked with emotion as tears fell from the corners of his eyes. Senior Sun, look at you. You've already cried just now. Now that junior brother Xiao is safe and sound, why do you have to do this? Qian Diheng's voice sounded again. Sun Shu's lips curled into a smile, but he couldn't finish his sentence. Junior brother Xiao are really amazing. At this time, Qian Diheng had already arrived in front of Xiaohua. He didn't have any intention of stopping. He directly rushed towards Xiaohua and gave him a bear hug as he shouted, You were able to kill that person from the heavenly demon sect by yourself. Moreover, you were able to escape from the formation. Cough cough. Xiaohua's heart felt warm, but he still pushed away Qian Diheng's enthusiasm and said with a smile, This little brother was just lucky. What? Damn it, why can't I be so lucky? Qian Diheng let go of Xiaohua and said, This time I owe you a big favor. Xiaohua asked curiously, Why do you owe this little brother a favor again? Zai, do you still need to say it? Qian Diheng looked at Xiaohua very affectionately. Originally, the first one to escape should be junior brother Xiao. But junior brother Xiao let me, senior sister Kun and senior sister Sun all come out. Only you came out last. If this isn't a big favor, then what is? Xiaohua scratched his head and said with a smile, Unfortunately, that hole was too small. Could only allow one person to escape. Otherwise, this little brother would have also escaped. Junior brother Qian, junior brother Xiao, this is not a place to talk. We should leave this place as soon as possible. Kun Fian looked quietly at the side and suddenly said, If the heavenly demon sect disciples catch up, we will be in trouble. Exactly. Junior brother Xiao, we should hurry and leave. Sun Shu also woke up. She wiped away the tears on her cheeks and said hurriedly. So the 3 of them picked a direction and headed west. They didn't sleep or rest and flew for 3 days straight. They found a secluded place and entered a cave. Then they used a formation to seal the cave and cultivated for 2 days. Only then did they start their journey again. When they were escaping, Sun Shu had already asked Xiaohua who was the cultivator who sealed the formation after she escaped. Xiaohua originally wanted to tell her the truth. However, when he thought about how the heavenly demon sect's sovereign's cultivation was too high, it was understandable that she escaped from the hands of a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator. However, if she escaped from a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator's formation, there was no way he could justify himself. Moreover, this matter involved Yin Meng. He had already decided not to reveal that Yin Meng was a devil cultivator. Naturally, he couldn't drag Yin Meng, who was already killed in the eyes of Sun Shu and the others, into this matter. He could only say that it was a heavenly demon sect disciple and that he didn't know him. Sun Shu naturally trusted Xiaohua. Whatever Xiaohua said was the truth. She didn't ask any more questions. Even if Xiaohua escaped, she didn't want to ask a single word. She was afraid that if she recalled a little more, it would make her sad. On the other hand, Kun Fian was very curious. He asked one question after another as if he wanted to know the truth. After being asked too many questions, Xiaohua just turned his head and smiled. Senior sister Sun, do you still remember what that heavenly devil sect disciple said when you had just escaped? What did he say? Sun Shu's face turned slightly red. Lowering her head, she said, I only cared about escaping. How could I have the mind to think about anything else? Hee hee, although we were unlucky and encountered the internal strife of Spirit Pay Mountain Manor. But the person that the Heavenly Devil Sect disciple was looking for in the end seemed to be Senior Sister Sun. Xiaohua chose his words carefully, otherwise after Senior Sister Sun escaped, the Heavenly Devil Sect wouldn't have let this little brother escape so easily. What? The Heavenly Devil Sect was looking for Senior Sister Sun? Qian Diheng was greatly shocked. Looking at Sun Shu he asked, Senior Sister, which disciple of the Heavenly Devil Sect did you offend? You were actually being hunted down? And with such a huge formation at that? How would I know? Sun Shu thought for a long time and couldn't help but shake her head, saying, although I had long known about devil cultivators, the name Heavenly Devil Sect was also something that I had just heard about. How could I have possibly offended them? Not to mention offending any devil cultivators. Along the way, it seems that you only had some conflicts with a group of cultivators in Weeping Moon City. Kun Fian frowned. That's right, that day didn't they say that they were looking for Senior Brother Chong who didn't appear? Xiaohua suddenly thought. Could this Senior Brother Chong be Chong Huan? Xiaohua glanced at Sun Shu. Sun Shu also seemed to have thought of it, but her eyes were still blank. She said in a low voice, I and those cultivators. I don't know any of them. I forget it. Who cares who they are? Xiaohua said with a smile. Left and right they either died or ran away. Who knows? That's right, who did that condensed knowledge treasure belong to in the end? Kun Fian asked again, his eyes staring at Xiaohua. Xiaohua thought for a while and said, no one got it. That devil cultivator forcefully broke through the restriction of Qing Wu. Qing Wu self-destructed. That condensed knowledge treasure should have been destroyed too. Qian Diheng roared, that's a condensed knowledge treasure. Those devil cultivators, they didn't use it and instead casually destroyed it. It's really, really hateful. He left and right, it's not ours. If it's destroyed then it's destroyed. Xiaohua curled his lips. It's already not bad that we were able to escape. That's right, and the four of us escaped without any injuries. Sun Shu said with a gratified smile. I'm afraid that those Lonely Sect disciples are all dead. This is all thanks to Junior Brother Xiao. Qian Diheng said with a smile. When we return from our travels, I will definitely tell Master. Cough cough, many thanks, many thanks. I will definitely give little brother some benefits. Xiaohua also said with a smile. Don't worry, Xiaohua. When we return to the Imperial Thunder Sect, whatever you want, I will give it to you. Qian Diheng naturally knew that it was Xiaohua who helped him escape with his life. He was not stingy at all. Great. Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, this is what I need. Sun Shu covered her mouth and smiled, her eyes filled with joy. Although Kun Fian smiled, there was some hesitation in his eyes. After that, the three of them flew for dozens of days. Seeing that they were close to the Luofeng mountain, Xiaohua began to secretly plan. Seeing that they were flying over a hill, Xiaohua stopped. Since Xiaohua safely escaped from the Lingpei mountain villa, the three of them had already faintly followed Xiaohua's lead. Seeing Xiaohua land for no reason, everyone's heart trembled. They naturally thought of Xiaohua's vigilance when he returned from the Feather Immortal Assembly. Their faces changed slightly. Qian Diheng even tried to release his spirit sense and said in a low voice, what's wrong? Junior Brother Xiao, is there any danger ahead? Hearing this, Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But then his heart moved and he nodded slightly. I feel that something is wrong ahead. It seems that I have some trouble ahead. But whether it has anything to do with me, I can't say for sure. Then, let's take a detour. Sun Shu said without hesitation. Xiaohua shook his head. No, if it's really related to me, I'd better go and take a look. I can't implicate three senior brothers because of this matter. No, let's go together. Sun Shu refused again without hesitation. How could Xiaohua let them go to the Luofeng mountain? After thinking for a while he said, my flying speed is extremely fast. If there is any danger I can escape. If Senior Sister Sun follows, I'm afraid I can't take care of both of you. Sun Shu's face was full of disappointment. He forced a smile and said reluctantly, Junior Brother Xiao is right. I will only be a burden to you if I go. It's better for Junior Brother Xiao to arrange it. Xiaohua smiled at Sun Shu happily. Looking at Qian Diheng and Kun Fian he said, 3 senior brothers, let's take a detour for 100 miles. I'll send a message 10 days later. How about that? Qian Diheng glanced at Kunfian and Kunfian nodded slightly. Thus he said with a smile, all right, junior brother Xiao, I will listen to your arrangements. Must be careful. Chapter 1738. Listening to Kunfian and Qian Diheng's warning, and looking at Sun Shu's extremely concerned gaze, Xiaohua was quite unhappy, but he had no other choice. Although this Luofeng Mountains matter was very simple, it might involve his own origin. This kind of matter was of the highest importance, and even the people closest to him couldn't be revealed. He could only say some lies. However, fortunately, the three of them listened to Xiaohua's words. What Xiaohua said wasn't considered a lie and every word was true. It was just that he didn't say his true purpose. When the three figures disappeared from sight, Xiaohua didn't rush forward. He found a secluded place, dug out a cave, entered it and laid down a formation. Then he stretched out his hand and took out the long banner that was covered in a layer of black gas. There were faint sounds of ghosts crying and wolves howling. This thing was casually taken from the heavenly demon sect disciple of Ling Pei Mountain Villa, and he didn't have time to examine it. This long banner was divided into two parts. One part was a 1 zhang long pole. The surface was black and shiny and there were strange runes on it. They were different from the runes that Xiaohua usually saw. On top of the pole was a long banner. It was 1 qi wide and 2 qi long. It was unknown what material the banner was made of. A thick layer of black qi stuck to both sides of the banner. From time to time, a very frightening ghost face would appear from the black qi. Is this a devil cultivator's devil artifact? Xiaohua didn't dare to use his divine sense to examine it, and released his Buddhist sense. The black gas in the long banner seemed to be afraid of the Buddhist sense, and as the Buddhist sense went deeper they all moved aside. Z. With a long sound, the Buddhist sense came into contact with a faintly discernible thing, and that thing let out an ear-piercing scream. Ah! This sound was incomparably loud and it seemed to resound in Xiaohua's mind. Then Xiaohua's Buddhist sense suddenly became hot, and this hot feeling was transmitted to the Buddha Sarira through the Buddhist sense. This devil artifact is actually a trick. Xiaohua was shocked and hurriedly wanted to withdraw his Buddhist sense, but it was already too late. An inexplicable feeling came from the Buddha Sarira, and Xiaohua's eyes seemed to suddenly change and his whole body disappeared. When he came back to his senses, he had already become another old man, leaning on a walking stick, coughing and staggering with difficulty. Where am I? Xiaohua was shocked. He tried his best to struggle, but he seemed to be trapped in the old man's body. He couldn't move and could only follow the old man. Afterwards the old man did many things. Although Xiaohua was anxious, he could only watch from the side. In the end, when the old man and his clansmen were traveling far away in an inn, they met someone Xiaohua was familiar with. This person was none other than the owner of the long banner that Xiaohua had previously killed in Ling Pei Mountain Villa. I understand now. When he saw this person, Xiaohua suddenly realized that this old man was probably the vengeful spirit of the long banner, and his Buddhist sense had probably encountered this vengeful spirit. Sure enough, when night fell, the disciples of the heavenly demon sect actually executed a spell outside the inn, killing all the living people in the inn and absorbing their souls into the long banner. Damn it! When Xiaohua saw that the old man's soul was about to leave his body and he himself was about to be sucked into the long banner, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. At the same time he thought of the exquisite Leaf Sutra, so he immediately activated the Buddhist sect's mental cultivation method in midair. When Xiaohua finished thinking, he pointed his hand and the long banner floated in the air. Xiaohua closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. His hands were forming the seal for the Lin character. The swastika character on his forehead slowly rotated, and a golden brilliance entered the long banner's black aura. Within the black aura, the golden body of a Buddha Sarira flashed and appeared. This golden body was the same as Xiaohua, withdrawing the seal and opening its mouth. The golden lind character slowly flew out. 8 days later, Xiaohua flew out of the cave. His face was very tired, but his expression was also extremely satisfied. In these 6 days and 6 nights, Xiaohua didn't slack off in the slightest. He transcended the more than 300 vengeful souls in the demonic banner. What surprised him was that there were actually several dozen vengeful souls of low-level aura refining cultivators. The more than 200 vengeful souls of the secular world were very easy to transcend, but these several dozen vengeful souls of low-level aura refining cultivators were much more difficult. Fortunately, Xiaohua's mind was firm, and he also bemoaned the state of the universe and pitied the fate of mankind. His heart was always compassionate, so although it was difficult, it wasn't too dangerous. Just a moment ago, Xiaohua transcended the vengeful soul of a 9th-layer aura refining cultivator. Although Xiaohua wanted to rest for a day, it was a good day. The sword competition at Luofeng Mountain had already begun. If he didn't go now, the group of martial artists would scatter and his plan to find a new body would fail. Therefore he immediately came out of the cave, activated the awakening lightning escape, and flew in the direction of Luofeng Mountain. These 8 days of hard work didn't go to waste. The exquisite Leaf Sutra has made great progress. It's much better than the usual hard work of studying it. Moreover, the black gas on the demonic banner hasn't weakened. It's just that there aren't many living souls inside, so it seems to have lost its power. Xiaohua flew in the air and secretly calculated in his heart. What makes this young master the happiest is that this young master has finally obtained the 1st layer of the Buddhist divine ability. However, this divine ability is really useless. Chapter 1739. When Xiaohua flew to Luofeng Mountain, it was dusk. At this time the red sun was setting in the west, and the sky was filled with rosy clouds, covering the entire western horizon. Reflecting the rosy clouds, the green pines, green bamboo, deep water and shallow streams of Luofeng Mountain were especially beautiful. Xiaohua's body was illuminated by the multicolored clouds, as if he was flying on multicolored divine light. From afar he looked very mighty. The sunset I usually see is blood red, but the sunset of Luofeng Mountain is actually multicolored. How wonderful! Xiaohua squinted his eyes and looked at the beautiful scenery outside the sky. He secretly smiled and said, "Instead of calling this mountain Luofeng Mountain, it's better to call it Rosy Clouds Mountain." Immediately Xiaohua released his divine sense and searched the mountain. Immediately a smile appeared on his face. He flew over several mountain ridges and landed next to one of the tallest mountain peaks. This was the main peak of Luofeng Mountain, Sunset Mountain. The mountain was hundreds of feet high, and not only was it extremely dangerous, there was only one mountain path from the foot of the mountain to the top. At this time on the mountain path, every few feet, there was a burly man or a dignified man holding all kinds of weapons guarding there. Xiaohua originally wanted to land on the top of Sunset Mountain, but at this time, there were many martial arts experts on the mountain. If he went up, it would inevitably shock the world. His purpose was only to find out his roots, so there was no need to show off. Therefore Xiaohua walked slowly. Before he reached the mountain path, a burly man with a steel sword blocked his way and scolded, "Where did this arrogant student come from? This place has already been occupied by Luofeng gang, so you can't go up the mountain to enjoy the scenery. Why don't you quickly retreat?" Xiaohua didn't get angry and said with a smile, I came to participate in the Luofeng Mountain Sword Conference. Please make an exception." You want to participate in the Luofeng Mountain Sword Conference? That burly man's face was full of surprise, and then he laughed and pointed, "You think you're a zhong yin yang zhong. What time is it? The Luofeng Mountain Sword Conference rankings must have already been announced. Even if you can go up, who will want to compete with you?" Then he looked him up and down and said, "Look at your elegant face, you don't have the strength to truss a chicken. You must have read some wuxia gossip and had a dream of becoming a sword immortal, so you came to Luofeng Mountain to pursue your dream. Forget it, forget it. A scholar like you should quickly go back and study behind closed doors. Properly study the way of governing the world so that you can achieve great things in the future. Even if you can't bring prosperity to the people, you should still find a gentle little wife and live a good life with her. Don't be like me who only knows how to fight." He. Seeing the fierce and ferocious face of the burly man in front of him, Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your advice, great hero. I appreciate your good intentions, but I am indeed not a scholar." Fine. Then come over here." If you can defeat me, you can go up the Luofeng mountain. The big man raised his arm. The muscles on his body moved up and down as if they were moving. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He asked, "If I knock you down, can I directly go up the mountain?" "Ah, you really took it seriously." The big man laughed and said, "I am only a small soldier guarding the mountain path. Don't you see how many heroes are on the mountain path? You have to defeat them one by one." Forget it, forget it." Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He rubbed his nose and turned to leave. Little scholar, study hard. Find a little wife and give birth to a little scholar. Live a good life. Don't have any improper thoughts or unrealistic actions. The big man shouted behind him. These burly men are really interesting. When Xiaohua heard this, he turned around and saluted. Thank you for the reminder. The big man had a smile on his face. Although it was sincere, his fierce face was full of ill intentions. I originally wanted to take the normal path, but unfortunately I can't do as I wish. I can only go up by myself. Xiaohua walked for a while. Seeing that there was no one around, he made a hand seal and entered the ground. He went straight to the peak of the Sunset Mountain. At this time, there were many heroes sitting on the ground at the peak of the Sunset Mountain. They were in groups of 2 or 3. They were all silent, and their eyes were fixed on the open space at the peak of the mountain. The open space at the peak of the mountain was about 10 zhang in radius. It was surrounded by people in a circle. At the center of the circle there were 5 chairs. At this time there were 3 people sitting on the chairs. In front of the chairs, there were 2 people tossing and turning, using all their means to compete. Xiaohua went to the peak of the mountain and revealed himself behind the crowd. He scanned with his divine sense and found Zhang Shuyang among the crowd. At this time Zhang Shuyang was sitting far away from the crowd. He looked excited and anxious. From time to time he would look at the mountain path. He was probably waiting for Xiaohua's arrival. Xiaohua was not in a hurry to go up. Instead he looked at the 2 people fighting in the field. There was a man and a woman on the field. The man was about 50 years old. He was tall and had a rosy face. However, that rosy face was too coquettish, extremely abnormal. His opponent was a woman about 60 years old. There were some wrinkles on her face, but they were very small. Even her hair was oily black. However, this woman's face was a little green, a kind of faint green. At this time the 2 people were fighting back and forth. They were evenly matched. Xiaohua released his divine sense and watched silently. Slowly his brows began to wrinkle. These 2 people were obviously using some low-level mental cultivation methods in their meridians. These mental cultivation methods were somewhat similar to qi refinement cultivation methods. However, in reality they were fundamentally different. They were not drawing the world's spiritual qi into their body to refine it. Instead they were simply using it. In other words, when they used the world's spiritual qi, it could slightly refine the meridians in their body. Looking at the woman again, when she used her cultivation method, she could control the water-type world's spiritual qi. She rarely used other types of spiritual qi. On the contrary, the man could control the fire-type world's spiritual qi. He did not use other types of spiritual qi. And this man should be the northern fire Ma Ming. This woman should be the western rainwater Yu Tiao. Xiaohua thought to himself. But their cultivation method seems to be different from my Qing Gong. Then Xiaohua looked at the 3 people sitting on the chairs. In the center of the 3 people was a man with a strong build. He was also an old man in his 50s. His face was white and clean. He had 3 strands of long beard on his lower jaw. A pair of tiger-like eyes were staring at the field. This old man's left hand was a bald middle-aged man. He was incomparably thick and strong. His hands and feet were big, comparable to a door god. The old man's right hand was a lean middle-aged man. This person was really thin like a bag of bones. It seemed like a gust of wind could blow him away. Moreover, this person had shifty eyebrows and a mouse-like beard hanging on his chin. He looked very wretched. Come on, this old man in the middle must be the Yin Yang Wang Cheng. The one on the left must be Eastern Thunder's Lei Hu Ming. The one on the right should be Southern Wind's Su Bingyi. Pay this Zhang Shiyang, he actually compared this young master to Southern Wind. Is this young master that ugly? Xiaohua smacked his lips. Seeing that Ma Ming and Shui Yu Tiao's breathing was no longer steady, Xiaohua knew that the 2 people's fight was coming to an end. He looked around and slowly walked toward Zhang Xiang. Everyone in the field was watching attentively. Xiaohua's walk naturally attracted a lot of supercilious looks. But everyone looked at Xiaohua and thought that he was a younger generation brought by some family. They all glared at him and ignored him. Hero Zhang. Xiaohua walked behind Zhang Xiang and lightly patted him. He whispered, "Oh, benefactor Xiao, you finally came." Zhang Xiang saw that Xiaohua's face was filled with joy. His voice unconsciously became louder. Cough cough. Someone next to him immediately coughed twice. AI benefactor Xiao. Zhang Xiang quickly apologized to the person next to him. Then he pulled Xiaohua's hand and said in a low voice, "Unfortunately, why did you come so late? This Luofeng Mountain Sword Conference is already over. A few days ago, there were many outstanding martial artists who challenged the 5 immortals of Wulin. Unfortunately, they were all defeated. At this time, the 5 immortals will be seated. Benefactor Xiao, I'm afraid you don't have a chance." Zhang Xiang said with a face full of regret. "It's okay." Xiaohua smiled and comforted him in a low voice. At this time a loud sound was heard. A gust of wind blew through the field, blowing everyone's eyes closed. When everyone opened their eyes again, they saw that in the center of the open space, Ma Ming and Shui Yutiao's palms were pressed against each other. Ma Ming's face was so red that it seemed like it was going to drip blood. Shui Yutiao's face gradually turned green, green like the green bamboo in the mountain stream. "Oh no!" Zhang Xiang exclaimed from the side. "Their lives are in danger?" Why? Xiaohua looked around and saw that everyone's face was full of panic and excitement. West Rain Yutiao lost to East Thunder Lei Huming. North Fire Ma Ming also lost to South Wind Su Bingyi by half a move. This time both of them don't want to be ranked last. They want to win a move or two, but their martial arts are equal. Now they are competing with their internal strength. Zhang Xiang's eyes were also full of excitement, and this internal strength competition is the most dangerous. Whoever's cultivation is a little bit weaker will immediately lose their life. These two people's cultivation seems to be about the same. Xiaohua said while pinching his chin. That's even worse. Zhang Xiang said, in the end the two of them will be injured and need to rest for several years to recover. In the end their internal strength will be exhausted and they will die. No way. Xiaohua was shocked. It's just an empty title and they are risking their lives? The most important thing in Wulin is reputation, benefactor Xiao, and this is a ranking that is held once every 10 years. Zhang Xiang said with a longing face, these are the 5 immortals of Wulin. No one wants to be ranked last. Xiaohua was speechless. The cultivation world, isn't it the same? At this moment Zhang Chong and the other two also stood up in shock. They also had other expressions on their faces. Zhang Chong said in a deep voice, Hero Lei, Hero Su, this matter is a little tricky. Yeah, we just competed. The meridians in our bodies are not full yet. The two people's cultivation is only a little bit lower than ours. No matter who goes up, I'm afraid we won't be able to separate them, right? Su Bingyi said while blinking his small eyes. Chapter 1740. But if the two of us go forward and separate them, we can't use our internal strength at the same time. Then the one who uses his internal strength first will be seriously injured. Lei Huming touched his bald head and said loudly. Wang Chong's face was uncertain. His internal strength was the highest, but he couldn't compete with Shui Yutiao and Ma Ming in the field. The problem was if he didn't do it, who else could do it? Moreover, if he didn't do it, his title as the first in Wulin and all the previous glory would be discounted. And this year's Luofeng Mountain Sword Conference would become a laughing stock in the future. Forget it. Wang Chong smiled bitterly in his heart and was about to go forward. Hero Wang. Lei Huming pulled him back. If you go forward, your life will be in danger. Wang Chong smiled and flicked his sleeve. A strong force bounced Lei Huming's hand away. He looked up and laughed. I know I can't do it, but if I don't do it, who can? If I don't go to hell, who will? Hero Wang. Everyone's faces were filled with reverence when they heard his name. Haha, who said only you can be a good person? Can't other people do it? A hearty laugh rang out from behind the crowd. Everyone's vision blurred as they saw a tall and skinny young man flying over their heads like a wisp of smoke, landing on the empty ground in the middle of the field. "Hey, you little kid, you're still wet behind the ears. How dare you be arrogant in front of Hero Wang?" A gray-haired old man immediately scolded. However, when they saw Xiaohua standing upright in the wind, Wang Chong and Su Bingyi's eyes lit up. They couldn't see through Xiaohua's internal energy, but the lightness skill he displayed just now was far from what Su Bingyi could compare with. "Xiaoxia, how should I address you?" Wang Chong said with a fist salute. Xiaohua didn't answer. He looked at Shui Yutiao and Ma Ming and said with a smile, "This is not the time to chat. It's better for me to separate them first." "Xiaoxia, let me do it." Wang Chong couldn't let Xiaohua go forward. It's better if I come down." Xiaohua smiled. His body moved slightly and in the blink of an eye he arrived in front of the two. He extended the middle finger of his right hand and flicked it between Shui Yutiao and Ma Ming's palms. The two immediately felt a suction force coming from their palms. Their palms involuntarily turned and slapped towards Xiaohua's body. Xiaoxia, dodge. When Wang Chong saw that Xiaohua was rash and didn't know how to dodge, he sighed in his heart and hurriedly reminded him. Just as he spoke, Nanfeng Su Bingyi's body swayed and he reached out to grab Xiaohua's shoulder, wanting to pull him away. But just as Su Bingyi's hand fell on Xiaohua's body, he heard two muffled sounds. Shui Yutiao and Ma Ming's palms hit Xiaohua's body at the same time. Shui Yutiao and Ma Ming naturally knew the seriousness of the matter, but they couldn't speak just now. At this time their internal force was transferred to Xiaohua's body. Their faces were ugly. Not only were their meridians injured but they also felt that their palms were like rotten wood. There was no trace of internal force to counterattack. "Xiaoxia." The two were about to speak but at the same time, a sweet and fishy smell came up. The two didn't dare to be negligent. They made a prompt decision and sat cross-legged, running their own internal force to adjust their breath. Wang Chong also stepped forward and reached out to grab Xiaohua's wrist. He said, "Xiaoxia, are you seriously injured? Let me see." How could Xiaohua let him grab his wrist? He raised his hand and blocked it. He smiled and said, "Thank you, Hero Wang. I'm not injured." "Xiaoxia, it's better to use your internal force to take a look." Su Bingyi awkwardly took back his hand and took out a jade bottle. He said, "This is a holy healing medicine that I got before. If Xiaoxia needs it, please take it." Xiaohua shook his head, "It's okay, it's okay." Benefactor Xiao. Zhang Xiang jumped out in time and shouted, "Oh Xiao." Wang Chong heard and cupped his fist. "Xiaoxia's internal force is strong. I really admire it. I don't know where Xiaoxia Zhao's sect is." Xiaohua smiled and said, "This is the reason why I came to Luofeng Mountain today." Wang Chong didn't understand and asked, "What does Xiaoxia Zhao mean?" Xiaohua smiled and said, No other reason. I just came to compare notes with you heroes." Wang Chong smiled and said, "Xiaoxia Zhao's internal force is superb. I'm afraid I can't compare. Hero Wang is joking." Xiaohua smiled and cupped his fist towards Su Bingyi. "I want to compete with Senior Su in Qinggong." Xiaoxia Zhao, I have seen your skill just now. I am ashamed of my inferiority." Su Bingyi said tactfully. "You little brat, the 5 seniors have already used up a lot of internal force. If you compete with them now you won't win with honor." The white-haired old man said again. Xiaohua felt sick in his heart. He slightly tilted his head and coldly glanced at the old man. Ouch. The old man suddenly felt an aura like a mountain pressing down on him. His vision turned black and he almost fell to the ground. If Xiaoxia Zhao only wants to compete in Qinggong, I can also do my best to accompany you." Su Bingyi obviously thought that Xiaohua wanted to use this opportunity to show his talent in Jianghu and said with a smile, "Please." Xiaohua didn't say much. He stretched out his hand and said, "Hero Su will be in front and I will be behind. If I can't catch up to Hero Su in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, then I lose." Good. Xiaoxia Zhao is indeed a straightforward person. Su Bingyi was slightly taken aback. Then his figure flashed in the air, leaving behind an afterimage as he headed for the other parts of the Sunset Mountain. Good. Xiaohua praised and used ethereal steps to chase behind. However, the two figures ran around the entire peak of Sunset Mountain. Xiaohua's figure only hung behind Su Bingyi and didn't lead at all. It didn't look like a competition at all. Su Bingyi was also surprised. After waiting for an incense stick to burn, the two people landed on the field one after another. At this time, Su Bingyi's face was flushed and his chest was heaving up and down. He must have used up all his internal force. But when he looked at Xiaohua again, his complexion was normal, as if he had never used qigong. Admirable, admirable. Su Bingyi cupped his fists and said, Xiao Xiao's qigong is astonishing and his style is restrained. Just now you gave me a lot of face. I'm afraid I can't compare to Xiao. Hiss. At this time, the people who had been looking down on Xiaohua's qigong in their hearts all sucked in a breath of cold air. Hero Lei, can I ask for your advice? Xiaohua didn't directly look for Wang Chong. He, of course. Xiao saved Heroine Water and Hero Ma and just defeated Hero Su. This match should be between you and me. Lei Hu smiled brightly and assumed a stance. I am using external hard body skills. Xiao, be careful. Seeing Lei Hu's stance, Xiaohua's eyes lit up. This stance seems a bit familiar. Chapter 1741. Lei Huming's posture was familiar to Xiaohua. Xiaohua's eyes lit up, but he didn't answer. He swung his fists and followed up, fighting with Lei Huming. Everyone was shocked again. Even Wang Chong's eyes flashed with extraordinary splendor. He thought that Xiaohua's internal strength was profound, and that he was a rare youth in the martial arts world. But now he saw him fight with Lei Huming with open fists. His appearance was like a tiger stirring up the wind. A rare dual cultivator in the martial arts world? Which family's disciple is this? Wang Chong unconsciously swept his gaze over the crowd of martial artists at Sunset Peak. Xiaohua didn't care about the astonishment of the bystanders. At this moment his heart was filled with joy. This Lei Huming's fist technique was indeed extraordinary. Xiaohua had concealed his cultivation and only relied on his physical body and some fist techniques in his memory to fight with him. At first he was repeatedly hit and fell into a disadvantage. But as Lei Huming's fist techniques appeared from time to time, Xiaohua's memories were awakened, and some familiar moves slowly flashed in his mind. As Xiaohua recalled his moves, Lei Huming was gradually equalized by Xiaohua, and then fell into a disadvantage again. It's really the martial arts world's new generation replacing the old. Lei Huming sighed in his heart. The wind from his fists began to weaken as if it wanted to end. But how could Xiaohua let him succeed? One fist was faster than the other and one move followed another. Every move was slightly different from what Lei Huming had seen, but every move was incomparably marvelous. I'll also let you experience this old man's power. Lei Huming also had a competitive spirit. The wind from his fists changed, and a set of incomplete fist techniques that he had learned in his early years was displayed. Xiaohua saw this and was even more overjoyed. The wind from his fists looked even more familiar. Xiaohua had just recalled some things and even more moves came from his mind. Watch eyes moves. Xiaohua shouted loudly. He pulled back his fists and immediately after a complete set of fist techniques was displayed. This fist technique was like mercury flowing down the ground without any flaws. It forced Lei Huming to only be able to parry without the slightest strength to counterattack. A warm current also appeared from the tip of Xiaohua's left foot, and along with the fist technique, it began to temper his bones. After the 108 moves of the fist technique were finished, Xiaohua once again followed the momentum of the finishing move and performed another round in reverse. Only then did he stop, his heart full of vigor. Big Dipper Fist. This fist technique is the Big Dipper Divine Fist. Xiaohua was ecstatic. When Lei Huming saw that Xiaohua had stopped, he cupped his fists and said with a bitter smile, Xiao, this set of fist techniques of yours is like an antelope hanging its horn without a trace to be found. It's also like the Milky Way spilling out from beyond the heavens without a trace. Even though this old man knows that you've executed it from beginning to end, I just can't find a flaw. Just this alone. This old man is not your match. Thanks for letting me win. Xiaohua was very carefree inside. How could he care about such a false reputation? He waved his hand and said, Hero Lei, we're only tied. There's no clear winner or loser between us. How can you say we're not opponents? Lei Huming glanced at Wang Chong and smiled bitterly. Wang Chong's face revealed a gratified expression. His body floated, he spread out his palms and used the 9 yin and 9 yang internal energy. Although Wang Chong's martial arts were high, he was still only a Xiantian master. Compared to Xiaohua, he was still lacking. Although Xiaohua only used the fist of the North Star, his skin was rough and his flesh was thick. How could Wang Chong's internal energy injure him? Xiaohua fought with him for a while, but he didn't seem to recall anything. He casually raised his shoulder and like a street brawl, his shoulder landed on Wang Chong's chest. This move was very ingenious, it dodged Wang Chong's palms. Wang Chong only felt an unparalleled force coming towards him, as if a huge rock was pressing down on him. No matter how he circulated his internal energy, he was unable to resist. Wang Chong could only hurriedly retreat, he wanted to disperse this force. Unfortunately, this force was too strong. Wang Chong lost his balance and fell to the ground. Wang Chong was very anxious, but he immediately thought of a solution. He stretched out his hand, one hand supporting himself on the ground, the other hand casually grabbing the broken stones on the ground. He circulated his internal energy and threw them behind him. He even shouted, "Look at my hidden weapon." Although the rocks and other objects Wang Chong threw over were extremely powerful and comparable to crossbows, they were not worth mentioning in Xiaohua's eyes. Xiaohua smiled and raised his hand, about to use his strength to smash them down. However, when he swept his gaze over, he saw that there was a small green bottle in the middle of the rocks. There was a tightly sealed stopper at the top of the bottle, and there were some exquisite dark green leaf-shaped patterns on the body of the bottle. What is this? Looks very strange. Xiaohua thought and stretched out his hand to grab it. But just as he stretched out his hand, the green bottle suddenly fell. With a pot sound, it actually disappeared from the ground. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. He quickly released his divine sense and swept it towards the place where the bottle disappeared. Unfortunately, the bottle disappeared like a ghost. There was no trace of it. Even if Xiaohua grabbed the broken stones again and released his Buddhist sense, he still did not find anything. Strange, could it be some kind of divine object? Xiaohua secretly sighed. At this time there was a burst of thunderous cheers on Sunset Peak. When Xiaohua came back to his senses, he saw that everyone was actually cheering for him. Hihi, Xiao Xiao Xiao, you are indeed a dragon among men. Wang Chong jumped up from the ground and laughed. This old man still has one last flying sword technique. If Xiao 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 can solve it, this old man's title of #1 in the martial arts world will fall to Xiao Xiao Xiao. When Xiaohua saw the mysterious bottle disappear, he felt somewhat disappointed. He knew that he was not on the same side as Wang Chong and the others. It was useless to stay here any longer. Thus he cupped his hands and said, "Hero Wang's internal strength is profound. This one is not your opponent." Then he raised his head and shouted, "Heroes present, which one of you has seen this Xiao before?" Unfortunately, other than envy, jealousy and enthusiasm in everyone's eyes, no one answered, even if Xiaohua shouted 3 times in a row. Just as Xiaohua sighed and was about to leave, a rough voice came from the mountain path. "I know who you are." Xiaohua was overjoyed at first, but when his divine sense swept over, his face turned from joy to anger. The voice said again, "You are the frog at the bottom of the well who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. After practicing martial arts for a few days, you think you are #1 in the world. Who are you?" Xiaohua did not speak, but Wang Chong shouted with a cold face. "I am the person who came to teach you the immensity of heaven and earth. I will let you know what a true divine ability is." As the voice spoke, it walked out from the mountain path. When everyone saw the owner of the voice, they could not help but cry out in shock. They saw a large tiger with white eyes and a white forehead coming out from the mountain path. This tiger seemed to be suspended in the air, and on top of the tiger sat a pale old man. This old man's cultivation was around the 7th layer of qi refining. His face was very kind and his hair and beard were snow white. However, his kind face could not hide the disdain and contempt in his eyes. What shocked everyone the most was that the old man was holding a few bloody heads in his hand. One of them was the burly man Xiao Hua saw at the bottom of the mountain. Daoist Yuna, where did you come from? Although the people of Jianghu were chivalrous, they also had the courage to fight. A few of the heroes standing on the periphery waved the weapons in their hands and blocked in front of the old man. They angrily shouted, "This is the location of the Luofeng Mountain Sword Conference. How can you trespass into Setting Sun Mountain and kill our mountain guards? Ha, you are just a group of self-righteous pitiful worms." The old man sneered and used his cold eyes to sweep the crowd. He casually clapped his hands and threw out several fireball talismans. Damn! Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. He hurriedly slapped his forehead, wanting to send out his fastest flying sword. However, he was still far away. Before his flying sword could fly out, he heard a series of rumbling sounds. Those fireball talismans had already smashed into the bodies of those brave men blocking in front of the old man. Several miserable screams sounded. Needless to say, these people were all killed by the fireballs. Their broken bodies and limbs flew all over the ground. To be continued. Chapter 1742. Seeing several people being killed by this immortal-like old man with a raise of his hand, the surrounding people were shocked and involuntarily took a few steps back, creating an empty space. Sir, is the legendary immortal? Seeing this, Wang Chong's face was extremely angry, but he still asked very carefully. I am the immortal you all speak of. The old man smiled as he urged the tiger to slowly walk into the field. The surrounding people hurriedly made a wide path for him. Since you are an immortal, then don't lower yourself to the same level as us mortals. The corpses in the hands of immortals are all living people with flesh and blood. How can immortals take people's lives so easily? Wang Chong said forcefully, and just now several fellow martial artists were just asking about the origin of immortals, yet they were killed by immortals? Good. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and almost gave Wang Chong a thumbs up. A man should have some fears and some fears. Under justice, even the strong have to be questioned. In this immortal's eyes, you all are just ants. What is wrong with this immortal casually crushing a few of you? The old man still smiled as he replied, then looked at Xiao Hua. Just now I heard you shout loudly. You have the highest martial arts here? Without waiting for Xiao Hua to speak, Wang Chong hurriedly said, "This old man is Yin Yang, the #1 person in the martial arts world. Xiao just lost a challenge. Since it's not you, then what are you howling for?" Finished speaking, he slapped his hand and took out a flying sword talisman from his storage bag. Seeing an old Qi refining stage 7 cultivator showing off in front of him, Xiao Hua only sneered and raised his hand again. "Since you know this old man is the #1 person in the martial arts world, does a mortal want to teach me?" Wang Chong quickly walked to the chair he was sitting on and picked up a long sword from it, coldly looking at the old man. Just you?" The old man's mouth showed disdain. His hand formed a seal and urged his magic power. The flying sword talisman flew into the air and turned into a flying sword floating in the air. When Wang Chong saw this, he felt bitter in his mouth. He hurriedly activated the genuine qi in his body. With a sound of a sword flew out of the scabbard in his hand like a swimming dragon. It also flew into the air. I didn't expect you to know about flying swords too. The old man smiled and pointed with his finger. The flying sword talisman streaked across the sky and flew towards Wang Chong's flying sword. Wang Chong also tried his best to circulate his inner energy. His flying sword also flew towards the old man shakily. Ka! With a light sound, the flying sword talisman cut the sword into two. The old man laughed wantonly. "You call this a flying sword?" As he spoke, he pointed his finger again, and the flying sword talisman shot towards Wang Chong's throat like a bolt of lightning. Forget it. Wang Chong knew that he couldn't escape in time, so he closed his eyes and sighed. "If you call this a flying sword?" Just as Wang Chong was in despair, Xiao Hua's voice sounded. Xiao Hua opened his mouth and a small green and red sword chased after the flying sword talisman. This small sword was very strange. It grew with the wind and in an instant it was a foot long. With a cheek sound, the Dream Slayer caught up to the flying sword talisman and cut it into two pieces. "Which sect are you from?" The old man immediately shouted. "I am Bai Ming of the Spirit Husbandry sect." "I don't care which sect you are from. Since you take others to be ants, Little do you know that you're similarly an ant in the eyes of this young master. Xiaohua sneered, and he didn't pay the slightest attention to the old man's begging for mercy as he urged his flying sword to stab towards Bai Ming. Bai Ming felt his heart palpitate and his expression changed. He didn't dare to be careless. He threw away the head in his hand and slapped his storage bag, taking out several yellow talismans. At the same time he slapped the big tiger under him. The big tiger roared and pounced toward Xiaohua. A fishy wind rose. You're courting death. How could Xiaohua care about the man and the tiger? The dream slayer turned into two in the air. One stabbed at Bai Ming and the other at the big tiger. Let's go. Bai Ming held back the indescribable fear in his heart. He flicked the yellow talisman in his hand and several fireballs appeared to block the flying sword. He used a flying talisman on himself and urged his magic power to escape. Rumble. The fireball talisman exploded. But how could the fireballs block the Dream Slayer? The Dream Slayer's cold light pierced through the flames and went straight for Bai Ming. Bai Ming saw the Dream Slayer coming and waved his hand again. An ice talisman blocked it. However, the Dream Slayer shook again and another identical flying sword flew out. When Bai Ming's body flew up about 10 feet, the flying sword stabbed at his throat. Fellow, please spare me. Bai Ming was shocked. His godlike face was distorted in fear. He shouted, I have a secret. I will tell you now, please. Secret? Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. However, when he thought of the burly man who warned him 2 hours ago at the foot of Sunset Mountain, Xiaohua's Dream Slayer paused for a moment and swept past Bai Ming's throat. Bai Ming's throat flickered with light. However, under the Dream Slayer, it couldn't resist at all and was immediately annihilated. At the same time, the big tiger didn't even have the strength of a first-rank spirit beast. Naturally, it couldn't resist the Dream Slayer. The sword flashed and passed through the white spot on its forehead. After a loud roar, it fell to the ground. Effortlessly, a 7th-layer Qi refining cultivator and his spirit beast were annihilated by Xiaohua with a wave of his hand. The green-red Dream Slayer circled around Sunset Mountain and turned into another. Although the Dream Slayer didn't target the men of Jianghu, the boundless karma contained in the sword was so powerful that even cultivators would find it difficult to resist. These people who only knew martial arts felt that the end of the world had come. Seeing the Dream Slayer being swallowed by Xiaohua, the pressure in everyone's souls disappeared. At this time they didn't know how to face Xiaohua. Spiritual Master. Thank you for saving my life. Wang Chong shouted and was about to kneel on the ground. Wang Chong's face was deathly pale. It was obvious that he was heavily injured from using the flying sword. However, there was a trace of redness on his face. It should be due to the excitement of facing Xiaohua, the immortal they called Xiaohua. How could Xiaohua let him kneel? He waved his hand and stopped him with a smile. Hero Wang, there's no need to be so courteous. You and I have become friends through martial arts. Please rise, please rise. Spiritual Master Xiao, we thank Senior Immortal for saving our lives. Lei Huming and Su Bingyi also knelt on the ground. Similarly, everyone else present also knelt on the ground. They knew that with the ruthlessness of Bai Ming's attack just now, if it weren't for Xiaohua, they wouldn't have been able to survive. I'd forget it. Xiaohua looked at this group of hot-blooded and chivalrous mortals. He clapped his hands and took out a jade bottle, throwing it into Wang Chong's hands. Your inner strength has succeeded, but your meridians have been damaged. Your lifespan shouldn't be far. This is my Taoist's marrow cleansing pill. It should be useful for you. Chapter 1743. Soon after, Xiaohua looked around and saw the people kneeling on the ground. He smiled and said, It's fate that brought us together. This poor Taoist doesn't have anything good, so these pills are for everyone. I hope that everyone will remember the word chivalrous and always put kindness first. Don't bully the weak because you're strong. With that, he waved his hand and the remaining pills of the lowest level were divided into several portions. He pointed his finger and the pills flew out like a fairy scattering flowers. There was one in front of everyone. Thank you, Taoist Xiao. Everyone was overjoyed and shouted in unison. Their voices shook the entire Sunset Peak. I'm leaving. Xiaohua smiled and shouted in a low voice. At the same time he waved his hand and took away the storage pouch and a spirit storage pouch on Bai Ming's waist. The big tiger's corpse was also put into the storage pouch. When Xiaohua's figure flew into the air, another strand of true samadhi fire fell on Bai Ming's corpse. In a short moment it was completely burned. Farewell, Taoist Xiao. Everyone led by Wang Chong cupped their hands and bowed deeply in the direction Xiaohua flew away. Only after Xiaohua's figure had disappeared for a long time did Wang Chong and the others withdraw their gazes. Wang Chong looked at the crowd and said loudly, "Fellow Wuling friends, we have always defeated others with martial strength. Who hasn't done anything outrageous before? Even this old man doesn't dare to say that everything I do is based on my own benevolence and that kindness is the most important thing. Now that we have met Taoist Xiao, it is a great opportunity for us. It is also the time for us to reflect and find a new path. In the future we will follow Taoist Xiao's instructions and help the weak. We will walk the Jianghu with chivalry. We will listen to Taoist Wang's instructions and follow Taoist Zhao's instructions." Everyone shouted in unison. "Good, we have received Taoist Zhao's kindness. This Luo Feng Mountain Sword Conference is really perfect." Wang Chong held the jade bottle given by Xiaohua and said, "We don't need to go down the mountain. First, we will take the pills given by Taoist Xiao in case there is an accident. Before I take the pills, I have to make a heart oath that I will follow Taoist Zhao's example and follow Taoist Zhao's good deeds. I hope that everyone in Jianghu will also make a heart oath." "Good. We will follow." At this moment, everyone's blood was boiling. How could they not follow? Even if he had objections in his heart he probably wouldn't disobey. Wang Chong distributed the medicinal pills in the jade bottle to Lei Huming and the others. Zhang Shuyang was next to the five of them, and since there were no medicinal pills in front of him, Wang Chong naturally gave him a portion of the medicinal pills. After everyone had made their heart oaths, they took the pills on the spot and adjusted their internal energy. Xiaohua had already flown far away. After doing a good deed his mood was always very happy. However, Xiaohua still felt some pity for the life of that burly man. That burly man looked very fierce but his heart was quite kind. Moreover, Wang Chong and the others gave Xiaohua a very good impression, so he gave them the pills that he didn't need. Of course, Xiaohua also had a sense of propriety. These pills would only be beneficial to them and would not harm them. And then what is the secret that Bai Ming spoke of? Xiaohua's mind slightly moved. It's a pity that he acted ruthlessly. As a cultivator, although he has heaven-defying divine abilities, he still has to treat others kindly. Not to mention Jianghu people with internal energy, even children without the strength to truss a chicken have to smile. A secret exchanged with the lives of these people, this young master disdains it beneath contempt. Hee, it's a pity that this young master doesn't know any soul-searching techniques, otherwise I could use it on this guy. Xiaohua's mouth hung a cold smile. This guy is so fierce, who knows how many vengeful souls he has on his hands. If I used the soul-searching technique on him, even the heavens would be happy. At this moment an extremely comfortable feeling suddenly came from the Buddha's sarira. Xiaohua couldn't help but be greatly alarmed. He didn't dare to let his imagination run wild and immediately descended from the sky, looking for a secret place to investigate. When Xiaohua inspected the Buddha's heart of the Buddha's sarira, he couldn't help but be dumbstruck. Previously this Buddha's heart had some brilliance similar to fire, but this brilliance was different in brightness and darkness, and the color was also different. But now this brilliance was more than 100 times more. Moreover, it was already divided into 9 colors, like a cluster of lively Buddha's fire. The dream execution cloud-suppressing seal, the 8 sword pills, and the shabby small bucket that was thrown to the side were all enveloped by the Buddha's fire. What surprised Xiaohua the most was that at the root of the Buddha's fire, there was actually a strand of faintly discernible golden thread. Why did the immeasurable karmic fire suddenly change so much? Xiaohua sat cross-legged, pinched his chin and was rather puzzled. Moreover, what is this golden thread? This golden thread seems to be within the immeasurable karmic fire, but it also doesn't seem to be within it. It should have just been formed, right? Alas, I'm afraid that if I have time in the future, I'll have to make a trip to the Buddhist sect's ruins. I don't know if this immeasurable karmic fire is a good thing or not. It's not a good thing to always be in the Buddha's sarira. I need to find a proper way to thoroughly understand the secrets of the Buddhist sect. Xiaohua thought to himself and then thought for a long time. He didn't find anything useful from the exquisite leaf scripture, so Xiaohua could only fly out from the hidden place and continue to fly towards the west. However, Xiaohua didn't know that the formation of this immeasurable karmic fire was related to specific karma, and not related to the cultivator's cultivation. Xiaohua saving a 9th-layer qi refining cultivator was the same as saving an ordinary person, and the karma of killing an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator was also the same as killing an ordinary person. He just saved so many Wulian people from Bai Ming's hands. How could this kind of good karma be small? Moreover, Xiaohua's good deeds also affected these powerful heroes in the Wulian, and their good deeds were also Xiaohua's karma. This kind of karma had a huge impact. In particular, Wang Chong was afraid that the medicinal pills given by Xiaohua would make others do bad things, so he actually made everyone swear a heart oath. What was this heart oath? It was the condensation of one's thoughts. Wang Chong also wanted everyone to follow Xiaohua's example, and Xiaohua was an immortal in everyone's eyes, so this was the condensation of one's beliefs. Under these coincidences, under the effect of Xiaohua's Buddhist sex karma, a strand of golden thread was born in his Buddhist heart. As for what the golden thread was, Xiaohua would probably only know after arriving at the Buddhist sect's ruins. After flying for a few more hours, Xiaohua saw that they were already far away from Luofeng Mountain, and the sky was also bright. Xiaohua clapped his hand, and a thunder sound transmitting talisman was sent out. The yellow talisman flew into the air, and with the sound of thunder, it actually flew towards the north. Why is that? Xiaohua was a bit puzzled. Should we wait here for a while? Xiaohua still remembered the agreement with Sun Shu and the others. However, after waiting for only the time it takes to burn an incense stick, he didn't see Sun Shu and the others coming. Instead, a transmission talisman was sent over, and there were only 4 short words in the transmission talisman. Quickly come and help. Xiaohua was shocked. Sun Shu's voice in the transmission talisman was very panicked. Obviously, they were in a critical moment. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He used the awakening thunder escape. After flying a few hundred li to the north, he actually heard bursts of thunder and the sound of fireballs exploding in the distant mountain forest. Xiaohua's Buddhist awareness swept over and he unconsciously frowned. He saw that in the valley between 2 mountain ranges, Sun Shu and the other 2 were surrounded by 6 cultivators who were also at the 12th layer of qi refining. The 6 cultivators were wearing the same attire, and they took turns to attack the 3 of them. Among them, there were also high-grade yellow talismans like fireball talismans thrown out. Looking at Sun Shu and the other 2, Sun Shu's thunder lock and Kun Fian's thunder trapping bead were both raised above their heads, and a defensive brilliance protected them. Qian Diheng's body was suffused with a faint brilliance. Obviously, it was his defensive magic treasure. Under the attack of so many magic treasures, the defensive brilliance had already dimmed a lot. Moreover, Sun Shu and the others' attacks were also barely enough. The fireball talismans and icicle talismans were also thrown out in the gaps of the defense. They were far from being a threat to the other 3. What surprised Xiaohua the most was that in the valley, other than the 3 disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect and the 6 enemy disciples, there was also a centipede-like spiritual insect flying in the air. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, and flew to Qian Diheng's side to attack from time to time. The defensive light flashed and the entire thunderlock seemed like it was going to fall from midair. The spirit husbandry sect's cultivators were obviously trying to distract her, and when they saw this, a cultivator immediately separated from Qian Diheng's side. He pointed his finger and a cone-shaped magic treasure pierced the thunder lock. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote for it at Chidian.com. Quick, the moment the cloud-suppressing seal appeared from the ground, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. The disciples of the spirit husbandry sect obviously didn't expect Xiaohua to escape from the ground. The disciple who attacked Sun Shu shouted and rubbed his hands. The sharp awl also made a loud noise and a green gas shot out from it towards the cloud-suppressing seal. At the same time, the other disciple who attacked Sun Shu also stopped attacking Sun Shu and used his magic tool to smash towards the side of the cloud-suppressing seal. The two disciples who flew into the air and looked at the Herculean centipede were also stunned. They looked at each other and flew towards the left and right of the cloud-suppressing seal. There were actually 4 disciples who wanted to pincer attack Xiaohua, who escaped from the ground. However, when the 2 disciples flew less than 3 meters, a green and red flying sword suddenly flew out from the stone wall behind one of the disciples. The moment the flying sword appeared in the air, it had a terrifying aura and quickly pierced towards the disciple's armpit. The disciple was obviously panicking. This panic came from the bottom of his heart. The flying sword was too close and too fast. Before he could retrieve his magic tool, the flying sword had already pierced his waist. Quick! The disciple clearly also had a secret technique. Seeing that he couldn't block the flying sword, he clenched his teeth and swung his left hand downward. A 3-inch-long thunder palm shot out from his hand and struck the flying sword. He wanted to destroy the flying sword. With a crisp sound, the thunder palm hit the flying sword. However, just as the disciple relaxed, he immediately turned pale. The flying sword didn't turn into a talisman like he expected. Instead, a green light flowed out and pierced through the thunder palm, piercing his waist. Another pop-pop sound rang out. The defensive yellow talisman that the disciple had placed on his body was easily pierced by the execution dream. After a few flashes of light, the execution dream pierced through the disciple's body and came out. That unlucky spirit husbandry sect disciple seemed to be very unwilling to accept this. He turned his head to look at the stone wall where the flying sword had pierced through. He wanted to see who was so ruthless. Unfortunately, when he fell from midair, he still didn't see Xiaohua's figure. Shit! When the disciples heard their junior brother's scream, they were all shocked. The person who worked together with this disciple was a short and fat cultivator. When he saw the Dream Slayer piercing through his junior brother's body and flying towards him, he quickly put away his magic tool that looked like a jade scepter. With his magic power, the jade scepter immediately shot out a string of white balls of light, blocking the flying sword. The Dream Slayer was very brave and didn't stop at all. The green and red light flashed. Pew-pew-pew. With a series of soft sounds, the balls of light were pierced by the Dream Slayer. However, as the balls of light exploded, the speed of the Dream Slayer also decreased. When the last ball of light exploded, the Dream Slayer actually stopped in front of a ball of light the size of a fist. Seeing that his magic weapon had blocked the flying sword, the short and stout disciple smiled. However, just as he smiled, he saw his senior brother who had attacked Chen Diheng, looking at him with a horrifying gaze in his half-opened mouth. What's going on? The short and fat disciple looked over with a questioning gaze. Behind. At this moment, the senior brother called out. Shit. Just as this thought appeared in the short and fat disciple's mind, he felt a pain in his chest. When he lowered his head to look, he saw a black spear protruding from his chest. Only then did he feel the intense pain. Who? The short and fat disciple was just like the disciple who was killed by the Dream Slayer. He really wanted to turn his head back to take a look. However, before he could do so, his vision turned black and he fell from the sky. Chapter 1745. Hiss! The remaining 4 disciples of Spirit Husbandry sect gasped at the same time. They looked at Xiaohua, who had a calm expression on his face and had just pulled out his hand from their junior brother's back. They had made preparations and made many backup plans. However, they never expected Xiaohua to use the Earth Escape technique to appear. Furthermore, before he even appeared, he had already used so many baits to distract them. Furthermore, before Xiaohua even appeared, he had already killed one of their junior brothers. Furthermore, in mid-air beside them, the spiritual insects of Spirit Husbandry sect were being suppressed by the God Power Centipede. They were being attacked by the God Power Centipede until they couldn't tell which direction was north. Even if they spat out poisonous silk, they couldn't hit the God Power Centipede. Go! Although the 4 of them were timid, their gazes swept over the corpse of the monster on the ground, and their eyes unconsciously revealed a fanatical look. They exchanged glances with each other and all of them waved their hands at the same time. Their hands formed seals and they did their best to activate the artifacts in the air for the final battle. In contrast to the disciples of Spirit Husbandry sect, Sun Shu and the others were extremely surprised. Previously they were being suppressed by 6 opponents. The moment Xiaohua appeared he killed 2 of them. Now it was 4 against 4. However, under the cover of Xiaohua's cloud-suppressing seal, Sun Shu could only protect himself. It wasn't a one-on-one situation yet. However, would Xiaohua care about this at this moment? Xiaohua pointed his finger and the cloud-suppressing seal made a buzzing sound. It flipped in midair and smashed towards the Spirit Husbandry sect disciple who used the sharp all-magical artifact just now. Ah? An incomparable fear rose in the Spirit Husbandry sect disciple's heart. It was as if there were many small invisible hands in the cloud-suppressing seal grabbing at his soul. The Spirit Husbandry sect disciple slapped his hand and the spiritual insects that he hadn't taken out all this time came out from his storage bag. These spiritual insects were the size of 3 fists. They had 6 wings on both sides of the spiritual insects. Their oval-shaped heads were also pitch black and took up more than half of their bodies. Furthermore, there was only 1 eye on each of their heads. Below the eye there was a slender spike sticking out of the slender mouth. The blue glow on the spike indicated that it was extremely poisonous. These spiritual insects were none other than Du Ming. However, when the 3 Du Ming flew out of the storage bag, they didn't fly out in all directions and attack Xiaohua according to their master's orders like before. Instead, Du Ming seemed to be extremely afraid of the cloud-suppressing seal's power. He flapped his wings and tried to fly back into the storage bag. Quick! How could the Spirit Husbandry sect disciple allow Du Ming to return? He slapped his hand and took out an old yellow talisman. He spat a mouthful of blood on it and activated the disciple's magic power. Instantly, it turned into a ball of bright red light. Following which, the Spirit Husbandry sect disciple chanted an incantation. This ball of light split into 3 and landed on the 3 Du Ming. The 3 Du Ming instantly gave off a red glow and seemed to have increased in size. They flapped their wings and circled in the air, avoiding the cloud-suppressing seal and flying towards Xiaohua. Haha! Seeing this, Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh coldly. He didn't summon Little Yellow or Little Silver. He pointed at the cloud-suppressing seal and smashed it towards the Spirit Husbandry sect disciple. At the same time he activated the execution dream and stabbed it towards Du Ming. Seeing that Xiaohua was using his flying sword to stab Du Ming, the Spirit Husbandry sect disciple couldn't help but laugh coldly in his heart. Not only was Du Ming's poison powerful, his black shell was also famous. How could a flying sword and talisman pierce through it? He only needed to dodge the cloud-suppressing seal and control the sharp all to cooperate with Du Ming and his senior brother to attack Xiaohua. Seeing the cloud-suppressing seal smashing towards him, the Spirit Husbandry sect disciple clapped his hands and tried his best to activate his flying talisman. He wanted to escape from the range of the cloud-suppressing seal's power. However, at this moment he heard Xiaohua shout, "Then stay here." Following Xiaohua's words, the cloud-suppressing seal suddenly increased its speed and smashed towards the Spirit Husbandry sect disciple. It turned out that the cloud-suppressing seal's slow speed was done by Xiaohua on purpose. He waited until it was within his range of control before suddenly exerting force. As the power of the cloud-suppressing seal approached, the powerful pressure from the cloud-suppressing seal crushed the flying talisman on the Spirit Husbandry sect disciple's body. Furthermore, the defensive yellow talismans around the disciple's body flickered a few times before they were destroyed. They turned into talisman papers and fell from the sky like the disciple. Naturally, when Xiaohua attacked the disciple, the other Spirit Husbandry sect disciple also flew towards Xiaohua. A triangular magic treasure flashed with a yellow glow and smashed towards Xiaohua's forehead. The Spirit Husbandry sect disciple saw that Xiaohua was attacking his junior brother with all his strength and he was unable to help. He could only think of killing Xiaohua first. Perhaps this would be of use to besiege Wei to rescue Zhao. However, would Xiaohua give him the chance to do so? Seeing that this triangular magic tool was very similar to his own black dust from before, Xiaohua understood its attack method. Without waiting for the earthen yellow light beam to strike, he clapped his hands and similarly his black dust flew out. First, a light beam went up to meet the attack. Seeing that Xiaohua had taken out another magic treasure, the spirit husbandry sect disciple was completely stunned. They were both Qi refinement stage level 12 cultivators, but they could at most take out 2 magic treasures for attack and defense. Not only was their spiritual force insufficient, even the dermic powers around them were turbid. However, Xiaohua had already taken out a magic treasure and a flying sword talisman and took out another magic treasure that had the same function as his own magic treasure. Is this still a Qi refinement stage cultivator? The disciple didn't dare to be slow. He activated his dermic powers and shot out a yellow light beam. Poop, a series of muffled sounds rang out as the 2 light beams collided. The light beam from Xiaohua's whisk dust seemed to have hit a piece of rotten wood as it broke the light beam from his opponent's magic treasure. In the blink of an eye, it hit the main body of the magic treasure. This time there wasn't any sound. Under the attack of the light beam, the magic treasure suddenly flew backwards and crashed into the stone wall of the valley with a ping, creating a huge hole. The spirit husbandry sect disciple's magic treasure was damaged and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Immediately, a thought appeared in the spirit husbandry sect disciple's mind. If 2 different magic treasures collided, it would be impossible to tell how strong the other's dermic powers were. However, the magic treasure of the spirit husbandry sect disciple was clearly the same as Xiaohua's magic treasure. In this clash, the difference between the 2 was immediately revealed. Xiaohua's dermic powers were much stronger than his. At this moment a loud sound rang out. It was the sound of the cloud-suppressing seal landing on the ground. The entire ground shook. As for the disciple who was hit by the cloud-suppressing seal, although he didn't cry out in pain, no matter if it was the spirit husbandry sect disciple or the imperial thunder sect disciple, they didn't think that he could escape alive. Go and die. This time it was Qian Diheng who laughed sinisterly. He had been holding back for a long time and finally got the chance when the spirit husbandry sect disciple was distracted. He activated his halberd and 2 two-colored balls of light under the cover of a slightly larger ball of light hit his opponent's heart. Following Qian Diheng's laughter, the balls of light exploded. Not only did they explode his opponent's defensive light shield, they even blew a bowl-sized hole in his body. Blood and flesh flew everywhere and it was obvious that he wouldn't be able to survive. This was great. Out of the 6 spirit husbandry sect disciples, 4 had died in an instant and only 2 were left. The disciple who was fighting with Xiaohua didn't even turn his head to look. The moment he heard the loud sound of the cloud-suppressing seal, he immediately formed hand seals and flew towards the sky. He wanted to use his flying speed to escape. Junior brother Xiao quickly chased after him. Qian Diheng was also infuriated by the spirit husbandry sect disciple. As he waved his halberd to help Kun Fian, he immediately shouted when he saw the disciple escaping. Can he escape? Xiaohua laughed loudly but his body didn't move at all. The spirit husbandry sect disciple was slightly delighted when he scanned with his spiritual will. However, before he could fly another 10 feet, an indescribable feeling pressed down on his head. He only scanned with his spiritual will and his soul immediately flew out of his body. The dream executioner who was fighting with Du Ming just now had unknowingly flown to the top of his head. The green and red sword light flashed and pierced through his head. Junior brother Xiao, your flying sword talisman is really useful. Qian Diheng laughed as he fought with Kun Fian against the last spirit husbandry sect disciple. Of course, I found this flying sword talisman in a shop in Weeping Moon City. I spent a lot of spiritual stones on it. Xiaohua didn't say anything. With a wave of his hand, the dream executioner landed in his hand. With a wave of his hand, he kept the dream executioner into his Buddha heart. After that, Xiaohua looked at the last spirit husbandry sect disciple who had a pale face. He then looked at the spiritual insects whose bodies had been destroyed by the divine power centipede. With a wave of his hand, the cloud-suppressing seal slowly shrunk and landed in his hand. Not far from him, the 3 Du Ming were already cut into 6 pieces by the dream executioner. Although Xiaohua wanted to keep Du Ming just now, Du Ming, who had been activated by the spirit husbandry sect disciple's essence blood, seemed to have entered a crazy state and wouldn't stop until he was dead. Senior Sister Sun, are you injured? Xiaohua landed beside Sun Shu. At this moment, Sun Shu's pale face was slightly red and sickly. I'm all right. Thank goodness junior brother rushed over in time. Sun Shu's beautiful eyes were filled with an indescribable feeling. There was respect and also shock. She didn't expect Xiaohua, who was in the 10th level of qi refining 10 years ago, to be so much stronger than her now. Although Xiaohua hadn't built his foundation yet, a 12th level qi refining cultivator wasn't his opponent. This doesn't make sense. Sun Shu thought, we're both in the 12th level of qi refining, but Xiaohua only failed to build his foundation once. Furthermore, he entered the 12th level of qi refining later than me. How can he be so strong? Chapter 1746. Seeing the expression in Sun Shu's eyes, Xiaohua frowned. He didn't want to reveal too much of his abilities, but the cloud-suppressing seal was too inconvenient and inflexible. It would be fine if it was against one opponent, but against 3 opponents it would take a lot of time. Sun Shu was already in danger, so Xiaohua didn't dare to hold back. Xiaohua was slightly embarrassed. He glanced to the side and knew that Qian Diheng and Kun Fian had the upper hand. He said, Senior Sun, you should take the pill first. I will protect you. Thank you, junior brother Xiao. Sun Shu smiled sweetly and placed the pill into her mouth. She immediately sat down cross-legged and dissolved the medicinal power of the pill, activating her heart technique to heal her injuries. It can't be. She won't even take out her lightning lock? Seeing Sun Shu being so confident in him, Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He clapped his hands and took out the black dust to protect Sun Shu. He then looked at the battle in the distance. At this moment, Qian Diheng and Kun Fian had deep hatred on their faces. They didn't hesitate to attack the remaining spirit husbandry sect disciple with their magic weapons. The disciple was tall and his cultivation was between the two of them. Although he had the upper hand when he was fighting against 4, he didn't expend much of his magic power. However, he was already exhausted from dealing with the two of them. Furthermore, there was a person who had killed 4 people of the same cultivation level as him and was staring at him from afar. How could this spirit husbandry sect disciple be in a good mood? Fellow Taoists. The spirit husbandry sect disciple dodged an attack from Qian Diheng and Kun Fian and shouted anxiously, I have a secret to tell both of you. Humph, what secret? Is it to exchange for your life? Qian Diheng was already furious. If he didn't have a protective magic weapon, he would be in a worse state than Sun Shu. Now that he saw his enemy begging for mercy, he couldn't help but laugh coldly. Fellow Taoists, as long as you make a heart oath to let I go, I will tell all of you the secret of why I used this dust-repelling beast and where I used it. Qian Diheng's hand paused as he looked at Kun Fian. Kun Fian had the same hesitation in her eyes. If it was before today, she could make the decision. But today there was a trace of fear in her heart. When she saw Qian Diheng looking at her, she immediately gave Xiaohua a look. Qian Diheng immediately understood and hurriedly shouted at Xiaohua, Junior apprentice brother Xiao, you come over first. This guy wants to use the dust-warding beast's secret to exchange for his life. When Xiaohua heard this, he acted as if he didn't hear it. He stood there motionlessly and coldly said, We're already enemies who won't rest until we're dead. What's there to be merciful about? They could just kill him. What secret? There are so many secrets in this world. But Qian Diheng was still somewhat hesitant and was about to ask again. Kun Fian smiled and said, Junior apprentice brother Qian, we still have many things to do. Why are you thinking about the secret of the dust-repelling beast? If he let this guy go, who knew if he still had any fellow apprentices? It's better to listen to junior apprentice brother Xiao. As she said that, she rubbed her hands. The thunder-confining bead in midair suddenly spread out and circled above the head of the spirit husbandry sect disciple, surrounding him in an oval shape. Then, from one of the thunder-confining beads, lightning that had been stored beforehand struck down. In the time it took to smoke half a cigarette, the power of the thunder-confining bead started to decrease. The spirit husbandry sect disciple's magic weapon was also struck down. The yellow talisman in his storage bag had long been used up. Despair appeared in the eyes of the spirit husbandry sect disciple. When Qian Diheng heard Xiaohua's instructions, he also had a plan in his heart. During this period of time he had been forming hand seals to activate the Ming Hao halberd in mid-air. When he saw Kun Fian's attack slowing down, he laughed coldly. I was still trying to reason with you guys just now. You guys didn't listen at all. Why are you thinking of using the secret to exchange for your life now? Go back and dream. As he spoke, he finally completed the hand seal. Ming Hao halberd glowed with 3 different colors. 3 different lights rushed towards 3 parts of the spirit husbandry sect disciple's body. The spirit husbandry sect disciple's face turned pale. He didn't say another word. He clapped his hands and took out an old talisman. Under the activation of his magic power, the talisman instantly turned into a piece of crystal. He slapped it on his forehead. Howl. A painful howl came from the disciple's mouth. The disciple's body seemed to have inflated by 3 times. The Taoist robe on his upper body had already burst open, revealing his blood-red skin. Furthermore, mysterious blood marks had already appeared on his skin. As the blood marks became clearer, sharp blood thorns that were like hair gradually pierced out from the blood marks. Transformation talisman? When Xiaohua saw this, he couldn't help but frown. Senior Kun, hurry up and use more strength. Qian Diheng quickly called out to Kun Fian as his magic power seemed to be lacking. All right. When Kun Fian heard this, she gritted her teeth and replied while activating the thunder-trapping pearl. At this moment, the upper body of the spirit husbandry sect disciple had already transformed into a blood-red spiritual beast. His face was also covered with blood thorns and his eyes were red. With a crisp sound, the first ray of light from Ming Hao halberd hit the body of the transformed spirit husbandry sect disciple. Howl. As if he had gone mad, the spirit husbandry sect disciple's body shone with light. He clenched his fists and roared towards the sky. Then he raised his fist and smashed it towards the second ray of light. With a pang, the second ray of light from Ming Hao halberd was blocked by the fist. It seemed to have been destroyed. Then the third ray of light flew over and merged with the second ray of light. It turned into another color and started to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. Go and die. The spirit husbandry sect disciple raised his fists and smashed it towards the ray of light. With a boom, the ray of light was destroyed by him again. All the rays of light turned into light spots and scattered in all directions. Qian Diheng's face was pale as he quickly turned his head to look at Xiaohua. But at this moment, the spirit husbandry sect disciple roared again. His 2 fists first smashed the ground with all his might. Then he strangely raised his fists and hit his own face. At the same time, the blood spikes on his face suddenly exploded, covering his entire face and covering it completely. Howl. Then starting from his face, neck, shoulders, the blood thorns on his entire upper body exploded one by one. The spirit husbandry sect disciple was blasted into a bloody mess. At the start he was still making some noises as he jumped up and down in midair. But in the end he could only lie on the ground. His bloody fists smashed the ground powerlessly. What is going on? Qian Diheng and Kun Fian quickly put away their magical artifacts and protected themselves as they dodged to the side. Peng! With a loud sound, the upper body of the spirit husbandry sect disciple that was lying on the ground exploded and disappeared completely. His flesh and blood were all over the ground. It was a tragic sight. Chapter 1747. Xiaohua was in a good mood and took out the jade scroll again. When he checked it with his divine sense, he felt something was wrong because the soul-searching technique was cut off at the end. It didn't seem to have ended and there should be other contents. There seemed to be restrictions in the jade scroll, but his cultivation wasn't enough and he couldn't use it. Now that he thought of Buddhism, he naturally had to check it again with his Buddhist consciousness. It was when Xiaohua's Buddhist consciousness had just penetrated the jade slip. He only felt that there were many restrictions like black gas inside the jade slip. These restrictions were different from what he usually saw, and the place where the soul-searching technique was located had been broken by someone. I got the method to control Buddhist consciousness, but I didn't have time to practice it. Now I can practice Buddhist consciousness and break the restrictions at the same time. Xiaohua smiled and temporarily put the jade scroll into his space. He took out the golden puppet that Han Yi gave him and checked it with his Buddhist consciousness. He practiced the control of Buddhist consciousness one by one. A few days passed and Xiaohua was cultivating when he saw a communication talisman fly to his eyes. It was the one he left for Sun Shu. Xiaohua knew that the three of them should have finished resting and put the golden puppet and the jade scroll into his space. He opened the formation and left the cave. As expected, Qian Diheng and the others were waiting in front of the cave. When they saw Xiaohua coming out, they smiled and said, "Junior brother Xiao, we are ready. Can we set off today?" Of course. Xiaohua smiled. "Senior brothers, your bodies are good so we can set off. What a pity, after fighting with the disciples of Spirit Husbandry sect, you didn't break through to Foundation Establishment," Qian Diheng said regretfully. "Foundation Establishment?" Kun Fian said sarcastically. "If you break through to Foundation Establishment, do you think you can still escape with your life when the 6 disciples of Spirit Husbandry sect are all in Foundation Establishment?" Then he looked at Xiaohua and smiled. "If such a situation happens, even if junior brother Xiao arrives in time, the consequences will be serious." "That's right." Xiaohua smiled. "Let's go to Netherworld." Then Xiaohua said to Sun Shu, "Senior sister Sun, do we still have to hide our tracks? What do you think, junior brother Xiao?" Xiaohua thought for a while and smiled. "Since we are already in Netherworld, we shouldn't be afraid of others finding out. There's no need to hide. And if junior brother Xiao thinks there is no need, then there is no need." Qian Diheng laughed heartily and said, "If you keep hiding, it will make the disciples of my Imperial Thunder sect seem stingy." "Great." Sun Shu and Kun Fian clapped their hands. Under Sun Shu's guidance, the three of them flew towards Mingxi. Unknowingly, several months had passed. The weather was gradually turning cold. Autumn was coming and the autumn wind and rain were very strong. As he gazed at the red leaves that covered the mountains beneath his feet, Xiaohua pointed with his hand and said with a smile, "We're not far away from Mingxi, and the best time for Mingxi to enter hasn't arrived yet. Why don't we descend and enjoy autumn first?" "Very good." Sun Shu's face lit up with joy. He clapped his hands and said, "To be able to steal half a day of leisure from a floating life, this is how it should be." Qian Diheng also agreed. Only Kun Fian was a little hesitant. He said in a low voice, "Junior brother Xiao, in order to enter the Netherworld, I still need to make some preparations. Looking at the time, if we delay again, all right then." Xiaohua glanced at the mountain range that was dyed red with frost, feeling rather regretful. Sun Shu was naturally unwilling. Qian Diheng rolled his eyes and said, "How about this? Since senior sister Kun is going to prepare something, I'm afraid it's not appropriate for us to wait at the side. Why don't we delay here for a day and senior sister goes alone?" "Great." Kun Fian clapped his hands and said, "I will wait for you all in front." "Senior sister Kun, be careful." Xiaohua said worriedly, "If there's any danger, we'd better follow along. It's also good to guard at the side." A slightly complicated expression flashed across Kun Fian's eyes. He smiled and said, "No need, no need. The people in front are also familiar friends. There won't be any danger." Then Kun Fian bid farewell to the three of them and flew away. Xiaohua and the other two landed in the maple forest. "Senior sister Kun is a little strange." Qian Diheng had just landed when he said curiously, "Along the way, I've never heard her mention anything about preparing anything. Moreover, there's no town in Mingxi. Who did she find to exchange?" Sun Shu said disapprovingly, "Maybe she didn't find anything useful at the trade fair last month, so she sent a message to other familiar friends. That's even more wrong. The reason we went to Mingxi was to avoid people first. We didn't want others to know about that place. With her doing this, wouldn't everyone know that we went to Mingxi?" Qian Diheng retorted. Then the two of them looked at Xiaohua. Xiaohua smiled and said, "Everyone has their own secrets. Didn't this little brother also separate from you all for a few days? With this little brother as a precedent, I'm afraid you can't blame senior sister Kun." The two of them nodded slightly. Xiaohua took the two people up the mountain on foot. As they walked, they looked at the jagged rocks of grotesque shapes. The strange trees were hidden, and the palm-sized red leaves really looked like palms with 5 leaf tips. They faced the wind and swayed frequently as if countless hands were beckoning them. Oh, right, senior sister Sun. Looking at the hands that looked like a sea of blood, Xiaohua thought of something. He patted his hand and took out the jade slip that Sun Shu lent him. He handed it over and said, "This little brother has already seen this jade slip and memorized the soul-searching technique." Sun Shu was obviously very confident in Xiaohua's memory. She took it without saying anything. "But senior sister Sun, this jade slip seems to have a restriction." Xiaohua glanced at Sun Shu, who didn't seem to care, and asked in a low voice. Master got this from a trade fair." Sun Shu put away the jade slip and said with a smile, "It's said to be an item from Mianshan. I'm sure junior martial brother Xiao knows that those in Meng Mountains are soul cultivators, and they are very proficient in the cultivation of the soul. That's why their soul-searching technique is so unique that even chi-refining disciples like us can master it. It's completely different from the magic of our Imperial Thunder sect." Xiaohua nodded. "Exactly." As he spoke, he returned Qian Diheng's jade slip. "When it comes to soul-searching technique, Mianshan's technique is still more powerful." Qian Diheng took back the jade slip and said, "Unfortunately, we are Taoists. It's fine if we play with the elementary soul cultivation technique, but if it's too advanced, it will affect our Tao heart." "It's more than just affecting our Tao heart," Xiaohua said with a smile. "It's completely different from our cultivation technique." Qian Diheng and Sun Shu were descendants of the Imperial Thunder sect. Naturally, they were experienced and knowledgeable. After hearing this, they nodded repeatedly. They didn't know that Xiaohua had been diligently practicing the control of Buddhist sense every day for the past few months, practicing how to break the restriction in the soul cultivation jade slip. But in the end, Xiaohua found that his cultivation base was limited, and his understanding of soul cultivation was limited. It was impossible for him to break the restriction. At most, he could bypass the restriction and read the contents of the jade slip. At this point, Xiaohua was already extremely satisfied. Wasn't his purpose to read the contents of the jade slip? Speaking of which, it was strange. This jade slip was from Mianshan's Mianshan, but the characters recorded in it were not the soul cultivation characters that Xiaohua saw in the secret auction. Instead, they were the characters used by cultivators. It was the same as the soul-searching technique that he had already deciphered. Moreover, there was a lot of content behind the soul-searching technique. Although Xiaohua couldn't practice it now, he still remembered it in his heart. Of course, in addition to the soul-searching technique, there was also a set of soul cultivation technique in the jade slip. It was an ordinary technique for cultivating to the human rank pure spirit heaven. Xiaohua didn't understand what an earth rank technique was, but after reading the explanation at the back of the jade slip, he understood. It turned out that soul cultivators cultivated the 3 spiritual and 6 physical souls of people. There were 3 spiritual souls, 1 was the heaven soul, 2 was the earth soul, and 3 was the life soul. There were 6 physical souls, 1 was the heavenly charge, 2 was the spiritual wisdom, 3 was the power, 4 was the center, 5 was the essence, and 6 was the hero. According to the 3 spiritual souls and 6 physical souls, soul cultivators divided the realms into 4 stages: human, earth, heaven, and saint, which were collectively known as the 9 heavens of the spirit origin. Among them, the 6 heavens of the spirit soul were surrounding chi heaven, clear spirit heaven, bright ruah heaven, full reality heaven, condensing channel heaven, and calming heart heaven. The 6 heavens of the spirit soul were surrounding chi heaven, clear spirit heaven, bright ruah heaven, full reality heaven, condensing channel heaven, and calming heart heaven. Aura ring and pure spirit heaven were called human rank. Bright ruah heaven and abundant reality heaven were called earth rank. Congealing heaven and heart calming heaven were called heaven rank. Spirit binding heaven, origin void heaven, and silent void heaven were called saint rank. Furthermore, the jade slip clearly stated that the human stage was equivalent to the Tao Sex Qi refinement stage. The earth stage was equivalent to the Tao Sex foundation establishment stage and golden core stage. The heaven stage was equivalent to the nascent soul stage and the spirit severing stage. And the sage stage was equivalent to the Tao Sex combination stage, tribulation stage, and Mahayana stage. Seeing this, although there was no explanation in the jade slip, Xiaohua already knew that the one who wrote this jade slip was not an ordinary soul cultivator, but a senior of Tao sect. This senior should have secretly learned this skill from millions of Meng mountains, and wrote this skill into the language of cultivation. Of course, Xiaohua did not know the fate of this senior, but since the soul cultivation skill was not spread on Xiaoyu continent, it was enough to show that his operation was not successful. By the way, Master seems to have said that people have 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls. Why do soul cultivators only cultivate 3 spiritual souls and 6 physical souls? What if one of the physical souls is missing? When Xiaohua saw this, he already had some doubts. At this time he returned the jade slip to Sun Shu and asked, "Who knows?" Sun Shu was slightly stunned and said with a smile, "The world often says that there are 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls, but some people also say that there are 3 spiritual souls and 6 physical souls. As for who is right and who is wrong, I don't know." Qian Diheng also scratched his head and said, "Since soul cultivators specialize in cultivating souls, they must be right? This person only has 3 spiritual souls and 6 physical souls. Anyway, this thing has nothing to do with our cultivation. What's the point of asking clearly?" That's true. Xiaohua did not know whether to laugh or cry. This thing really had nothing to do with him, and he did not intend to cultivate this soul cultivation skill that was only of human rank. Who cares if it was 3 spiritual souls and 6 physical souls or 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls? There seemed to be 2 injured cultivators in front of the mountain. While they were talking, there was some movement in the mountain ahead. Xiaohua's Buddhist sense swept out and found that there were 2 injured cultivators hurriedly descending from the sky, and without checking they drilled into a cave. Following Sun Shu's finger, the black gas turned into a trace of black gas and entered the disciple's body. "Rise." Following Sun Shu's shout, her finger moved up bit by bit as if it was carrying a heavy object. As she raised her finger, a similar trace of black gas appeared in between the eyebrows of the spirit husbandry sect disciple. When Sun Shu's finger was about 3 feet away, the black gas gradually condensed into the appearance of the spirit husbandry sect disciple. "Amazing," Xiaohua praised in his heart. However, at that moment, the black gas formed by the disciples of spirit husbandry sect seemed to have been blown away by the wind and turned back into wisps of black gas. Sun Shu's face turned slightly pale. "Sigh," Sun Shu sighed. She waved her hand and the black gas dissipated in the air. She said, "I failed. This spirit husbandry sect disciple has been dead for too long, and I's soul-searching technique didn't work." "It's fine." Xiaohua clapped his hands and smiled. "It's already very good that I was able to witness this amazing soul-searching technique." Sun Shu's beautiful eyes moved and she smiled. "Junior brother Xiao, do you want to practice this soul-searching technique?" Xiaohua was overjoyed and asked, "Can I?" "Why not?" Sun Shu smiled. "This isn't a secret technique of my Imperial Thunder sect." As she said that, she clapped her hands and a slightly grayish-black jade scroll was taken out. She passed it to Xiaohua. "This is from Master, you don't have to copy it. Take a look first and return it to I after your training." Xiaohua was slightly stunned, then he smiled. "Thank you, senior sister." However, Qian Diheng said, "Senior sister Sun, if it's inconvenient for you, I have the authentic soul-searching technique of my Imperial Thunder sect. Junior brother Xiao can practice mine." As he said that, Qian Diheng also took out a jade scroll from his storage bag. "Why do you have it too?" Xiaohua looked at the 2 jade scrolls in front of him and asked curiously. Even if they saw it, they wouldn't say anything. After putting everything away, Xiaohua thought of another matter. Clapping his hands, he took out some qi replenishing pills and said with a smile, "I have a request. I don't know if you 3 senior brothers can agree to it?" Qian Diheng asked curiously. "Junior brother Xiao can say whatever you want. Why are you taking these pills?" I want." "Just now, you all got a lot of foundation establishment pills from the spirit husbandry sect disciples. I don't know if you can give the extra to me? I am willing to use these pills to exchange with you 3 senior brothers." Xiaohua said after pondering for a while. "Foundation establishment pills?" Qian Diheng was stunned. "Why do you want so many foundation establishment pills? Not waiting for Qian Diheng to finish speaking, Sun Shu clapped his hands, took out several jade bottles and handed them over to Xiao Hua, saying, "This poor Taoist already has enough foundation establishment pills. These are just to exchange for some spirit stones. If Junior Marshal Brother has any use for them, take them." Seeing that Sun Shu didn't ask for the reason, Qian Diheng also scratched his head, taking out his extra foundation establishment pills and said, "Fine, it doesn't matter who I give them to, I'll give them to Junior Brother Xiao first." Kun Fian looked at the two, taking out 2 jade bottles and said, "I still have to leave some for Junior Sister. I won't give them all to Junior Brother Xiao." "Great." Xiao Hua was overjoyed, keeping the jade bottles, taking out pills and spirit stones, giving them to the 3 of them. Other than Sun Shu, who was determined not to take them, the other 2 also took them. Looking at the determination on Sun Shu's face, Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. Anything that could be solved with pills and spirit stones wasn't a big problem, but with Senior Sister Sun's situation he really had to think carefully. Chapter 1749. The soul-searching technique recorded in Senior Apprentice Sister Sun's jade slip is strange. Why is it completely different from the soul-searching technique of the Imperial Thunder Sect? Xiao Hua sat cross-legged in a cave with 2 jade slips in his hands. He frowned as he thought to himself. It had already been over 10 days since they killed the cultivator of the Spirit Husbandry sect. During this time Xiao Hua and the others had already flown extremely far away. They did not see any disciples of the Spirit Husbandry sect chasing after them, nor did they meet any other cultivators. Sun Shu and the others let out a sigh of relief. As a result, Sun Shu suggested that they take a short break. After all, the battle before involved their lives and everyone was exhausted. At this moment the 4 of them were completely different from when they first came out. Xiao Hua already had the right to speak without a doubt. Just look at how quiet Xiao Hua's cave was right now. Under Xiao Hua's approval, everyone found a secret location. Qian Diheng no longer insisted on cultivating with Xiao Hua like before. Instead he found a cave by himself. Today was already the 4th day of their rest. Xiao Hua had already finished reading the jade slip that Sun Shu had given him. He had never come into contact with soul-searching techniques before, so he did not take the cryptic words and strange techniques seriously. However, when he finished reading the soul-searching technique in the jade slip that Qian Diheng had given him, he could not help but be stunned. Qian Diheng's jade slip did not only contain the soul-searching technique, but also a few other techniques. They were all techniques that Foundation Establishment and Oris Core stage cultivators could use. Qian Diheng had probably obtained them from one of his direct elders. These techniques were all upright techniques of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Although they were extremely difficult to learn, they did not seem strange. This was especially true for the soul-searching technique that Xiao Hua paid attention to. Sun Shu's jade slip was exactly the same as the one she had used that day. It captured a person's soul and used torture methods to interrogate them. This kind of soul-searching technique was most suitable for people who had just died. However, it was extremely difficult for living people to use it. After all, a living person's soul was closely connected to their body. Of course, the reliability of this soul-searching technique was also somewhat reduced. After all, it was said by the soul. It was like extorting a confession from a person. In this kind of situation it was hard to avoid lying. On the other hand, the Imperial Thunder Sect's soul-searching technique was useful for living people. It directly used the technique on the person's head, directly searching the person's soul and finding the desired memories from the soul. The difficulty of this technique was naturally obvious. Just as Qian Diheng said, one must have the cultivation base of a Jindan stage cultivator to be able to use this technique. Of course, the things obtained from this technique were credible. Sun Shu's soul-searching technique is simple, but it seems like it's a devil cultivator. Xiao Hua very naturally thought of the demonic banner in his space. However, the soul-searching technique of the Imperial Thunder Sect is even more frightening. It can actually search a living person's soul. The pain is obvious. Moreover, the consequences of the soul-searching technique are extremely serious. There's an 80 to 90% chance that it will turn others into idiots. This kind of idiot is better off dead than alive. Xiao Hua sighed. He made a copy of Qian Diheng's jade slip and stored it in the space. Then his gaze fell on Sun Shu's black and gray jade slip. However, at this moment, a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Xiaohua immediately froze on the spot. At the same time that cold stream tempered the bones in his body, the Vajra avatar that Xiaohua didn't absorb back into his body also had some golden light flowing faintly on its corresponding body. After an unknown amount of time, the cold stream of the Big Dipper magical fist technique gradually calmed Xiaohua down. After waiting for the cold stream to stop, Xiaohua sat down cross-legged again and absorbed the Vajra avatar back into his body. Sigh, I was too impulsive. At this moment Xiaohua was a bit scared. However, this was also normal. Ever since he had his memories, he had always been searching for his past. How could he not be impulsive when he suddenly thought that his soul might have been searched? In the future, if I can use this soul-searching technique, then I'll use it. If I can't use it, then I'll absolutely not use it. Xiaohua thought to himself. Moreover, the soul-searching technique is only a guess. I may not be that unlucky. If my soul was searched and I still have my memories, now I can still recall my past memories from time to time, then I should have been searched by a powerful cultivator. How could such a cultivator make a move on a mortal like me? Those who can make a move on mortals are naturally low-level cultivators. If they use the soul-searching technique, can I still survive? Or can I still remember some things from the past? I still lost my memories for some reason. This was the conclusion that Xiaohua came to in a calm state of mind. Soon after, Xiaohua closed his eyes and calmed his breathing. After a moment, the technique in his hand slowly moved. It was the mysterious technique that Sun Shu used before. After a long time, Xiaohua suddenly stopped and said with a frown, "This soul-searching technique is extremely difficult in the end. Moreover, it's similar to the techniques used in the secular world to extort confessions. It's really sinister and vile, really harmful to human harmony. It's different from my way of thinking." But immediately he laughed first. This kind of evil technique is naturally used on evil people. This kind of evil person is evil in life and evil in death, so why can't I use it? I'm not a good person, so what's there to be afraid of? Oh right, isn't the Buddhist mantra Lin able to transcend the souls of the dead? If I use the soul-searching technique to capture them, then use the transcendence technique to tempt them, I'm afraid it'll also work. Great. Xiaohua thought this through and couldn't help but applaud. Sun Shu's soul-searching technique was coercion, while Xiaohua's Buddhist mantra was temptation. The methods were different, but the results were the same. It could be said that they complemented each other. Chapter 1750. Xiaohua was in a good mood and took out the jade scroll again. When he checked it with his divine sense, he felt something was wrong because the soul-searching technique was cut off at the end. It didn't seem to have ended and there should be other contents. There seemed to be restrictions in the jade scroll, but his cultivation wasn't enough and he couldn't use it. Now that he thought of Buddhism, he naturally had to check it again with his Buddhist consciousness. It was when Xiaohua's Buddhist consciousness had just penetrated the jade slip. He only felt that there were many restrictions like black gas inside the jade slip. These restrictions were different from what he usually saw, and the place where the soul-searching technique was located had been broken by someone. I got the method to control Buddhist consciousness, but I didn't have time to practice it. Now I can practice Buddhist consciousness and break the restrictions at the same time. Xiaohua smiled and temporarily put the jade scroll into his space. He took out the golden puppet that Han Yi gave him and checked it with his Buddhist consciousness. He practiced the control of Buddhist consciousness one by one. A few days passed and Xiaohua was cultivating when he saw a communication talisman fly to his eyes. It was the one he left for Sun Shu. Xiaohua knew that the three of them should have finished resting and put the golden puppet and the jade scroll into his space. He opened the formation and left the cave. As expected, Qian Diheng and the others were waiting in front of the cave. When they saw Xiaohua coming out, they smiled and said, "Junior brother Xiao, we are ready. Can we set off today?" Of course. Xiaohua smiled. "Senior brothers, your bodies are good so we can set off." What a pity, after fighting with the disciples of Spirit Husbandry sect, You didn't break through to Foundation Establishment. Qian Diheng said regretfully. Foundation Establishment? Kun Fian said sarcastically. If you break through to Foundation Establishment, do you think you can still escape with your life when the 6 disciples of Spirit Husbandry sect are all in Foundation Establishment? Then he looked at Xiao Hua and smiled. If such a situation happens, even if junior brother Xiao arrives in time, the consequences will be serious. That's right. Xiao Hua smiled. Let's go to Netherworld. Then Xiao Hua said to Sun Shu, Senior Sister Sun, do we still have to hide our tracks? What do you think, junior brother Xiao? Xiao Hua thought for a while and smiled. Since we are already in Netherworld, we shouldn't be afraid of others finding out. There's no need to hide. And if junior brother Xiao thinks there is no need, then there is no need. Qian Diheng laughed heartily and said, if you keep hiding, it will make the disciples of my Imperial Thunder sect seem stingy. Great. Sun Shu and Kun Fian clapped their hands. Under Sun Shu's guidance, the 3 of them flew towards Mingxi. Unknowingly, several months had passed. The weather was gradually turning cold. Autumn was coming and the autumn wind and rain were very strong. As he gazed at the red leaves that covered the mountains beneath his feet, Xiao Hua pointed with his hand and said with a smile, we're not far away from Mingxi, and the best time for Mingxi to enter hasn't arrived yet. Why don't we descend and enjoy autumn first? Very good. Sun Shu's face lit up with joy. He clapped his hands and said, to be able to steal half a day of leisure from a floating life, this is how it should be. Qian Diheng also agreed. Only Kun Fian was a little hesitant. He said in a low voice, Junior brother Xiao, in order to enter the Netherworld, I still need to make some preparations. Looking at the time, if we delay again, all right then. Xiao Hua glanced at the mountain range that was dyed red with frost, feeling rather regretful. Sun Shu was naturally unwilling. Qian Diheng rolled his eyes and said, how about this? Since Senior Sister Kun is going to prepare something, I'm afraid it's not appropriate for us to wait at the side. Why don't we delay here for a day and Senior Sister goes alone? Great. Kun Fian clapped his hands and said, I will wait for you all in front. Senior Sister Kun, be careful. Xiao Hua said worriedly, if there's any danger we'd better follow along. It's also good to guard at the side. A slightly complicated expression flashed across Kun Fian's eyes. He smiled and said, no need, no need. The people in front are all familiar friends, there won't be any danger. Then Kun Fian bid farewell to the 3 of them and flew away from the original direction, while Xiao Hua and the other 2 landed in the maple forest. Senior Sister Kun is a little strange. Qian Diheng had just landed when he said curiously, on the way here, I've never heard her mention anything about preparing anything. And there's no town in Mingxi, who did she find to exchange? Sun Shu said disapprovingly, maybe she didn't find anything suitable at the trade fair last month, so she sent a message to other familiar friends. That's even more wrong. We went to Mingxi to avoid people first, we didn't want others to know about that place. With her doing this, wouldn't everyone know that we went to Mingxi? Qian Diheng retorted. Then the 2 of them looked at Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua smiled and said, everyone has their own secrets. Didn't I also separate from you all for a few days? With me as a precedent, I'm afraid you can't blame Senior Sister Kun. The 2 of them nodded slightly. Xiao Hua took the 2 people up the mountain on foot. As they walked, they looked at the jagged rocks of grotesque shapes. The strange trees were hidden, and the palm-sized red leaves really looked like palms with 5 leaf tips. They faced the wind and swayed frequently as if countless hands were beckoning them. Oh right, Senior Sister Sun. Looking at the hands that looked like a sea of blood, Xiao Hua thought of something. He patted his hand and took out the jade slip that Sun Shu lent him. He handed it over and said, I've already seen this jade slip and memorized the soul-searching technique. Sun Shu was obviously very confident in Xiao Hua's memory, so she took it without saying anything. But Senior Sister Sun, this jade slip seems to have a restriction. Xiao Hua glanced at the indifferent Sun Shu and asked in a low voice. Master got this from a trade fair. Sun Shu put away the jade slip and said with a smile, it's said to be an item from Yanshan. I'm sure junior martial brother Xiao knows that those in Meng Mountains are soul cultivators, and they are very proficient in the cultivation of the soul. That's why their soul-searching technique is so unique that even qi-refining disciples like us can master it. It's completely different from the magic of our Imperial Thunder sect. Xiao Hua nodded. Exactly. After saying that, he returned Qian Diheng's jade slip. When it comes to soul-searching technique, Mianshan's technique is more powerful. Qian Diheng took back the jade slip and said, "Unfortunately, we're Taoists. The elementary soul cultivation technique is fine, but the advanced soul cultivation technique will affect our Tao heart." "It won't just affect our Tao heart," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "It's completely different from our cultivation technique." Qian Diheng and Sun Shu were descendants of the Imperial Thunder sect, so they were naturally experienced and knowledgeable. After listening, they nodded repeatedly. They didn't know that Xiao Hua had been diligently practicing the control of Buddhist sense every day for the past few months, practicing how to break the restriction in the soul cultivation jade slip. But in the end, Xiao Hua found that his cultivation base was limited, and his understanding of soul cultivation was limited. He couldn't break the restriction at all. At most, he could bypass the restriction and read the contents of the jade slip. At this point, Xiao Hua was already extremely satisfied. Wasn't his purpose to read the contents of the jade slip? Speaking of which, it was strange. This jade slip was from Mianshan, but the characters recorded in it weren't the soul cultivator characters that Xiao Hua saw in the secret auction. Instead, they were the characters used by cultivators. It was the same as the soul-searching technique that he had already deciphered. Moreover, there was a lot of content behind the soul-searching technique. Although Xiao Hua couldn't practice it now, he remembered it all in his heart. Of course, in addition to the soul-searching technique, there was also a soul cultivation technique in the jade slip, which was an ordinary technique for cultivating to the human rank pure spirit heaven. Xiao Hua didn't understand what an earth rank technique was, but after reading the explanation behind the jade slip, he understood. It turned out that soul cultivators cultivated the 3 souls and 6 spirits of a person. There were 3 souls, 1 was the heaven soul, 2 was the earth soul, and 3 was the life soul. There were 6 spirits. 1 was the heavenly charge, 2 was the spiritual wisdom, 3 was the power, 4 was the center, 5 was the essence, and 6 was the hero. According to the 3 spiritual souls and 6 physical souls, soul cultivators divided the realms into 4 stages: human, earth, heaven, and saint, which were collectively known as the 9 heavens of the spirit origin. Among them, the 6 heavens of the spirit soul were surrounding chi heaven, clear spirit heaven, bright ruah heaven, full reality heaven, condensing channel heaven, and calming heart heaven. The 6 heavens of the spirit soul were surrounding chi heaven, clear spirit heaven, bright ruah heaven, full reality heaven, condensing channel heaven, and calming heart heaven. Aura ring and pure spirit heaven were called human rank. Bright ruah heaven and abundant reality heaven were called earth rank. Congealing heaven and heart calming heaven were called heaven rank. Spirit binding heaven, origin void heaven, and silent void heaven were called saint rank. Moreover, it was clearly stated in the jade slip that the human rank was equivalent to the chi refining stage of Taoism, the earth rank was equivalent to the foundation establishment stage and gold core stage, the heaven rank was equivalent to the nascent soul stage and spirit stage, and the saint rank was equivalent to the combination stage, tribulation stage, and Mahayana stage of Taoism. Although there was no explanation in the jade slip, Xiao Hua knew that the person who had written this jade slip was no ordinary soul cultivator, but rather a senior from the Taoist sect. Presumably, this senior had secretly learned the technique from Millionaire Mountain, and had written it down in the language of cultivators. Of course, Xiao Hua didn't know what the senior's fate was. However, from the fact that the soul cultivator's technique hadn't been circulated on the Dawn Rain continent, it was obvious that his operation hadn't been successful. By the way, Master seems to have said that people have 3 souls and 7 spirits. Why do soul cultivators only cultivate 3 souls and 6 spirits? What if 1 spirit is missing? When Xiao Hua saw this, he already had some doubts. At this time, he returned the jade slip to Sun Shu and asked, "Who knows?" Sun Shu was slightly stunned and said with a smile, "The world often says that there are 3 souls and 7 spirits. But some people also say that there are 3 souls and 6 spirits. As for who is right and who is wrong, I don't know." Qian Diheng also scratched his head and said, "Since soul cultivators specialize in cultivating souls, they must be right, right?" This person only has 3 souls and 6 spirits. Anyway, this thing has nothing to do with our cultivation. What's the point of asking clearly? That's true. Xiaohua did not know whether to laugh or cry. This thing really had nothing to do with him. He also did not intend to cultivate this soul cultivation method that was only of mortal rank. Who cares if it was 3 souls and 6 spirits or 3 spirits and 7 spirits? There seemed to be 2 injured cultivators between the mountain peaks ahead. While they were talking, there was some movement between the mountain peaks ahead. Xiaohua's Buddhist sense swept out and found that 2 injured cultivators were hurriedly descending from the sky. Without checking, they drilled into a cave. You're tuning in to the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.